Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The forum will begin in 15 minutes. We would like to ask all guests to return to their seats and turn off their cell phones or switch to silent mode. The restroom and dispenser are by the exit to your right. Thank you very much.
各位来宾及与会的朋友们，大家早安！论坛将于15分钟后正式开始，请各位来宾尽速就座。同时提醒各位，会议中请将您的手机关机或转为静音模式。厕所和饮水机在您的右后方，敬请各位使用，谢谢配合。
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The forum will begin in 5 minutes. We would like to ask all guests to return to their seats soon and turn off their cell phones or switch to silent mode. The restroom and dispenser are by the exit to your right. Thank you for your cooperation.
各位贵宾及与会的朋友们，大家早安。论坛将于5分钟后正式开始，请各位来宾尽速就座。同时提醒各位，会议中请将手机关机或转为静音模式。厕所和饮水机在您的右后方，感谢配合。
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 Taiwan International Ocean Forum.
各位贵宾及与会朋友们，欢迎莅临2025台湾国际海洋论坛。
This forum is organized by the Ocean Affairs Council of Taiwan. The forum will bring together experts and scholars from private and public sectors, both domestically and internationally, to discuss strategies for strengthening maritime security and pathways to achieving sustainable prosperity for the blue economy.
This initiative will not only solidify cooperation in maritime security between Taiwan and its regional partners, but also demonstrate Taiwan's influence and steadfast commitment to promoting blue economy development and safeguarding maritime well-being in global and Indo-Pacific ocean governance. Through concrete actions, we will advance progress on marine and climate issues, contributing to a safe, sustainable, and prosperous ocean shared by all generations.
Before we begin, please enjoy the opening video of the forum.
在论坛正式开始前，请让我们欣赏一段开幕欢迎影片。
台湾是海洋国家，我们都是海洋子民。台湾人喜欢海洋的自由广阔，也喜欢敞开心胸和世界交朋友。我们要积极投入海洋科技研究，推动海洋产业发展。希望台湾借由海洋提升国家竞争力。政府也积极推动海洋三法，来提升海洋环境的韧性，让经济与产业往更多面向发展。
As a responsible economy, we proudly stand as a reliable and constructive partner in APEC. Through international cooperation, we enhance regional governance capabilities. Our policies and actions demonstrate our commitment to working with all of you to address changes and move towards sustainable development. Facing the complicated challenges in the oceans, we are resilient and we must be. Thank you.
I would like all to join this year's Taiwan International Ocean Forum to explore, to innovate and to collaborate for our shared ocean sustainable and inclusive future. I wish the forum all success.
Join Taiwan at this year's Ocean International Forum through innovation, global partnership, and bold collective action for our shared blue planet.
The ocean is critical for our existence as human beings, and we need to take care of this gift that we were given.
Because we have only one ocean and we all depend on it for our very existence.
海洋是我们通往世界的道路。当我们更理解海洋，台湾与世界的连结也就更深，让台湾迎风起航，在通往世界的伟大航道上走得更远，走得更稳，也走得更精彩。
气候变迁、环境污染、生态破坏，这些问题都需要我们共同面对与解决。这是我们这一代人的责任，也是我们对未来世代的承诺。让我们今天共同努力，为创造一个和平、永续、繁荣的海洋而奋斗。
Now, we are honored to introduce the performers of the opening ceremony, Wadaiko Kumagumi.
现在我们很荣幸邀请和太鼓熊组为我们带来气势磅礴的开场演出，掌声欢迎！
皆さんこんにちは。私たちは和太鼓熊組演奏チームミニフォンです。福岡県出身、熊谷先生のもと和太鼓が大好きな仲間たちと一緒に日々練習に励んでいます。
大家好，我们是迷你风，所有的团员、儿童以及青少年都是来自和太鼓熊组，因为热爱太鼓，所以相聚在一起。
Good morning, everyone. We are Minifong, a performance group of the Wataiko Kumagumi, a performance group formed by Japanese and Taiwanese students. We are trained by our Fukuoka-born instructor Kumagai and united under the love for drums.
次は山嵐という曲を演奏します。8人で台湾のゲリラ豪雨にも負けない激しい雷雨を表現します。応援をいただけるとさらに頑張れますので、曲の途中でも遠慮なくご声援をお願いします。
下一首的曲目是山岚，中文的山岚和日文的山岚意思不一样。日文的山岚是狂风暴雨，我们8位表演者全力表现狂风暴雨。我们迷你风最喜欢听到大家的掌声，请大家多多给我们鼓励，谢谢。
The next song is Yamaarashi. This means heavy storm in Japanese. Please enjoy the performance by the 8 of us. A round of applause. wonderful performance.
感谢何太子熊，感谢何太子熊组振奋人心的演出。
We would now like to introduce our distinguished guests to the forum.
在议程开始前，让我们为各位介绍今日莅临现场的贵宾：
海洋委员会管碧玲主任委员，
国安会林非凡副秘书长，
陈冠廷立法委员，
海洋委员会张忠龙常务副主委，
Mr. Thomas McDevitt, Chairman of the Washington Times, and Mrs. Cho Fen Lin.
Mr. Hitoshi Kikawata, Member of the House of Representatives, Japan.
Mr. Kentaro Gemma, Member of the House of Representatives, Japan.
Mr. Yamato Aoyama, Member of the House of Representatives, Japan.
Mr. Piero Tozzi, Staff Director of Congressional Executive Commission on China, United States of America.
Ms. Cynthia Barzuna, Global Deputy Director of Ocean Action 2030 Coalition, World Resources Institute, United States of America.
Deputy Chief of Mission Casales Jerome of the Republic of the Marshall Islands.
Ambassador Lily Tankisia Fave of Tuvalu.
Minister Counselor Elroy Wilson of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Mr. Lutz Gultner, Head of the European Economic and Trade Office.
Mr. Mathieu Brandes, Director of Belgian Office, Taipei.
Mr. Adel Athaidi, Saudi Representative and Director General of Saudi Arabian Trade Office in Taipei.
Thank you for your participation.
感谢各位贵宾的莅临。
We would like to invite legislator Quan Ting Chen to deliver his opening remarks.
接着，我们非常荣幸邀请陈冠廷立法委员为我们致辞，让我们掌声欢迎陈委员。
谢谢。管主委，还有林副秘，还有我们在座的所有来自各国的代表，还有我们今天的所有的讲者啊，那大家早安，大家好。今天很荣幸能够受邀来参加我们今天的台湾海洋国际论坛。那如同刚刚赖总统在最开始的时候提到的，我们都是海洋的子民，但是我们却同时也要面临来自海洋上面的各种挑战，不管是它的这个 sustainable 有没有办法能够持续永续，不管是在印太的这个海洋上面的安全，我们面临到的这一些挑战啊，特别是在今天我看到我们的论坛里面有跟印太安全相关的，那海委会就是第一个重视，也是最重视我们来自海洋上面的各种的挑战的一个部会，包含我们的海巡署。那在灰色侵扰的时候，它总是站在第一线。那我们这一次希望说透过这样的会议，把我们在海洋上面的各种的挑战跟我们共同的愿景把它批划出来，把这个蓝图让共同的把它描绘出来。那其实过去在立法院，那我们在针对海洋安全上面，特别是灰色侵扰上面，我们跟各个不同的部会，包含数位部、交通部、海委会、海巡署等等都有这些密切的讨论，包含这一个海底电缆有可能遭遇到的侵扰跟破坏，那还有各种新兴技术上面的这一个使用，那特别是最近美国不断的提到要在造舰造船，我想这些都是我们透过这次会议可以一起来思考各种可能的方案。那我们希望说更透明的更多的资讯的揭露， 可以带来更安全的整个海洋的环境。所以包含我们透过这个低轨卫星，还有各式各样的这种海巡的这种侦测的这个设备，可以让大家知道印太安全最新的情势。那最后我们非常感谢这个海委会、海巡署，那跟国际合作来去共同守护我们在此区域的利益跟我们共同的愿景。再次感谢这个海委会还有管主委这样子的用心把这样的会议来举办，也祝福今天我们所有参与的贵宾能够收获满满。谢谢大家。
Thank you, Legislator Chen, for your remarks.
感谢陈委员的勉励。
We would like to now invite Deputy Secretary General Fei Fan Lin of the National Security Council of Taiwan to deliver his opening remarks.
让我们掌声欢迎国安会林非凡副秘书长为我们致辞。
Hi, good morning, everyone. I was told to speak in Mandarin, but I saw there's a translation of English. 各位贵宾，还有我们管碧玲主委，以及在场所有与会的各国的先进，那我很高兴今天有机会能够代表国家安全会议出席今天这个今年度台湾海洋国际论坛。那我想各位都很清楚，我们的海洋环境在过去一段时间有非常大的变化。那特别是在过去这几年来，我们看到新形态的海上的侵扰已经不是只是台湾单独在面对的问题，它其实是一个国际性的问题。相同或类似的事件，或是所谓的灰色地带的袭扰，不只是在台湾周边海域，也在欧洲，甚至我们所看到最近在这个波罗的海海域当中，也都发现新形态的侵扰对海洋的安全的危害，并不只是单纯存在于海上，而是对每一个向往自由民主国家的共同的这个侵略。所以在当代这么复杂的海洋环境当中，我们必须要集体的思考，到底有什么样的法治的规范，有什么样的政策工具，以及有什么样新兴科技，又或者是有什么样共同国际合作的可能性，来共同面对这样的挑战。那我想今年度的台湾海洋国际论坛的主轴涵盖非常多的面向，不只是海洋安全，也包括蓝色经济。但在海洋安全的部分，就如同我刚刚所说，这是我们所面对到非常严峻的挑战。在蓝色经济的部分，我们也都知道，海洋其实是连接台湾与世界非常重要的一部分。那并不只是因为我们自己的地理位置的存在。那当然，同样的对许多国家而言也是一样，海洋把我们连接在一起。所以，如何面对在新形态的挑战当中，去发展出一套大家共享、共有，而且是能够永续发展的海洋环境跟海洋经济，是我们共同的挑战。在我们开场的影片当中，我们也大家看到，赖总统上任以后，成立了3个不同的委员会。这3个委员会，其中一个非常重要的环节，与我们今天这2天会讨论到的主题也有相关，是气候变迁。当代气候变迁的挑战，已经是我们在海洋环境当中看到的非常具体的隐忧。那我们如何在思考更充足的政策工具上面，能够搭建一个跨国合作的平台？那我想这也是今天这场论坛非常主要的一个目的之一。在社会韧性的部分，我也要特别强调，如同刚刚所说的这些政策环境跟我们所面对到战略环境的不同，在社会韧性的工作上面，我们也必须强化我们在海洋上面的治理能力跟管制能力。那我之所以这么说，是我们都看到，当中共或是俄罗斯在透过这些海上的这些灰色地带的袭扰，对其他国家进行侵犯， 我们都很清楚，没有充足的勤监侦能力是没有办法维护海洋的安全。但是要能够有完整对于情报的掌握，对于侦查的能力的健全，这必须是要各国一起通力合作。光靠单一个国家并没有办法完成这样的任务。所以我想今天我们在这里齐聚在这个地方，有一个非常重要的意义，是我们希望能够利用这样的平台，能够创造更多实质的政策对话，让接下来台湾在这个国际合作当中能够扮演更重要的角色。我们也希望台湾能够成为贡献全球安全的一份子。所以这是之所以这场论坛有这么多的好朋友愿意从非常遥远的地方搭着这个漫长的飞机一路到台湾来。那我们希望这个活动能够都一切顺利。那我也祝福各位在这场活动当中能够收获满满。那我也期待这场论坛结束之后，不是就停在我们所在的这个会议室，而是有非常多的对话能够在这个会场当中能够开启，成为我们后续继续为全球安全贡献的一份力。谢谢大家，谢谢。
Thank you, Deputy Secretary General Lin, for your remarks.
感谢林副秘书长的勉励。
We would now like to invite the Minister of Ocean Affairs Council of Taiwan, Dr. Bi-Ling Kwan, to deliver her opening remarks.
让我们以最热烈的掌声欢迎本次论坛主办委员会海洋委员会大家长管碧玲主任委员为我们致开幕词，掌声欢迎。
各位亲爱的贵宾，各位学者专家，各位女士先生，大家好。我希望把这个花移出，让大家比较清楚的看得到我。
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
虽然花朵比我还要美丽，请大家就多忍耐一下。Okay, it's very important. Please translate it. About flower.
Yes. Even though the flower seems more beautiful than I am, I wish everyone to enjoy my speech.
Well, 我仅代表台湾海洋委员会诚挚的欢迎各位莅临本次海洋区域安全与蓝色经济为主轴的国际研讨会。能够在这里与来自全球不同国家、不同专业领域的朋友齐聚一堂，我深感荣幸。我邀请大家再用掌声来表达我们对刚刚这个表演的鼓励。他们所表演的狂风暴雨一样的鼓声，其实象征着人类海洋所面临的挑战。而我们用他们是台湾与日侨学校学生合作一起来表演，也象征着迎接海洋挑战的重要。而他们都是我们的下一代，也象征着海洋的未来要植根在下一代充实而丰富的海洋意识。让我们再用掌声来谢谢他们美好的表演。我很荣幸要告诉大家，我们这次与会的阵容相当的坚强，总共有来自15个国家的专家学者参与我们的研讨。除了政界，我们包括多位的现任的官员跟国会的议员，也包含了多个国际智库、研究机构以及致力于蓝色经济、绿色经济、海洋环保跟 ESG， 甚至于是青年参与创新的领袖。各位的到来不只是对台湾的支持，更展现国际社会对维护海洋安全、推动蓝色经济、保护区域和平的共同承诺。与会的代表当然有来自欧洲，有来自中东，但是我相信各位都明白，
印太地区是全球地缘政治的核心，无论是国际贸易、能源运输、通讯网络、渔业资源，还是全球供应链的稳定，都紧密地系于这一片广阔的海域。然而，近年来我们也遇到了愈来愈多的挑战，正威胁着这片海洋的和平与安定。其中最显著的挑战就是来自中国持续扩张的行动。中国以灰色地带策略，在南海、东海乃至于台湾周边海域进行频繁的军事演训、海警船骚扰，甚至利用法律战、认知作战，试图改变区域的现状，动摇国际社会对自由开放、以规则为基础的秩序的信心。这种威胁不仅仅针对台湾，也直接挑战了整个印太地区的稳定。台湾位处第一岛链的枢纽地位，正处在这场角力的最前线。我们深刻地体会到，面对中国军事威胁以及日益复杂的灰色地带行动，这不只是我们自己的挑战，更是区域乃至全球的共同挑战。台湾的和平稳定不是地区性的议题，而是全球议题。每年有超过1/3的全球贸易额度必须经过台湾周边的海域。台湾在先进半导体制造技术上更扮演全球关键角色，支撑着全球高科技产业链、汽车、通讯、国防等产业的运作。任何针对台湾的冲突，都将对全球经济造成难以估量的冲击，这是所有负责任的国家必须正视的现实。因此，面对中国的挑战，我们从未孤单。我们感谢在座许多理念相近国家与伙伴，持续以各种形式支持台湾。正因为我们都坚信，唯有透过国际合作与联盟，才能共同维护自由开放的印太，才能守护我们赖以为生的海洋，也才能让国际法与国际规范不被蛮力改写。台湾愿意成为这股全球合作力量的重要的一环，无论是在海洋执法、海上态势的感知、反制灰色地带的行动，或者在推动永续发展目标、智慧科技、绿色航运、再生能源利用、海洋保育等领域，我们都积极参与国际社会的各种合作。正如今天议程的安排，涵盖从区域安全、ESG、蓝色经济到青年参与创新，台湾都希望贡献我们的经验、资源与决心。我们看见挑战，但是我们坚信合作的力量。蓝色经济不只是经济数字的成长，而是对永续的承诺，对人类福祉的追求。我们希望透过国际合作、跨国的合作，让海洋成为和平、繁荣以及人类共同福祉的载体，而不是冲突的战场。今天的研讨会是绝佳的平台，汇聚了如此多来自不同国家、不同领域的智慧与经验，无论是来自国防、国际关系、绿色金融、海洋产业，或者来自青年世代的新观点。我相信透过各位的对话与交流，我们必能共同寻找具有前瞻性、务实且可行的解决方案，携手应对挑战，并开创更安全、更永续的蓝色未来。让我再次代表海洋委员会，感谢各位远道而来参加这场研讨会。我最后跟各位报告，台湾在海洋治理上，我们十分努力的向前迈开步伐。正如昨天
我们拜见赖总统的时候，我有说明，我们海洋委员会成为中央海洋治理的权力机关，是在2018年才成立，到现在不过几年。但是我们努力的在海域的安全上，我们希望成为印太地区和平维护的一股重要的力量。刚刚为各位所介绍的，我们的副主任委员，其实他也兼了我们海巡署署长的角色。今天他也特别要来聆听各位的高见。除此以外，我们在海洋保育、海洋产业的发展，以及海洋污染的防治、海洋废弃物的治理，以及海洋素养的教育，也都琢磨甚多。跟各位报告2件事，就是昨天中华民国台湾海洋保育法生效了，我们的生效日就是昨天。而我们将在9月25日，这是联合国发表 SDG 10周年的这一天，我们将要发表第2个5年的台湾的国家海洋政策白皮书。那将标示着台湾所可能在海洋治理的努力的方向，以及可能对国际可以有的贡献。今天带着这2个消息让各位分享，是要让各位知道，台湾愿意而且有能力成为全球海洋治理上卓有贡献的国家。但是我还是要请大家在2天的论坛当中，知无不言，言无不尽。对台湾的支持也好，对我们的叮咛也好，不一定要说好听话。我们来这里是来学习的，欢迎大家，祝福我们2天的论坛顺利成功，也祝福这么多来自于世界各地远道而来的朋友，在台湾这一次的旅程顺利、愉快、圆满。谢谢大家。
Thank you, Minister Kwan, for your remarks and these beautiful flowers. If I may, I believe that what's more beautiful than these flowers is the spirit that lives within your speech.
感谢管主委，主委关心海洋议题的精神，着实比鲜花还要更美丽。
We would now like to invite our guests to join Minister Kwan on stage for a group photo.
接下来，我们将进行贵宾合影，为本次论坛留下珍贵的历史画面。
Now we would like to invite Mr. Piero Tozzi.
Miss Cynthia Barzuna,
Mr. Thomas McDevitt and Mrs. Cho Fen Lin.
海洋委员会张忠龙常务副主委，
陈冠廷立法委员，
Mr. Hitoshi Kikawata,
Mr. Gemma,
Mr. Yamato Aoyama,
以及我们海委会主委管碧玲主委。请各位入座，谢谢。Let us welcome our speakers, moderators, and panelists today on the second row to join us on stage.
接下来，请坐在第2排今日议程的讲者、主持人及语坛人上台合影，谢谢。
Please come up on stage from the right side. Thank you. Please make sure that you can be seen from the camera up here.
请各位看向中间的摄影师。
For the taller guests, please retreat to the third row. Thank you. Please look at the cameraman raising his hand. Thank you very much.
请第一排的贵宾留步。不好意思。
Oh, I'm.
谢谢各位讲者。
We would like to invite our speakers.
Guests from day 2, please look at the camera in the middle, please. Please, all the guests move one step to your left. Guests from the second row, please move one step to your left, please. Another step, please. I'm really sorry about that. Please, one step more. Get the camera in the middle.
We would now like to invite our ambassadors and representatives to join us on stage. Thank you.
Please, ambassadors, please join us on the stage. Now please look at the back of the stage.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, guests. We would like to ask all the guests to return to their seats and join the audience for a group photo. 谢谢各位贵宾，请回座。我们接下来摄影师将从台上为我们拍摄一张全体大合照。我们邀请媒体朋友和摄影师上台，我们将拍摄全体大合照。
We would like to invite our guests from the first row to take the banner with us. Thank you. Please look at the camera. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is the end of the opening ceremony. Thank you for your participation.
再次感谢各位贵宾的参与，开幕式在此告一段落。
We will now take a 12-minute break. Refreshments will be served by the corridor outside the venue. The first keynote speech will begin at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
接下来是12分钟的休息时间，欢迎至会场外侧享用茶点。论坛的首场专题演讲将于上午10点钟准时开始，谢谢大家。 welcome back， 他会再来到。Ladies and gentlemen, the first keynote will begin in 2 minutes. Please return to your seats. The first keynote will soon begin. Please, all the guests, return to your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the first keynote speech will begin in 1 minute. Please kindly return to your seats. Thank you very much. The first keynote speech will now begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. For the first keynote speech of the forum, let us welcome Mr. Hitoshi Kikawata, member of the House of Representatives, Japan. 欢迎各位回到会场。接下来我们将进行今天的第一场专题演讲。本场演讲我们非常荣幸邀请日本黄川田人质众议员，让我们掌声欢迎。Mr. Kikawata is currently drinking water and he has a little bit problem with his throat. Please give him a minute. He will be right here in a minute. Thank you. 黄川田人质议员目前喝水，喉咙稍微有点不太舒服，我们稍等他一下，他马上会回到会场。Please give a round of applause to Mr. Hitoshi Kikawata.
皆様おはようございます。日本から参りました衆議院議員の木川田仁です。本日はこの台湾国際海洋フォーラムにお招きいただきましてありがとうございます。そしてキーノートスピーチの機会を与えていただいたことに感謝と御礼を申し上げます。最初、この海洋のセキュリティというコーナーでのお話だということを聞いていなかったものですから、最初はですね、私、経済安全保障に関わる日本の海洋開発についてのお話をしようと思っておりました。それについて少しだけ紹介した後にですね、後からですね、こういう話をしてほしいということについてですね、お話をさせていただきたいというふうに思っております。まず今、中国はレアアース等の重要鉱物について輸出管理というものを行っております。これは実質上輸出禁止ということで、資源を使ってさまざまなこの安全保障に対する危機を招いているというふうに考えております。そこで日本はこのレアアース、これは日本の誇るハイブリッド車にも必要でございますし、LED ライトの必要な原料でもございます。また半導体にも使われるレアアースでございます。これを自国の海底からこのレアアースを採掘できないかという試みを今しているところでございます。いよいよ来年の初旬ですね、1月か2月かに世界で初めて6000メートル下の海底からレアアースを引き上げる研究開発を実行する予定でございます。環境の関連の方もいらっしゃると思うんですが、環境に対するですね配慮も十分にしております。しっかりとしたモニタリングシステムを作って、環境に影響のないように行います。また従来の石油掘削とガス掘削、この技術を使いますからクローズの形で、 泥を引き上げるということで、海中にですね、泥が拡散するということがございませんので、ご安心をいただければと思います。日本のこの EEZ を含めた海洋の面積は世界第6位でございます。この広い日本の海域をしっかりと利用して、日本の経済安全保障、またこれは世界の経済の安全保障にも役立つ、そういう試みをしていくというふうに思っておりますので、そのあたりもですね、記憶に留めておいていただければと思います。はい。で、本題に入りたいと思います。この海洋のセキュリティについてでございます。で、この海洋にセキュリティについてですね、この海洋国際フォーラムからですね、4問、お題をいただきました。ただ私に与えられている時間はたった15分でございますので、もうすでに5分が経過してしまいましたので、そのうちの2問か3問答えていきたいと思います。まず1問目いただいた質問についてはですね、この台湾と日本は民主的な海洋共同体をどのように構築できるかという質問でございました。台湾は基本的な価値を共有する仲間でございます。自由主義、民主主義、法の支配、こういう大切な価値観を台湾と日本は共有しております。しかしながらこの民主的な海洋共同体、これはですね、どのような意味を持つかというところでございます。私はこの質問に対しては少し違う考え方を持っております。それは私たちは自由で開かれたインド太平洋、これをたくさんの国と連携して築いていかなければなりません。この自由で開かれたインド太平洋という概念は緩やかな多国間連携を目指しております。ですからこの広大な太平洋とインドをまたがるそれに関係する国々は必ずしも日本や台湾と同じような民主的な発展をしているかというと違う国も多いと。イランもあります、イエメンも今いろいろ混乱しております。特に中東、これはまだまだ民主主義の発展段階にあると言ってもいいと思います。ですので、あまりですね、この民主的なというものの価値判断を押し付けるということになるとですね、この緩やかな多国間連携を築けなくなっていくわけでございます。ですので、大切なのは自由と開かれている自由な航行、安全な航行、これを目指していこうということで、あまりこの民主主義という価値観を押し付けるようなそういう連携を打ち出すとかえって協力が得られなくなる可能性があります。ですので、この安倍総理が提唱された自由で開かれたインド太平洋というものは、そういうあまり価値観にこだわらず、結果として自由で開かれた自由な貿易、自由な航行、安全な航行、これをいろんな国々で築き上げようという、そういう話でございます。そして、2番目の質問でございますが、第一列島線における日台の地政学的役割、そしてこの抑止力の強化をする方法はどうなりますかという質問でありました。これも皆さんご案内のように、日本、台湾、フィリピンと続くこの列島線、中国は第一列島線というふうに呼んでおりますが、この日本と台湾とフィリピン、これが連なっている、存在することで、強大になった中国の自由な太平洋の進出をある意味、妨害しているというか防いでいるというところで、ございます。 しかしながら台湾、これはこのアイランドチェーンの中で、真ん中に位置しています。地政学的には一番重要な位置でございますが、一番脆弱な立場にあると言ってもいいと思います。まず大きな原因は、日本もフィリピンも米軍が駐留しております。台湾は駐留をしておりません。また国際社会においてもフィリピンと日本は国連に加盟できている国でございますが、台湾の国際的地位は残念ながらそこまで認められるというところは言っていません。日本もいろんな国際機関に台湾を入れてくれというふうに頼んでおりますが、まだまだそういう国際社会的にはそこまでの認識がいってないというのが実態でございます。そういう脆弱なしかし重要な位置を台湾は担っているということでございます。またこのアイランドチェーンの中で大きな人口と産業を有しております。この大切な台湾が中国に併合されるということになりますと、極東のアジアのパワーバランスは大きく崩れてしまうというところでございます。ですから私たちは台湾有事は日本有事だということを言っているわけでございます。この日本が台湾と連携して中国に対処していくということ、これはますます重要になってくるわけでございます。しかし本当の有事ですね、この武力侵攻も辞さないということを宣言している中国にどのように日本は対処できるかということを考えると、その最もの大きな条件というのがやはり米軍の動きになってくるわけでございます。この日本の自衛隊がしっかりと動いていくためにはですね、さまざまな日本国憲法に強く縛られている自衛隊でございますので、なかなかハードルが高いということも台湾の皆様には認識しておいてほしいと思います。で、直接日本に被害が及ぶ場合、攻撃が及ぶ場合は、これはですね、案外日本の判断は簡単というか楽なわけでございます。武力攻撃事態というふうに呼ばれる事態でございますが、これは日本自らが自分の国を守るということで、自衛権を行使することができます。しかしながら中国が巧みに日本を被害に及ばずに迂回してといいますか、うまくですね台湾だけに攻撃をする、そういう方法を選択したらどうなるかということであります。その場合に日本は非常に判断に困る、重要な判断に迫られるわけでございます。で、日本がこの台湾を守るために自衛隊を動かすためにはですね、存立危機事態というそういう事態認定をしなければなりません。これはその事態認定をすると日本は集団的自衛権をもってして自衛隊を動かすことができるわけでございます。ただしこの存立危機事態、これを認定するためにはですね、条件があります。密接な関係国への武力行使、2つ目の条件は日本の存立に関わること、3つ目は日本国民の生命、自由、幸福が覆される危険性がある、この3つの条件が必要となってきます。そこで台湾は私にとっては非常に台湾は密接な国です。一番の友達の国だというふうに、地域だというふうに思っておりますが、 じゃあ国会全体でそういう認識が持てるだろうかというところでございます。同盟もありません。また正式な外交関係もない、そういう台湾が密接な関係国ということで、国会全体でコンセンサスが取れるかというところ、ここが難しいところになるわけでございます。ですので、さっき言った条件、大きな条件が米国の参加ということになるわけでございます。米国は同盟国でございます。ですので、米国が台湾を守るために動くということになれば、これは日本が集団的自衛権を行使する条件は整うというふうに思っております。でそこで昨今心配になっているのはトランプ大統領、これの立ち振る舞いでございます。なかなか予想が難しいということでございます。台湾有事の時にしっかりと米軍が動き、それと連動して日本が動けるかということでございます。昨日、頼総統は力強くですね、米国のこのアジアに対する軍事的な政策は何一つ変わってないと、だから大丈夫だということで、力強いお話をされておりましたが、しかし私は多少の心配をしております。この台湾の国民の中でも心配している声は聞こえてきております。その心配が聞こえるということ自体が、この中国がもしかしたらいけるかもしれない、軍事侵攻してもいいかもしれないという、そういう隙を与えることになります。ですから私たちがこれから必要なのは、しっかりとアメリカに対してメッセージを送ることだというふうに思います。台湾は重要な位置にあると、価値ある地域だということ、台湾を守ること、このアジアの安定を守ることがアメリカの利益になるということ、これをしっかりと理解させることが必要であるというふうに思います。その説得については安倍元総理が十分やっておりました。ところが3年前に安倍総理は凶弾に倒れ亡くなってしまいました。そのアメリカに対してこのアジアの重要性、日本の重要性、台湾の重要性をしっかりと伝える人がいなくなってしまったわけでございます。これをですね、いなくなってしまった人のことをいつまでも言っていても仕方がありません。しっかりと日本政府、台湾政府、これがしっかりとアメリカに伝え続けることが必要であるというふうに思っております。そして最後に日本もこの台湾有事に対して備えをしております。今先島諸島に住む約11万2000人の方たちの日本の本土九州への避難移送をどういうふうにやっていくかという計画を立てました。また先島諸島のシェルター整備の計画も今立てておりまして、一番早ければですね、台湾と近い与那国島に2028年の春までにシェルターを完成して万が一の時に備えております。台湾の邦人をどうやって避難させるか、また台湾から発生した有事の時に難民をどのように日本に受け入れるか、これについては宿題として残っております。万が一のためにですね、今後とも日本政府と台湾政府しっかりと交流話し合いをして、今まだ解決していないこれらの台湾島からの避難の課題について答えを出していきたいというふうに思っております。時間になりましたので、以上で私のキーノートスピーチとさせていただきます。ご清聴どうもありがとうございました。
Thank you, Mr. Kikawata, for your speech. Please return your seat. For the next keynote speech of today, let us welcome Mr. Jay Tariala, Philippine Maritime Security Expert on stage. Please give him a round of applause. 我们的第二场专题演讲很荣幸邀请到菲律宾海事安全专家 Jay Tariala 先生，让我们掌声欢迎。
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the Ocean Affairs Council for inviting me here. I'm here not representing my organization, but as an academic, not as a Coast Guard officer. More than a century ago, the renowned maritime strategist Alfred Thayer Mahan made a compelling case about the significance of strong maritime boundaries. He pointed out that nations like Great Britain benefited immensely from the sea, which acted as a natural moat, effectively deterring land-based invasion. Mahan emphasized how Britain's insular position, safeguarded by the English Channel, allowed it to cultivate a formidable navy. This naval power not only secured its shores, but also enabled Britain to protect its influence across the globe. He famously stated, "The sea, as a barrier, has been the foundation of England's security," underscoring its crucial role in preventing invasion and ensuring the stability of a nation. Both Mahan and his contemporary Julian Courbet recognized the ocean as a great barrier that separates nations, isolating them from one another. Their insights were rooted in the historical context of their times, where the vastness of the sea served as both a protective shield and as a means of strategic advantage. However, I would like to argue that in this modern age, I believe that the advent of technology has fundamentally transformed our connectivity. Instead of serving merely as a dividing line, our maritime spaces now enable countries to connect and facilitate the transport of goods in ways that air freight simply cannot accommodate. That sea has become a bridge rather than a barrier, fostering relationships and trade that bring us closer together in an increasingly interconnected world. In today's global landscape, shipping has revolutionized our maritime spaces into extensive global nautical highways. Vast fleets of vessels traverse the oceans, where ships from one side of the world can reach the opposite side in just a matter of weeks. This remarkable transformation stands in stark contrast to the daunting and perilous journeys faced by explorers like Magellan and Columbus during the 16th century, who braved uncharted waters and navigated treacherous conditions in search of new islands. Now, these journeys are routinely accomplished by seafarers across the globe aboard modern vessels, often managed by a small team of skilled crew members who utilize advanced navigation technologies. Moreover, the sea has also allowed us to inclusively enjoy its abundant aquatic resources. As many marine scientists here could attest, species like tuna and other pelagic fish hold no passport and no nationality. They traverse these maritime spaces from one country to another, showing no loyalty to any particular nation. This undeniable truth highlights the shared responsibility we all have towards the ocean's health. History tells us that these waters have fostered an understanding among fishermen from various countries, reinforcing the notion that these areas are global commons where freedom, respect, and cooperation are upheld. Indeed, the ocean serves as a vital lifeline for many communities that depend on its resources for their livelihood. Yet, alongside these passive outcomes of connection in maritime space, we must also recognize the sea as a channel for nature's reminders about environmental degradation. The impact of oil spill, the garbage that we throw, and the polluted waters from one nation inevitably reach the shorelines of others, illustrating the interconnectedness of our shorelines. A recent study in 2020 revealed that a plastic bottle released in the Bay of Bengal traveled 1,768 miles or 2,845 kilometers in just 94 days, moving along the India's west coast. This is roughly a distance from Kaohsiung to Davao City of the Philippines in Mindanao. It serves as a stark reminder of how plastic bottles can traverse thousands of miles in just a matter of months, crossing geographic boundaries and contributing to global ocean pollution. Nevertheless, while we can all agree that these vast maritime spaces serve as an essential medium for transport and interaction and are treasure trove of resources for us to share, they have also become a source of greed, cunning, and even aggression for some states. The oceans, which were once seen as unbounded territories for exploration and cooperation, have increasingly been viewed through a lens of competition and territoriality. This shift has led to disputes over fishing rights, mineral extraction, and even shipping lanes, resulting in tensions that threaten not only the regional stability but also the global peace. This reality is precisely why the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea was meticulously formulated, passed, and ratified by more than 160 countries now. The convention represents a landmark achievement in international law, aiming to provide a comprehensive legal framework for the use and conservation of the world's oceans. Its purpose is to balance the interests of coastal states, maritime powers, and even the landlocked nations and the developing countries, fostering a just and equitable international economic order that promotes peace, security, and cooperation among all nations. UNCLOS addresses a wide range of issues, including territorial sea, exclusive economic zone, continental shelf rights, and the conservation of maritime resources. It clearly defines the rights and responsibilities of nations in relation to their maritime zones. The preamble of this convention emphasizes the need to address the requirement of all states, particularly those that are developing, recognizing that equitable access to maritime resources is essential for fostering economic growth and reducing poverty. However, the aggressive action and provocative behavior by the People's Republic of China in the East and South China Seas raise significant concerns about the future of the maritime order that we are currently enjoying. These waters are not just vital for regional trade, but also serve as a crucial pathway for global shipping, making stability in this area making this stability in this area as essential for the economic well-being of many nations around the world. Being the second largest economy and the second global military power, China has positioned itself as a formidable player on the international stage. Yet, its assertive stance raises alarms among neighboring countries and the broader international community. China's actions are particularly concerning because they challenge other nations' maritime jurisdiction by their illegal and baseless nine-dash line assertion, which claim vast areas of the South China Sea as its own. This assertion is not merely a matter of their own pride, it has tangible implications for the rights of other countries to access and utilize these important maritime resources. By pursuing its claims aggressively, The People's Republic of China is not only disregarding the established norms of international maritime law, but it also erodes the core principles upon which the United Nations was established. Principles that promote respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the peaceful resolution of disputes. Beijing's blatant disregard for the standards set forth by UNCLOS and the 2016 arbitral award ruling is deeply troubling. The tribunal constituted under UNCLOS definitively ruled against China's expansive claim to the Philippines' exclusive economic zone. Yet, China has continued its aggressive posturing, dismissing the ruling and further escalating the tension in the region. This defiance is not only undermines the authority of the international law, but also sets a dangerous precedent for how powerful nations may act without accountability. The unlawful and excessive deployment of the Chinese maritime forces within the exclusive economic zone of the Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei, and even Indonesia is illegal and unacceptable. The militarization of the area presents a direct threat to the livelihoods of millions who depend on these waters for fishing and other maritime activities. As I have highlighted, the maritime space has connected us all in very profound ways, facilitating trade, cultural exchange, and international cooperation. However, this interconnectedness also means that the disruption and tension could arise in strategic waterways such as the Strait of Hormuz or the Taiwan Strait and the South China Sea. It would not only affect the nations directly involved, but would also reverberate globally, causing significant economic shocks that could impact livelihood and market far beyond immediate region. The flow of oil and goods through these critical maritime routes is essential for the functioning of the global economy. And any conflict or instability can lead to soaring prices, supply chain disruption, and the ripple effect that can destabilize economies around the world. Given this reality, it is imperative that all nations recognize their collective responsibility to uphold the principles of peace and stability in these vital areas. We can no longer condone or support a bully state that disregards international law and seeks to impose it through intimidation and force. The rules-based order that we all cherish and enjoy is built upon the foundational principles that ensure equality among nations, whether they are large or small in the realm of the international law. Furthermore, it is crucial to understand that allowing a single nation to operate outside the bounds of the established order sets a dangerous precedent. It emboldens others to act similarly and undermine the very fabric of the international relationship. Given this reality, it is important for all nations to acknowledge that we need to uphold the principles of peace and stability in our own maritime space. To address the pressing challenges posed by China's actions, I came up with several policy recommendations aimed at fostering cooperation for environmental protection and promoting collective action. First, it is crucial for nations to come together in a concerted effort to establish joint initiatives focused on the sustainable management of marine resources and the protection of the ocean health. Through collaboration for environmental protection efforts, countries can not only safeguard their own interests, but also demonstrate a united front against ecological degradation that transcends national boundaries. Furthermore, it is also important to develop mechanisms for collective action that could compel China or any countries that are defiant to the international law to adhere to our international norms and respect the rights of the neighboring states. This could involve possibly diplomatic pressure, economic incentives, and coordinated responses to any aggressive actions that threaten the regional stability. By presenting a united front, the international community can reinforce the importance of compliance with UNCLOS and demonstrate that violations of international law will never be tolerated. Lastly, the Transparency Initiative is paramount in exposing Chinese gray zone activities and illegal actions. We believe that in documenting and publicizing instances of unauthorized incursions, coercive activities, and bullying tactics and provocative behavior, nations can raise awareness and build a narrative around the need for accountability. This not only serves to inform the public and policymakers, but also strengthens the resolve of the international community to collectively respond to aggression and uphold the principles of the international law. In conclusion, while we all face significant challenges in maintaining a stable and rules-based maritime order, it is necessary for all of us to work together to foster cooperation, protect our ocean, and hold aggressive states accountable. By promoting environmental stewardship, engaging in collective action, and ensuring transparency regarding the illegal activities at sea, we can safeguard the integrity of our maritime spaces for future generations. Together, we can create a world where the seas remain pathways for peace and prosperity rather than arenas of conflict and division. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Terriela, for the speech. Our first panel will begin in 3 minutes. Please take a short break. And may I kindly ask speakers of the expert dialogue, please report to the front desk as we are going to prepare for this expert dialogue. 我们将在3分钟后进入今天的第一场专题座谈，主题为印太海域安全之挑战。专家对话的讲者，请帮我至柜台准备，谢谢。 Panel 1 will now begin. The panel theme is Challenges to Indo-Pacific Maritime Security, and this panel will be moderated by Lai Yizhong, Executive Director of Prospect Foundation, Taiwan. And now, please allow me to introduce the panelists of today. Our first panelist will be Ye Yunhu, Associate Professor from Central Police University, Taiwan. Second panelist will be Li Junyi, Associate Research Fellow of Institute for National Defense and Security Research, Taiwan. Our third panelist will be Kanehara Atsuko, Senior Research Fellow from Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Japan. Our fourth panelist will be Hugh Wook-chun, Research Fellow of the Institute for National Security Strategy, South Korea. Our fifth panelist will be Ilona Drozdov, Head of International Committee from Forum Zola, and Maritime Security and International Affairs expert. Our sixth panelist will be Kamlesh Kumar Agnihotri, Executive Researcher of National Maritime Foundation, India. Our last panelist will be Lance Skelton, former U.S. military advisor and chairman of Republicans Overseas Japan, USA. Moderator, please.
Yeah, thank you, the Master of Ceremony. My name is Sichong Lai. I'm the President of Prospect Foundation, so probably some of you already know me in the past. Here, I'm very honored to be able to moderate this very distinguished panel. And the issue is about an Indo-Pacific maritime security. I think if you turn back the clock about like 20 years ago, when people talk about Indo-Pacific maritime security, basically people are talking about piracy. So whether that's in South China Sea or later on, it is in the Horn of Africa, the Indian Oceans. But today's environment is vastly different. We are talking about the hard power and the state-sponsored and state aggressions. For the first island chain in Taiwan, Japan, and Philippines, we all suffer from the gray zone operation by China, apparently. But there are also other challenges, whether that's the climate change and others. So that the issue is actually very much full-packed, but also the nature is very different. And today we have our MC just announced, we have 7 experts, but we only have less than an hour, about 50 minutes. So I have to kind of ask every one of them to observe the time, 5 minutes each. And that's, I will enforce it very strictly. So thank you very much. The first one, I would like to invite Dr. Ye Yunhu for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, dear moderator, and all the distinguished experts, colleagues. Good morning. Because I only got 5 minutes, so I just dive into the issue of type of gray zone activity at sea conducted by China. So, of course, include as well as possible measures that I believe are worth considering in response. So. So I'm not going to, the reason I developed the typology of China's gray zone activities is because of we want to choose the right tool to push back. We don't want it to be proactive. So back to, so now, because due to the time issues, I'm not going to give everyone the details, typology of China's gray zone activity I developed. I will focus on how I developed the typology of China's gray zone activity. Okay, so in one of my internal reports, I attempt to apply international legal concept to categorize China's gray zone behavior. My approach asks as best legal question: what types of China's gray zone activity fall strictly within peacetime, and which exists in the gray area between peace and war? And the most critically, which action should be considered acts of wars under the law of armed conflict? To answer all these questions, I construct a model based 14 stational scenarios arranged sequentially from peacetime to wartime, according to the degree of force and or threat involved. Now, in developing this typology, I observe a significant legal gap. Even the most important instrument governing maritime order in peacetime, like UNCLOS, still lack precise definition for terms like maritime law enforcement, military operation or military activity, and most important, military activity under for peaceful purpose. Similarly, during wartime, the law of armed conflict also falls short in clearly addressing naval gray zone operation. So while such legal classification is legally sound, in practice, it requires a critical mass of like-minded states practice and support to gain legal and diplomatic traction. This observation is, in fact, consistent with the House scholar describe the ambiguity of gray zone conflicts and the difficulty of clearly defining them. So at the same time, we classify this activity, the type of vessel involved also affects the legal status of the action. Broadly speaking, vessel can be grouped into two categories. Unfortunately, we don't have plenty of time to illustrate all the vessels under the previously mentioned two different groups. But having said so, there is worth noting that FOC vessel, so-called flag of convenience vessel, were found in incident like the submarine cable sabotage. This is of course, this kind of vessel is under our jurisdiction. Based on a diverse spectrum of China gray zone maritime activities, what can might its partners do to deter escalation? In my view, a coordinated and legally grounded action plan to involve the following elements: coordinating and jointly taking a clear, preemptive, and communicating legal position on China gray zone operations. Identify and calling out attempts by the PRC to manufacture legal uncertainty, thereby laying the groundwork for coherent allies response. Conducting actual maritime. My time is up. 10 seconds. Okay. This is so pushing. So I think that pretty much we should work together to have an action plan. I think that, for example, we can have a shared data bank and point out, China, you don't bully us. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Lai. I feel the pressure now. I decided to focus my precious 5 minutes on one topic and one topic only, that is the quarantine. I think this is not only one of the questions that have been circulated amongst the panelists, but it's also an issue that has been discussed quite hotly in recent days. And my belief is that the more we talk about this issue, the more we show to the world that we have thought through about the issue, we have been making preparations for that, and we have called out China for conducting such a possible action, then the less likely China will eventually opt for this kind of gray zone operation. So I have 3 points to make. The first is that contrary to what you might expect, I don't think a quarantine will lead to a full-scale invasion. So let's imagine if China imposes a quarantine on Taiwan today, then the rationale is to create or to generate economic pain on Taiwan, so that the population will put pressure in turn on the government. But for that to happen, that takes time. So for instance, one of our vulnerabilities is our reliance on the import of natural gas, right? But for people to feel that we don't have enough natural gas so that we don't have enough electricity and so on. It takes, for instance, at least 1 month. But what will happen in this 1 month? I think Taiwanese government, Taiwanese military, or everyone here will be very alerted. And in the meantime, Japan, the Philippines, the US, and even other countries will look very, very closely at any mobilization or any moves on the part of the POA. So all of this will only make an invasion harder instead of easier. So on this basis, I think that we certainly cannot rule out the possibility of a quarantine, but actually, I don't think rationally it will function as a pretext to a full scale of invasion. The second point is that based on the previous assessment, a quarantine also puts pressure on the Chinese leadership as well. So if the objective for the Chinese leadership is not to prepare for a full-scale invasion, then it also means that there's not much space for China to escalate. So as long as as long as Taiwan doesn't surrender, as long as we can have regional, even global support, then the question or the pressure will be on China. So what options the Chinese leadership will have at that moment of time, that is something I think difficult for the Chinese leadership as well. So here I would like to argue that if there's a quarantine, it is also a moment for us to show China collectively that collectively we can push back, and we do have the resolve and collective action to push back China's excessive claim and its operation in the gray zone. The third point is that this doesn't necessarily mean that we shouldn't be worried about the possibility of the quarantine. I think a scenario like imposing a custom regime in the Taiwan Strait, demanding ships sailing to or from Taiwan to be registered in some Chinese authority. I think this simple scenario in itself could generate difficulty for the Taiwanese government because it involves the behavior of the private sector. And so far we don't know much, but we expect that as long as there are, half of the private sectors, the shipping companies or commercial vessels or the international insurers who decide to follow or to obey China's demands, then this is already sufficient for the Chinese government to claim that it ruled the Taiwan Strait effectively. So this is something we should also be looking at. And I think this wonderful forum has put together government officials, think tankers, scholars, and so on. But I think in the future, there is also a need for us to get on board the private sector. And we need to also to communicate and to educate both the private sector and the general public as to what to do if something like a quarantine happens. Have I used up my 5 minutes? Thank you. Thank you.
Professor Atsuko Kanehara, not the doctor. Thank you very much, Atsuko Kanehara, Senior Fellow for the Sasaka Peace Foundation. It is a great honor for me to be here with you all. I would like to speak about 2 points: gray zone and sabotage against undersea infrastructure. First, gray zone. There may be various meanings of gray zone. I would like to focus upon the gray zone between military situation and law enforcement situation. Let me introduce you China's Coast Guard law, which was quite recently enacted. Article 83 reads, Coast Guard organizations perform defense operations and other tasks in accordance with Chinese law, which means law enforcement vessels immediately change their functions from law enforcement to defense operation. This legal and organizational structure really supports the gray zone strategy of China. Several speakers here may propose regional and international cooperation to cope with China's gray zone strategy. I totally agree with them. From this perspective, please allow me to introduce Japan's special relationship between Japan's self-defense force and Japan's Coast Guard. The inherent point of the relationship between the Japanese self-defense force and the Japan Coast Guard is the latter's strict adherence to its nature as a policy and law enforcement organ, even in extreme occasions of responding to armed attacks and coping with armed conflicts. The Japan Coast Guard would operate as a police law enforcement organ in conjunction with the Japanese self-defense force. The most important result by this is the strict limitation on the use of weapons by the Japan Coast Guard. It is allowed to use weapons only as far as it is necessary to discharge its police function, which means quite a small scale of use of weapons in comparison to use of force for self-defense. The Japanese Coast Guard must strictly obey this legal rule under Japan's domestic law, even in its collaboration with the Japanese self-defense force in responding to armed attacks and coping with armed conflicts. In many countries, I think the countries of the distinguished participants here, Coast Guard and the navies, on such extreme occasions of armed attacks and armed conflicts, would work together in some sense by incorporating the former into the latter. Roughly speaking, Coast Guards are allowed to work as military self-defense organs on such limited occasions. So, the special relationship between the Japanese self-defense force and the Japan Coast Guard, which I introduced now, should be very difficult for other countries to understand. Nonetheless, I think it is my responsibility as a Japanese participant to take this opportunity to explain to and ask enough understanding of every stakeholder of the friendly countries regarding the special relationship between the Japanese self-defense force and the Japan Coast Guard. This is because, of course, they have strong possibility to cooperate with Japan to maintain the peace and security in the region. Then I'm moving on to the second point, sabotage against undersea infrastructure. My point is that there is variety regarding many factors. The factors are function of undersea infrastructure, for instance, communication, transport of oil and gas, and then electricity from offshore wind farm to land. Second, harmful acts and wrongdoers, states or non-states, stakeholders who may suffer the damage caused by the sabotage against submarine undersea infrastructure. Without enough analysis, enough categorization of these various factors, I'm afraid it would be impossible to build an efficient and productive theory on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kanehara. And then next, I'd like to invite Dr. Chen, Hye-Won Chen from the South Korea for your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. And hello, everyone. It's a great honor to participate in meaningful dialogue today. Regarding the Indo-Pacific maritime security issue and specifically the Korean situation, I'd like to emphasize just the 2 points. First, China's maritime expansion is pushing further north into the West Sea. It is referred to Yellow Sea in China. And second, this development of China poses a serious challenge to South Korean security, maritime security and our maritime sovereignty. Because recently China has raised concerns by installing 2 deep sea aquaculture platforms named Shanlan 1 and 2, and management facility in the Korea-China Provisional Measures Zone, PMZ, in the Yellow Sea. The PMZ refers to a temporary maritime area jointly established by Seoul and Beijing under the 2001 bilateral fisheries agreement. It was designed to manage fishing activities in overlapping exclusive economic zone until a final maritime boundary can be agreed upon. In other words, the exact limits of each countries between South Korea and China of EEZ remain undefined. But what really stands out here is a fixed steel structure, the management facility, China installed in 2022, which is resembling an oil rig. It's actually an oil drilling platform that China has modified. It was reportedly by Beijing meant to manage and support the fish farming facilities. The Chinese government says it hasn't violated the Korea-China Fisheries Agreement and claims it's willing to strengthen communication with the Korean government. But I want to emphasize is that, however, based on its increasingly assertive past experience in the South China Sea and East China Sea, and considering the frictions China has triggered with Vietnam and Japan, and more notably with the Philippines in recent years, it's difficult to regard this issue as purely related to fishing operations or technical management. More specifically, there are a few key concerns here regarding our maritime security in South Korea. First, there is possibility that these structures could be used for non-civilian or strategic purposes in the future. And of course, that raises serious security concerns. And second, China could try to use these installations to support its claims in the future maritime boundary talks, and that would directly challenge South Korea's maritime sovereignty. And third, China's actions follow a familiar pattern. It takes advantage of legal gray area to justify their gray zone tactics, like today we have talked about other panelists, like the so-called salami slicing. This kind of approach weakens the rules-based order and adds to rising tensions in the Northeast Asia or Asian regional security. So from a strategic perspective, the Yellow Sea is becoming more and more important to China. And China sees the Yellow Sea's strategic value primarily in military terms rather than its mineral or fisheries resources like South China Sea or other waters. So that is our main concern by South Korean government. So also it's not just about some strategic purposes for Taiwan issue or other their strategic purposes. is also tied to China's push to gain the upper hand in the broader US-China rivalry. So on top of that, the Yellow Sea plays a key role in briefly and in Beijing's long-term goal of becoming a major maritime power, along with its what it's really doing in the South China Sea and East China Sea in the past, and even now. So I think it's essential for Korea, as well as the neighboring countries in the region, to view this issue not as an isolated incident by establishing aquaculture facilities, but as part of China's broader maritime strategy. And regional waters like South China Sea, East China Sea, and Taiwan Strait and Yellow Sea are connected for their strategic purpose. So I think we need to come up with a solid plan, something like tackles both the short-term and long-term strategic risks. But what I'm talking today reflects just my own personal views and not those of my organization or the South Carolina government. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hyung Chen. And now next I'd like to invite Director Ilona Josdorf from Israel. Yes, for your presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, distinguished colleagues, guests. It's an honor to be here today. And while Israel is not geographically part of the Indo-Pacific, I represent a region that faces constant gray-dawn pressure from both state and non-state actors, often in contested maritime environments. Our experience offers practical tested insights that I believe can help shape effective multilateral responses to the challenges that you face in the Indo-Pacific region. And I think my mission today would be to contribute a forward-looking practical perspective on how maritime innovation, cross-sector cooperation, and ecosystem thinking can enhance regional maritime security and resilience. And since I feel the pressure in time, I will give you bites like an advertisement. And whatever interests you, you will feel free just to approach me after the panel, and we will elaborate more on this. So the first bite would be why Israel's experience matters. Over the past year and a half, the maritime domain of Israel's coast, especially in the Red Sea, has become a gray dawn battlefield. Iran-backed Houthis forced launches persistent drone and missile attacks on international shipping, rerouting up to 90% of Red Sea traffic and disrupting 15% of global trade. There weren't declared wars as such, but highly effective coercive acts below the threshold of conflict. Israel responded with a hybrid approach, kinetic operations when necessary, but also satellite-enabled maritime domain awareness, cyber defense integration, mainly in our ports, also part of legal framing and public messaging, and all these coordinated across the Navy, intelligence agencies, and civilian tech partners. The lesson we took from this situation is basically you don't win gray dawn conflicts with force alone. You need to outmaneuver ambiguity with agility, resilience, and coordinated ecosystem. We can draw some parallels in gray dawn conflicts in the Red Sea region and in the Pacific. I would say that the main common thing is that we have gray dawn conflicts, but they differ in tactics and they differ in actors. And also, we can start from the different definitions of what is the gray dawn tactics. But both cases demonstrate how maritime infrastructure becomes both a tool of power projection and a target of disruption, from undersea cable tampering to port cyber attacks. This is where national security, maritime law, and digital resilience converge. So based on Israel's operational experience and strategic development, I would offer 4 insights. Sure. So the first one would be invest in the next generation of MDA. We must shift from reactive surveillance to predictive domain awareness. So as I said, Israel used satellite imagery, driving anomaly detection, and vessel behavior analytics. something that we actually can adapt in other regions as well. And here I want also to mention that Taiwan's recent initiative to coordinate cable disruption responses is also an excellent step forward. The second insight would be to secure maritime cyber infrastructure. Ports and vessels are not anymore physical assets. It's main cyber attack assets. And as we know that nowadays cyber attacks are coming together with the kinetic attacks and also independently. And they are brought in vectors and also became more sophisticated due to the digitization and also new technologies such as AI. The third one would be build multilateral and interregional framework. So we know that the regional cooperation is very important, but as I said, we have a lot of in common. So I think it's also a place for interregional cooperation. And the next insight would be that we should stay ahead of Grey Dawn escalation. There is still more to learn from our adversaries. And as you may know, the revisionist powers like China, Russia, and Iran, they pretty much connected and learned one from another in terms of attacks. So I think for us, it's we have to take this lesson also and to cooperate more on and be more proactive on Grey Dawn tactics and how to cope with them. And I would say that the main idea that I follow is that security through ecosystem cooperation. So there is a place for building a holistic ecosystem which combines both private sector, governments, and academias. On Israel perspective, we invest a lot in dual-use technologies. So just for example, talking about undersea cable issues, our Israeli startups actually were invested both by US and Israel and brought from scientific fields to the fields of defense. I would finish with some philosophic ideas that ambiguity is adversary's weapon, but also their weakness. They rely on our hesitation. So the task before us is clear. Act preemptively, coordinate openly, and innovate relentlessly. Security doesn't only come from steel and ships. It comes from networks of trust, shared knowledge, and smart cooperation across regions. So let's make sure that Indo-Pacific and partners beyond it stand ready together. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Elna Drozdov. Next, I'd like to invite Kamlesh Kumar Anihotri from India, National Maritime Foundation. So, please.
Good morning to all of you, and thank you, Session Chair. It is a wonderful opportunity to be coming and speaking here. Particularly, this is my second consecutive interaction in the Taiwan International Oceans Forum. In 2024 also had come and spoken. The point that I want to start with is that I feel that the Taiwan Strait situation is actually quite precariously poised. And China, particularly since 2022, August 2022 to be precise, when it released its Taiwan White Paper, has said that this era is possibly the correct era for attempting Taiwan reunification, which is an unfinished agenda. And that white paper has taken on a very, I would say, candid and brash kind of tone and tenor, which was not observed earlier. 3 years down the line, after, of course, the two exercises, major exercises of Joint Sword 2024A and 2024B, coinciding with, again, major milestones in Taiwan's calendar. One when President Lai took over, and 4 days later there was the Alpha series of exercises, and after the National Day, after the National Day speech, there was this B series of exercises. And the Global Times, true to the information warfare nature or legal warfare nature and media warfare nature, came up and said that there are two swords of punishment hanging over Taiwan. Now, these kind of strident statements, coupled with the exercises, multi-domain exercises, which are coming much closer to Taiwan in terms of scale, scope, frequency, as well as proximity, are actually creating a lot of tension, I would say, with regard to so-called gray zone tactics. And of course, they want to subjugate Taiwan's mind space to surrender somehow, as one of the panelists said. But I'm sure as long as the world opinion and the world support is there, particularly that of the United States of America, it should not be a cakewalk. Now, coming specifically, because I'm an Indian speaker, so coming specifically to India, if there is a threat, I mean, Admiral Davidson has spoken, and then every chief of the Indo-PACOM subsequently has talked about this threat, and somehow this 2027 narrative has stuck. Not bothering about when this thing will happen or when it can happen, but one has to be prepared for the worst case scenario. And if worst case scenario is to be prepared for, then of course you have to know the domain in which you are going to be engaged with the adversary. Domain, of course, is the maritime domain, so it comes down to the maritime domain awareness. And when you talk about maritime domain awareness, the space-based maritime domain awareness is a very important component of this. IPMDA within the Quad is doing what it can do to help all other Indo-Pacific nations with the collation and dissemination of information. But I would like to highlight the vibrant India's space capabilities, and it is in the civilian domain, unlike the space capabilities of China, which are space program of China, which is in the military domain. So here our civilian-controlled ISRO, India Space Research Organization, and we have floated another body called the New Space India Limited. So there is a lot of collaboration potential with regard to the space-based domain awareness. India's space sector provides end-to-end all possibilities: satellite manufacture, rocket manufacture, satellite launch, rocket launch, components, payloads, small satellites, big satellites, whatever you say is there. And here there is a pull factor in Taiwan, where it is looking to launch, at least I know that low Earth orbits, communication, low Earth orbit satellites in the 60s and 70s quantities. And the first set is likely to be launched maybe 2 years from now. You are looking at US, but we can do it at maybe 1/5 the cost, very affordable, and it is a very low-hanging fruit. It has a lot of potential for collaboration because it is in the civil domain, it is in the industry domain. Governments can take a back seat on this, and so I would pitch that once you can augment the maritime domain awareness, particularly space-based maritime domain awareness through Indian collaboration with Taiwan, it will become much easier once you know the domain than what you can do with regard to prosecuting further operations and taking decisions. So I'll stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anihotri, for your presentations. Now next, I was told that we have another panelist, Mr. Lance Gatling. He will join us through the internet. So, Mr. Gatling, please start your remarks. I do not know where you are, but everyone is looking forward to your presentation.
Well, thank you, Dr. Lai. I apologize for not being able to join you all in Taipei. I was very much looking forward to it. I wasn't sure if I was looking forward more to meeting President Lai with Minister Kwan or having dinner with Minister Kwan, but I'm sure both were quite nice. I'm in Tokyo. I'm in a part of Tokyo. It's very familiar to the Chinese tourists that are flooding Japan right now. And I'm a former diplomat, I'm a former soldier, I'm a former bilateral operations planner between the United States and Japan. I'm a former technologist. And I looked at the panel and tried to determine what I could contribute with these people who look at great systems and the sweep of history and legal precedent going back hundreds of years. And I thought I'd bring some technology to the table. Japan is well represented there. Representative Kikawada spoke of the latest technology in ocean exploration and exploitation. And it's very interesting that Mr. Torriella spoke of 19th century maritime strategy, courtesy Alfred Thayer Mahan. So what I'm going to talk about is coming down the road very quickly and presents perhaps a unique opportunity for Taiwan to make some tremendous inroads into what everyone calls maritime domain awareness, except it's broken up all over the place. You have search and rescue, you have environments, fisheries, search and rescue, military, Coast Guard activities, traffic control, everything. But the next generation of direct-to-satellite telephony, satellite telephony through a smartphone is going to enable something I think that could be very interesting to Taiwan, Philippines, Japan, and beyond. And right now, you have all these multiple international organizations that have, although underfunded for years, they have developed kind of siloed systems from COSPAS SARSAT to search and rescue to guard bands, 121 megahertz, 4 or 6 megahertz. All these end devices are very, very expensive, and you try to put them on a ship. And they cost $10,000, or you can pay $20,000 for a Breitling watch, your own search and rescue radio. But the issue is that with these new systems, you can do it on an iPhone, a $600 iPhone. You can communicate globally with very precise GPS with any kind of information you want. You can upload video, you can do whatever. And that huge problem that Taiwan, Philippines, and Japan all have in the West Pacific is about 1.6 million square kilometers of essentially unobserved territory. You have ships out there, you have fishermen, you have other people who are constantly transiting those areas. And not only, you don't have to go through a national actor anymore, you could go through, and not even a corporate actor or a non-governmental actor, you can go to an individual and reward that individual for telling you what they see, to send that information in, and they'll probably buy their own cell phone because they want to be connected. You know, the penetration of smartphones in the Philippines is over 90%. The next generations of cell phones are going to be enabled to connect to these satellites directly. So the investment that SpaceX and other companies are making in this is billions of dollars, and they are integrating the entire system where you no longer have to go through an international organization where Taiwan's status might be in question or pushed back against by China and other actors. So you could do it directly, either by yourself or in conjunction with other interested countries. This is my sort of way of looking at the future, and I think it really is unparalleled. I'd be glad to discuss this with anyone. My contact information is available through the Ocean Forum, and I give them permission to give that to anybody. I think it's pretty self-evident, but I'd be glad to talk about it. But you have certainly the expertise with Deputy Secretary General Lin, Director General Chang. They know what I'm talking about, how to deal with all these international organizations. And it's a chance to either augment that, supplement that, or eventually replace it with your own system that you could cooperate with whoever you want to. And that's it from Tokyo. Thank you very much for your attention. Goseicho, arigatou gozaimashita.
Thank you, Mr. Gatling, for your remarks and coming from Tokyo. So I think that we just finished all the 7 presenters for their presentations. Some of them that talk about the rules and regulations, the deficiency, how to address that, and apparently China has been common in all of the presentations about their action and how to deal with it. There are also the technological solutions that can be provided, and also the importance about the maritime domain awareness. So right now, I'm going to open up to the floor for some questions. I'll collect several of them all together, and then ask the panelists to address them. So the first one on the back, the ladies. And also, please express your question short and concise. Yeah, that's her.
Hello, my name is Weronika Jakubczak. I'm a professor at the Fire University and Taiwan Fellow at the National at Taiwan University. And I would like to express my appreciation for your presentations. And as I do the research on the gray zone activities, Гибридная война, represented by Russian Federation, I'm very happy to hear about your experience and your research with the respect to this region. And I would like to ask you, with the respect to the Israeli researcher expose, what should be the answer against the cooperation between Russian Federation and China? Because we could see this in Baltic Sea, in a Northern Sea, how the Chinese vessel was supporting the gray zone activities from Russian Federation. And we also see it in a cognitive, in a psychological and informational warfare. So I would love to hear from you how we can join the forces and if we can learn from the countries that are being attacked by Russia, like Poland, that I come from.
Okay, thank you. It's a question about the China-Russia cooperation and condition warfare as well as the maritime domain, the activities. Okay, the lady in front. Pass him the mic, please.
Thank you. I'm Down lecturer at the University of Wollongong in Australia. I've got a question about the maritime domain awareness and the regional forum, because I'm not familiar with the MDA in the context of Taiwan, but I've got an impression from the presentation that the multiple partnership is working very well for the MDA in Taiwan. But as for the Southeast Asian or Indo-Pacific region, Information Fusion Center provides a great forum to the regional cooperation for the MDA. I'm wondering whether Taiwan, which regional forum can be considered for the Taiwan to strengthen the information sharing and MDA. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, but you have too much confidence on Taiwan about our capability in maritime domain awareness. And any other questions? Okay, this gentleman in front.
Yeah, I would like to ask all the panelists that, do you think that we have enough equilibrium of power in the Indo-Pacific to challenge or to counterbalance the Chinese power in order to protect our maritime security? That's the question. I would like to ask the second question to the Israeli present speaker. I would like to ask you that you said that Israel, Russia, Iran, China, and South Korea is kind of revisionist states, right? In your presentation, I would like to ask you: do you think that USA is also revisionist state, as Trump administration attempting to withdraw from many multilateral treaties like Paris Agreement, like the Taiwan nuclear agreement from Iran nuclear agreement, or he tried to set up the tariff on many countries, including Taiwan. So do you think that? Thank you.
Okay, so the question you would like to address is to our Israeli speakers about the United States. Okay. Do we have any other questions? Okay, this gentleman there. Yeah, here. Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you for the foreign. I'm the Coast Guard Maritime Law Enforcement Section Chief. I'm the Commander Arthur Yang. So I have one question. It's like for the Taiwan Coast Guard, how can we counter the China Coast Guard cutter when they want to patrol into the Taiwan remote island, like Paratas Island in the South China Sea? So can we implement it like a use of force or only the diplomatic protest to the China? Thank you. That's my question.
Okay, I think that question very relevant to what the daily activity we encounter, especially in offshore islands and the physical means that we can employ, not just about diplomatic protest. So that is the very the timely question that we have. If there are no other questions, then I would just like to ask our panelists to respond to those. But first, I'd like to start with the Israeli speakers because it seems that you got the most of them and the most difficult ones. And then I'll just go through in this order, okay?
So I will start with the first question, and Jackie Zapitania. We cannot do anything against cooperation of those powers, but we can sort of take the example and cooperate, like strengthen the cooperation against them. So here I have like very critical issue concerning the war in Israel and war in Ukraine. So there is also a lot of things we should cooperate Israel and Ukraine. However, due to political circumstances, we don't do this at the same level that is desired, at least in my professional perspective. So I think we need to come over this at any possible activities. So for example, on my perspective as a practitioner, I promoting different roundtables, professional roundtables under closed door, where there is a possibility for Israeli technology and Ukrainian technology to meet together to build bridges of track 2 discussions. And I believe that this kind of top-down approach can strengthen the connection between countries that politically probably cannot openly discuss the cooperation against those three powers. However, talking about Asian countries and Israel, I do see a lot of cooperation on issues. And as you know, our adversaries, they're active in each and every region. So when I'm saying that our main adversary is Iran, I also know that Chinese powers are actually selling drone parts for the Houthis. And then we also receive these drones and these missiles on our region. The second question, I guess, is regarding the US. So I think I'm looking at this in different perspective. I'm looking at who is us and who is against us. So when I'm talking about Russia, China, and Iran, indeed they're behaving like revisionist parties, and they have different goals. But in the end of the day, us need to cooperate more in order to be able to cope these dangers. And in this perspective, I'm not talking about political stance of US. I don't define it either revisionist or not. I'm saying that on this polarization, we're standing with US, we're standing with different Asian countries. And if you have some political problems with the position of US, you have to see how we're coping these problems in order to be more cooperative and to build together an ecosystem that will be able to stand against our adversaries. Let's take first step in this, and afterwards we will check what's going on inside the house. So
thank you.
This only two, right?
Yeah, just on two. Thank you, and I think that since we are running out of time, so I will just ask our panelists 1 minute each for the question or the issue you'd like to address. First, start with the Professor Ye Yunhu.
I think I just respond to the question proposed by the Commander Yang. So if in the case you just mentioned about once the China Coast Guard approach our territorial sea, I mean, in Spratlys Island. It is kind of a remote island. Actually, we don't have a strong capability to push them back. We also wait a little bit time to let our bidder cutter to interfere with this kind of scenario. However, just like our Coast Guard and our Navy, just like Japan Coast Guard and the Japan Self-Defense. So basically, we are responsible for the maritime law enforcement. We are not responsible for the national defense. So, however, even that some scenario, for example, if we face the China Coast Guard cutters, that might be akin to armed conflict. So that's the reason why I keep saying that we should have two different tools related to use of force. One is rule of engagement. One is weapon use ordinance. Or these two tools are totally different in legal natures. That's all.
I think one feature of China's gray zone operation is self-legitimation. That is, its legal and political discourse aims not so much to convince its neighboring countries as to convince itself that China has every right to do whatever it wants. So, in other words, China doesn't seem to be listening to our concerns, and this makes this makes deterrence more difficult, but also this makes regional cooperation or collective action more important. And so I would like to make one small suggestion, and that is to echo Ilona's remarks, that is we should try to narrow the gray zone or to reduce the ambiguity China tries to create or exploit. And I think one concrete suggestion is that we used to say that China's gray zone operations in the Yellow Sea, in East Sea, in Taiwan Strait, or in South China Sea. But perhaps we should be starting to say something like Chinese behavior, Chinese coercive or gray zone operations in East Asia, to establish some common identity, and then to establish a common identity amongst ourselves, and also hoping that this will lead to a common picture of Chinese behavior. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to speak about Japan's on a regular basis policy toward Chinese vessels. In the territorial sea surrounding the Senkaku Island, on which both China and Japan have claimed sovereignty, on a regular basis, Japan Coast Guard is discharging control function. And the measures which can be taken by the Japan Coast Guard against particularly public vessels of China are strictly limited by international law, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. And if, unfortunately, the worst case scenario is realized, I mean, in the situation of armed attack against Japan, as the lawmaker Mr. Kawada explained before, the Japan Coast Guard and the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force should cooperate with each other. For that purpose, in 2023, Japan enacted the control guidelines as a cabinet decision, which makes the clear how to cooperate, how to realize the cooperation between the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force and the Japan Coast Guard. Thank you.
Thank you. And Professor Chen?
Okay. Yeah, as I said, I think to cooperate, to respond together to this kind of gray zone tactics are more important. And as we witnessed today, more and more countries recognized the threatening strategies of Russia or China or other authoritarian countries to democracy. And fundamentally, democratic countries are very difficult to respond to these kinds of gray zone tactics, which can threaten our societies and our who have the open and very transparent societies in the democracy. So as I said, it is very important to cooperate together. And I think this kind of platform of today could be the first step to share our information and intelligence. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And then Mr. Hanihotri.
I would like to respond to the maritime domain awareness question, particularly with regard to the information fusion centers. Now there are in the Indo-Pacific, starting from the east coast of Africa, all the way into the Indian Ocean. Singapore has its own. India has opened a very vibrantly operating information fusion center. Now, point I would like to make is that the information which is collected and disseminated, collated and disseminated, is neutral in nature. It is unclassified. It is for the good for the maritime sector, maritime trade, for keeping the Indo-Pacific region open and secure. When you analyze the information and then you draw patterns, that is when the information becomes actionable. And if the analysis comes up with the threats arising in, at, or through the sea, then the countries who are getting this information are at liberty to choose the decision that they want to take on the information. So then that becomes in the classified domain, but it's all the analysis which goes in. Now there is a tremendous amount of cooperation, and Taiwan's status notwithstanding with respect to international recognition by various countries, information as an unclassified thing can be shared all over the place. And that is what the point I was taking. I was taking it a point further by saying space-based domain awareness should also get into it, so that we have a common ground, common operating picture. Once you have that, you can do that. There is tremendous amount of scope, potential from ASEAN countries. For example, Indonesia, the movement of Chinese ships, the Chinese submarines through Sunda Strait, Lombok Strait, through Malacca Strait. Information must be shared. Let us then analyze on our own whom are they threat to. So I would like to take another 20-second intervention with regard to the Coast Guard ship somebody asked. So I would say that somebody has to call a bluff of this Chinese aggressiveness. India has shown a great example against its land border during COVID time, and they haven't repeated it. Now Taiwanese soldiers' finger was cut. I would say if a Chinese vessel, Coast Guard vessel, rams another Taiwanese vessel and makes a 4-foot hole, somebody has to make I would say, a equal size of hole. In the bargain, there will be some fatalities, there will be some other things, but somebody has to lay down. We are soldiers, the soldiers at least, have to risk their lives, risk their equipment, but China's bluff has to be called. You call the bluff once, I think a problem would be probably partly resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. And then last but not least, I'd like to invite Lance Gatling. He is waiting very patiently in Tokyo.
Hi. If I understand correctly, you'd like me to comment for a minute or so?
Yes, yes, you have 1 minute. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Well, it's interesting that Mr. Agnihotri speaks of the data fusion centers, and the necessity of the data fusion centers was driven by the fact that all of these disparate systems, human intelligence, electronic intelligence, everything else, came in different formats, and it required somebody to put it all together. And they were quite expensive, and I participated in the inauguration of the one in Singapore, where all sources came together. What my proposal would address is the fact that unless you're a submarine operating underwater, there's someone's going to see you. They're going to see you somehow or another, and reporting that up through satellite communication systems with detailed GPS information, even videos, whatever. There's excess capacity over these ocean areas for these sort of direct satellite telephony direct to the satellites. And then Taiwan has plenty of processing power in the Amazon data centers and things like that to make their own. Someone mentioned that Taiwan is behind on maritime domain awareness. Here's a chance to crowdsource that, as you would, with someone else spending the billions of dollars to have the on-orbit assets to communicate with.
Thank you, Mr. Gatling, for your remarks. Now we are come to the end of these sessions, and please join with me. Give a big hand applause for the panelists here for giving us a very fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lai, for moderating this panel, and thank you to all panelists for your participation. This is the end of panel 1, and following up is the expert dialogue. So may I welcome all the speakers from expert dialogue on the stage, please. This dialogue will be moderated by Dr. Chen Fangyu from Suzhou University. Please, panelists. The expert dialogue will soon begin. Please return to your seat, please. Thank you. We will now begin the expert dialogue. This dialogue will be moderated by Dr. Chen Fangyu from Suzhou University. So, Dr. Chen.
Hello, everyone. My name is Fangyu Chen, Suzhou University Assistant Professor of Political Science. I'm also Editor-in-Chief of U.S. Taiwan Watch. So we have very condensed time here, and we have many experts here. So I would just directly start. Let me just quickly go through our panelists here. The first one on my left-hand side is Dr. Roger Liu. And then we have Dr. Renato Cruz de Castro from the Philippines. And then we have Dr. Hu Qiuping from Malaysia. And then we have Dr. Yuan Baochuang from Vietnam. And then we have Dr. Sana Hashmi from India. And we have Dr. Benjamin Bradon from Paris online. Hello? Is it? It's here? Hello? So sorry for letting you wait. Is he online? Okay, so can we just begin? So this is an expert dialogue. So I would invite each expert to have very difficult job to have 3 to 5 minutes. Okay, it's only 3 to 5 minutes of overall statements on maybe the most urgent priority of the security challenges in your region or in your country, and how is this so salient for the audience, maybe the domestic or international audience for your region. Okay, so it's very general statement of 3 to 5 minutes. And can we invite Dr. Bradon first, because thank you for waiting, and we delayed. So please. No voice. No voice. Still no voice from you.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, please.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for having me today. And well, I'm not in Paris, I'm in Munich, but it's pretty much the same. It's 6 a.m. here, or in a few minutes. And I'm happy to contribute today with my research. Would you like me to introduce myself before going up with the content?
Please go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So, well, a few people in the room know me, but I have been working as a consultant in strategy and innovation in the past for about 12 years. And after what, I worked for Airbus in the maritime surveillance domain. And after that, over the past 3 years, I conducted a PhD in geopolitics, specializing in China's asymmetric warfare in the South China Sea. So my core topic is very much the South China Sea, but of course, one body of water being connected to another. I extended my research also to the Taiwan Strait and the East China Sea and the Yellow Sea. And the core of my research clearly has three dimensions that I believe are of interest for the audience today. The first one was meant at clarifying what it is today that we observe at sea in the South China Sea and the other near seas of China. Second of all, what is the impact of these phenomena? And third of all, what could be done to help deterring these phenomena? So first, and actually it's interesting for me to intervene in that panel because I followed with great interest what was said in the previous panels, and especially about gray zone tactics, gray zone warfare, hybrid warfare, and other things. So the first part of my work was very much about clarifying what do we mean in the 21st century when we use words such as A2AD, area denial, hybrid warfare, or gray zone tactics. The second point was also to say that we don't have just one of these in such a body of water and such other type of phenomena in another body of water, but there's a form of continuity. And also what I call asymmetric warfare serves as some kind of a umbrella term that encompasses the three conceptual silos that I just mentioned. And my research demonstrates that not just in the South China Sea, you have a coordination and accumulation of these three types of phenomena, mostly at the initiative of one power, which is China. And the list of the phenomena that I tried to compile currently has reached 300 different phenomena, including hybrid warfare, gray zone tactics, and hybrid warfare. And this list is growing in number, but it's also diversifying and gaining in intensity and in regularity. That's the first point. The second point is that way too often we have an analysis by a number of think tanks and universities that is very much oriented toward the lethal or near lethal aspect of the incidents and disputes. But actually, also based on my research, these that we see on TV, the water cannoning, the ramming, and other graphic things like that, only represent 23% of the total, which means that 80% of what is happening in these bodies of water most of the time do not appear on TV or in our medias. So it's where I'm reaching these 300. And when I started my list about 2.5 years ago, I had only 60, and I've been updating almost on a weekly basis this list of the phenomena of asymmetric warfare. And finally, I don't want to take too much of the time. We can elaborate further in the Q&A session. The conviction that I have and that I demonstrate through my research that the maritime domain awareness as a concept is maybe not the key, but one of the keys to a long-lasting, non-lethal, and collective deterrent for the area, for the countries in the region that are faced with this phenomena of aggression from the Chinese side. So today, there's a distance between the concept and the reality, that's for sure. And today, what we know is that there's quite a significant number of technical and technological bricks who do exist in the area, whether it's radars, boats, satellites, plane, and so on. But there's very much a too important diversity of countries of origin, diversity in terms of generation, and the diversity in terms of technology that makes it complicated for the countries and especially the maritime actors, Navy, Coast Guard, and fisheries to cooperate and share data, even though it would be in their primary interest to actually share this data and cooperate. So I will stay there for my brief introduction, and I'm happy to answer any question after.
Thank you very much. So now, very quickly, I will go give the floor to Dr. Roger Dou.
Hello, everyone. It's happy to be here to share some of my research with you. I'm not going to talk about high security, high politics today, but I would like to share some of my experience of working in India and talking about security and other issues with my Indian colleagues for the past, and how Taiwan and India's relationship and connections in maritime affairs actually can be established. So this actually is from one of the journal articles that I have written for the journal published by the National Maritime Foundation of India. And this is actually about the scientific cooperation between Taiwan and India and how we can go from there and spill over the effect to the geopolitical security and other implications. So the NIOT of India and NAMR of Taiwan has signed an MOU last year, November, in New Delhi to promote some scientific collaborations in the following areas. First, Taiwan and India are going to collaborate in buoy observation technology. And second, the two institutions are going to work on physical oceanographic processes. Third, they are going to share the weather data to track tropical cyclone in South China Sea and in the Indian Ocean. Finally, another big project is about coastal high-frequency radar and satellite remote sensing. So this thing seems to be technical, but I think it has a lot of potential for the two countries to establish some more solid collaborative relations with each other. Taiwan's OAC has been talking about new policies, especially when the chairperson Guan has become the head of the OAC. And under her leadership, the OAC have been talking about 3 securities, San'an, and 4 marine aspects, or 四海. San'an includes 国安、治安 and 平安, which can be translated into national security, legal order and security, peace and public security. And 4 marine aspects includes marine conservation, marine pollution prevention, marine debris management, and marine industrial development. So all this has demonstrated a big framework, including policy, strategy, and science. So how this framework is going to work with India together, when it comes to collaborating among the two countries, actually between Taiwan and India, politics still plays a role. So an important thing is for us to bypass unnecessary political obstacles and reach to the collaborations directly. So India actually has a similar scientific platform called OSMART. Ocean Services Modeling Application Resources and Technology is more scientific. However, I think due to the duality of modern technology, actually that can promote the security collaboration between the two countries. For example, for the buoys collaboration, anchor and drifting buoys actually can detect the salinity and the hydrology aspects of the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea. However, they can detect other things as well. And while Taiwan has been working on unmanned service vehicles, so as if you are following the news, actually you can see that Taiwan has been working on that because we want to counter the possible attacks from the sea by the PLAN. So this is some aspect that Taiwan and India can work together to, while they are exploring the potential of scientific detections, actually it can be used otherwise. And the coast high-frequency radar actually is designed to monitor nearshore currents and waves. Or, however, it can monitor other things as well, for example, the coming objects. And finally, the AI imagery analysis actually is what Taiwan is good at. And as I know, the ITRI has been working on that. And this is something that we can share with our Indian counterparts. The importance of working through scientific platform is that it can be kept constant all the way. Because when we talk about politics, especially security-related politics, it is sensitive to the environmental changes. I mean, the environmental that I'm talking about is not the natural environment, but the political environment. The changing of some of you have mentioned the Donald Trump withdrawal from multilateral mechanisms. And Quad actually has been interfere with some other issues like tariffs. So how can we ensure constant collaboration is important? And I think science is very important for us to do that. And through science, actually, Taiwan and India can establish a platform that ensures constant contact and collaboration. For example, based on the MOU signed by the OAC and the Indian counterparts, the Ministry of Earth Sciences, actually we should aim at establish a working committee that includes different stakeholders of the Taiwanese side and the Indian side. And based on that, we can actually invite more countries, more stakeholders in this area or in the maritime affairs, like what we are doing today for the future, to further enhance and ensure that the collaboration will go on. So I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we have Dr. Castro from Philippines, University of De La Salle. Now he's visiting in National Zhengzhou University. Please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. But before I start, let me correct. Yeah, I'm De Castro, not Castro. And I notice every time I'm in China, they would all refer to Castro. I said, I'm not related to Fidel. It's De Castro. That's why I have to make a point. Okay. So my talk tackles on how the Philippines, of course, is addressing the maritime security issue here in the Indo-Pacific region. But before I do my presentation, let me emphasize the fact that my presentation would focus on international law, specifically the July 12, 2016 Arbitral Tribunal ruling. And of course, next week, we will be commemorating that ruling that came out. Okay, so my presentation would be divided into two, how we have to look in terms of the situation and how the Philippines, of course, is trying to manage that situation. So in looking at the wider context, let me go into ancient Chinese philosophy, the notion of the yin and yang, the unity of the opposites, by looking at two dynamic forces that are, of course, propelling the dynamics here of security. Number one is something that was raised by my colleague from the Philippines, that is geopolitics. And of course, the opposite end is, of course, international law. So let me just start with, of course, geopolitics, which in a way represents an active, but of course, a more dynamic focus. Of course, when we talk about geopolitics, we go back to 19th century geopolitics, the emergence of that discipline, which focuses on how states basically acquire territory, create the notion of territoriality. So we start, of course, with Ratzel's notion of the state, but of course, later on, we go into the wider notion of, for example, a pivot of Halford Mackinder. Then we mentioned earlier by my good friend, Jay Torriela's notion of sea power. Then even advancing, when we talk about the importance of the island chain, we cannot help but discuss the idea of an American who developed the notion of the rimland. America is a maritime nation. It could not basically go to the continent. It had to basically settle the rimland. Voila, that's why you have the notion, of course, of the first island chain. That American power could not expand into the continent. It could only hold, of course, a speech by Dean Acheson before the Korean War, the first island chain notion, American power. But a more sinister notion of geopolitics, which I would apply later, of course, when we look at China, is something that developed, of course, by a German, who also, of course, has a notion of geopolitics, Karl Heitschofer, which developed the notion of Lebensraum. Great powers would have a living space, which I would apply later. Opposite, of course, of geopolitics, which represents, of course, expansion, territoriality, is international law. Of course, we go back to Hugo Grotius when you talk about international law of war and peace. And of course, we also credit Hugo Grotius with a concept on the law of the sea. The sea should be common to all. No country should ever territorialize the sea because it's a common heritage of humanity. We link it, of course, with the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea, and later, of course, the Arbitral Tribunal ruling. Now let me go, of course, to the case of the Philippines. For so many years, the Philippines has been focused on internal security, but we have, of course, a wake-up call in the second decade of the 21st century when we saw Chinese maritime expansion. It was a shock for us. We thought for a while that, after the Cold War ended, China will be a benign power. Wow, what a rude awakening approach us. So the initial reaction, especially after the Scarborough Shoal incident in 2012, was to rely on international law. Without military capabilities, at that time, of course, the Obama administration was kind of dilly-dally on whether it would pursue that strategic rebalancing to the region. So we have to rely on international law. Of course, after we filed the case in July 2013, the ruling came out. It was a spectacular victory for international law. But unfortunately, of course, that that victory became an orphan because we have an administration that was really hell-bent on the peace in China. Fortunately, of course, we have a current administration that basically acknowledged the ruling and, of course, later on understand the ruling by itself as, derogatorily dismissed by the China as a piece of paper should have to be backed by military capability. So it's a rude awakening for us that we have to ship out, we have to develop a first time, we have a grand strategy, the notion of the comprehensive archipelagic defense concept. We have to build our Navy. We have to build our Coast Guard. We have to fill that gap in the southern part of the first island chain. That's, of course, the Philippines. And, of course, part of the CADC is that we need alliance with the United States, security partnership with Japan, Australia, and potentially, of course, Taiwan. Because we are on the same boat. We're part of the first island chain. Next to Taiwan, the Philippines is also, of course, a focal point of this expansion. We need, of course, ally support zone. We have to back the July 12, 2016 Arbitral Tribunal ruling with countervailing power against, of course, a country that has built the largest navy in the world and, of course, has the largest shipbuilding industry in the world. That, of course, scares the hell out of the Trump administration. If we cannot basically maintain that balance, that delicate balance of trying to balance Chinese maritime expansion with international law, backed up, of course, by the coalition of countries, we will see future generations of Filipinos, Taiwanese, and Japanese that will be deprived of the resources in our first island chain. And of course, Taiwan, the Philippines, and Japan would be islands of democracy in a sea dominated by an authoritarian China. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now let's welcome Dr. Hu Chongping from Malaysia.
Thank you so much. So I'm very glad that the first panel actually focused on maritime domain awareness because it is very crucial for us to enhance our resilience and also strengthen our capacity in that area. So firstly, we need more communication, whether it is transparent communication, vibrant communication, more dialogues. It is through this kind of exchanges that we get to know India and Taiwan have signed on new MOUs and to strengthen in terms of maritime security cooperation. And to the north of Taiwan, you have maritime nations like South Korea and also Japan. And to your south is Southeast Asian nations, a group of maritime nations, and of which we actually have very minimal regional cooperative mechanism when it comes to maritime. However, each country do have their own internal mechanism to manage our own maritime security challenges. Not every country has a way to detect which is what we call situational awareness. This is key to maritime domain awareness. So MDA means that not only the government, the military enforcement agency, but even your society, the people need to be aware of what's going on at the sea, near your coast, on the beach, because these are the area where the insecurity would happen, whether it would involve maritime trafficking, IUU fishing, and even incursion by foreign vessels and such. So, of which I think we also need what we are doing right now is coordinated cooperation. So internally, interagency cooperation and coordination is crucial to the success of how are we going to defend our ocean and maritime domain. So for that, I'm very pleased to hear that Taiwan is going to release the Ocean White Paper. So I hope it is not too late for you to include the more enhanced maritime domain awareness in your white paper, of which, because from Malaysia's experience, we actually need to work together with the coastal residents and also fishing communities so that we know when the foreign vessels actually intrude into our waters. So it's not only about the whole of government approach, but also the whole of society approach to further enhance our maritime resilience. So with that, I would like to conclude that ocean security is a shared responsibility, and I hope to hear from more of you, and happy to discuss more ideas with the rest of the panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now let's turn to Dr. Yuan Ba Chuang from Vietnam.
Yeah, because I have a very little time, I would like to make very quick comment about promoting the maritime security and how to confronting effectively China, that we consider a threat to not only Taiwan or Japan, and particularly Vietnam. Number one, the effective maritime security requires a multifaceted approach that integrates the Schengen international law, grounded in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, and also, as my colleagues here, Dr. De Castro says, arbitral rulings. These foundations for the promoting and maintaining the rule-based order and maritime security. And also we need the advanced MDA, the new advanced cutting edge real-time MDA that need the cooperations. And Vietnam and other countries, particularly smaller countries in ASEAN, need the help and support from other countries to enhance the capacity in MDAs, maritime domains awareness. And how to do that, my colleagues, yes, Dr. Wu just said. That's not a job of the government, but also the job of the people, the society. Thirdly, it's about how to multilateralize the relations, particularly smaller countries like Vietnam. We are so far quite do well about the multilateralizing our relations. We strengthen ties with USA, India, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, ASEAN, EU, so far. So we try to enhance our internal power in order to counterbalance the external power like China. That's the first point. Second point I would like to make is that we are living in an unprecedented, uncertain, and unstable world. Countering region is just right if we, or it's the right time for us is to change our mind to countering region by applying grace measures. What's the meaning by grace? What does it mean by grace measure? I mean, in the world today, it's very hard for us to define clearly who is friend, who is enemy. Let me give an example. Japan, USA considered as allies, right? But just yesterday, Trump administration announced that they threatened to up the tariff to Japan to 35%. For Taiwan, in April, Trump administration said that they would like to impose a tariff to Taiwan 32%. How can be friends like this, right? So I mean, it's hard for us in the world today to distinguish who is right, is friends, who is right, is the enemy. For Vietnam, our eyes on China is that, yes, in the sea, is the ocean, is the opponent. We do not think we should label someone or somebody as an enemy or friends in the world today. So we preferably label them as opponent or partner. For example, in terms of economic trade, Vietnam often consider China as a trade partner. But in terms of countering regional operation of China in the South China Sea, we label them as an opponent. So we think in the world today, if we label some country or someone purely as an enemy or purely as friend, I do not think we will have an effective measure to protect our national interests. That's my point, and based on the Vietnam's experiences. Third point, I would like to make that the maritime security is interconnected to other security, which is technology security, economic security, social security, diplomatic security. We are facing the security in all fronts. So we have to approach against the multifaceted approach or inclusive approach to deal with so many or multi-pillar approach security challenges like this. And to conclude my review, I would like to draw your attention to sayings that I love very much in the Godfather movie, which is keep your friend close, but keep your enemy closer. Thank you.
Thank you. So now welcome Dr. Sana Hashimi from India. She's now serving in Taiwan Asia Exchange Foundation.
Thank you so much. I think my job is easier after such a stellar panel. But also I know I'm the only one who's standing between you and lunch, so I'll try to be brief. It's been such a pleasure to be called a friend of Taiwan Ocean Affair, and I'm returning for the second time. I'm an Indian, but I'm not going to talk about India. I'm an expert on Taiwan, but if you have any questions about how India is contributing to a rules-based order in ensuring maritime security in the Indo-Pacific, I'd be very happy to talk about it during Q&A. But I should commend Roger, who actually did a very good job in telling you all about how India and Taiwan should cooperate in the maritime domain. But I'm going to talk about China and Taiwan. That is my area of expertise. And I think someone said it before, we should call it what it is. That's Chinese aggression in the Taiwan Strait. It's China that is intimidating Taiwan militarily, economically. And why gray zone activities? We have been talking about it for such a long time and how Taiwan has been a victim of it. This has been a long-standing policy of China. But I feel that this is becoming more and more sophisticated with respect to Taiwan now. And of course, this is something that is just short of invasion, but not an invasion. There is this ambiguity, but China is doing what it wants to do. It wants to intimidate Taiwan. It wants to deter other partners to cooperate with Taiwan. And what it is also doing, it is kind of applying pressure, not just on Taiwan, but also countries that are now trying to notice Taiwan, countries that have been hesitant in the past, but now trying to be more cooperative with Taiwan. But of course, when they see that there are these gray zone activities, when China is being aggressive, that I feel that this is something that these countries are also taking into consideration. And of course, we have seen how China has been wearing down Taiwan. We have seen after Pelosi's visit in 2022, and I feel that this has become a new norm after 2022, and just not incursion in the ADIZ, but also in the naval domain. And also, it's to test the readiness of countries such as the US and Japan. So this is something that we have been talking about since at least 2022. And of course, we have seen within the tenure of the DPP, this is something that has become a new norm, a new type of status quo with respect to China-Taiwan relations and Taiwan status. What we have also seen is that China is unilaterally changing the status quo in the Taiwan Strait. Then it is also going to lead to strategic fatigue with respect to Taiwan, as well as countries who are willing to ensure freedom of navigation in the Indo-Pacific region. It also wants to consolidate its claim in the Taiwan Strait on Taiwan, but also we have seen that China has been consolidating its claim on the South China Sea. And also recently I do a weekly column in an Indian publication print, and this week I wrote an article on G20, the appreciation for G20 stealth fighter in the Chinese discourse, which was not covered in the Western media, which was not covered in the English media, but then the news CCTV, there was a broadcast and they covered it, they revealed, and it became a blown issue in the Chinese media that how they scrambled foreign jet in the East China Sea. So it's just not about Taiwan, it's about all the maritime territorial disputes, as also the India-China border dispute, as well as with Bhutan. Then it's also to deter Taiwan, it's also to perhaps convince Taiwanese people that this is the fight that they should not have, it's not worth having. But then I feel that Taiwan's response has been robust. And oceans are not secure anymore. And you mentioned that how we have been in an unprecedented situation. But I do feel that Taiwan's response has been robust, has been very strong. And the very fact that we are today sitting at a Taiwan Ocean Affairs Council and discussing about security, it actually tells a lot about how Taiwan is focusing a lot on whole of society resilience. So this is just not the domain of MOFA, Ministry of Defense, or Mainland Affairs Council anymore. It's a joint effort, and OAC is also a department, a ministry that is taking an active role. So Taiwan is absolutely preparing for what is coming for Taiwan. It is investing in asymmetric capabilities, and how Taiwan is responding fast is something that we are also seeing. There's a lot of transparency, specifically after social media posts by Ministry of National Defense. We have seen at least since 2020, 2022, the number of posts. Now then these are the things that have been happening for a very, very long time. But now the world knows about Chinese aggression primarily because Taiwan is telling the world. Taiwan is setting the record straight and telling its own narrative, own story in its own word. So I feel there's of course a lot of disinformation that emanate from China, but public messaging is something that has been very much there from the Taiwanese side. I think there's a good or bad about it. The good part is that there's a lot of awareness about what China has been doing with respect to Taiwan, but the bad part is that nothing much is happening to ensure collective joint defense or deterrence. So how do we respond to it? When we talk about China's intimidation of Taiwan, especially in the maritime domain, we always rely on the US. We always say that US will come to Taiwan's rescue. But under Donald Trump tenure, I do not really, there's a lot of uncertainty, there's a lot of ambiguity, and the policy of strategic ambiguity has become much more ambiguous than ever before. So I do believe that we have been talking about MDA, but it should not just be a job of a few countries such as, and especially the panel, as in, look at it, there is a Taiwanese panelist, Vietnam, Malaysia, Philippines, India. So I think these are the countries who should come together and perhaps at some level form some kind of working group at think tank level or and then I don't know where we can start from, but at least we need to start from this level, and perhaps we have to stop saying the US will do the job. And this is the region that we are living. This is the region where we are facing the China threat. So I think the countries who are a part of the region should very well take the lead role, should be at the front line. And I think we have to stop saying that, oh, we have this problem of lack of diplomatic relations with Taiwan. We either could talk about Taiwan's formal status, or we could talk about the like-mindedness of the countries and the threat, the common concern, shared threat that we have. If we have to ensure the rules-based order, we have to forget about the diplomatic relationship, the status of Taiwan. It's about securing the water, it's about securing the ocean, and it's about securing Taiwan as well. And it's just not about Taiwan being a democracy, it's also about securing their own interests. Taiwan under Chinese control is something that is not in the interest of any country. Be it the regional countries or the extra-regional countries. So I do believe there needs to be some legal clarity on what are gray zone activities and how do countries respond to it, because there is absolutely a risk of miscalculation, accidental escalation of the conflict that's been happening, and this is something that has been an objective for China. So I feel it's very important. I think something mentioned earlier, we have to identify that this is something that we have to address and we have to call out. And for effective collective deterrence, I do believe there needs to be more clarity, consistency, and cooperation among like-minded countries. And such an effort could not be established without Taiwan's exclusion. We have to include Taiwan because free and open Indo-Pacific rules-based order cannot exist without Taiwan. And if we exclude Taiwan, I think we have to also stop talking about the Indo-Pacific, the maritime security, and the cooperation among liberal democracies. And I think we have to really make it visible and make it obvious to China that gray zone activities are getting sophisticated, but this is something we all oppose. And I think there is much to work, there is much to collaborate on, and I feel that this is something that the like-minded countries and the countries that are being the target of Chinese aggression should come together and work together, but Taiwan should be very much a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Due to the time limit, so let me just quickly have a summary of the first round, and then we will give each presenter maybe 1 or 2 minutes to respond. Is that okay? So yeah, so we have mentioned several key topics here, and I do agree with Sana that we should have extended all of these topics for discussion in every levels, in every universities, institutions, so that we can discuss about how we deliver the challenges. And the most important challenge is the gray zone activities and all of the military expansions from China. And also we are facing fluctuated the U.S. foreign policy as well. But right now we are all of our countries are in the front line of the China's expansion. So that is maybe the first priority of each country. And the second one is how to raise people's awareness. So that is for more like the public opinions issue here. So for most of people, China hasn't been using the military coercion directly to influence the people's daily life. However, it's now more and more challenge and more pressures from China, so that it is also very important to tell the people. And then thirdly is how the governments react to China. And then Dr. Yuan mentions that it is not very good to label China as an enemy or something. I think Taiwan faces a difficulty here because China defined Taiwan as an enemy. Okay, so according to their anti-secession law. So and also China also has a territorial ambition on Taiwan, but maybe not for the Southeast Asian countries. So Taiwan is facing more difficult of dealing with this issue. And it is very difficult for every country because every country still have a very close economic ties with China. So we face a lot of pressures when we're dealing with the China issue. So that is very important for every country as well. And the fourth one of the elements is the international law. I think it's also very difficult for Taiwan to deal with this issue. So if you see our foreign ministry's website, then you can see that all of the statements on South China Sea is still unchanged, because I guess it is because our government do not know how to deal with this issue. And also in the tribunal case there, it also has some negative impact for the status of the two biggest islands in the South China Sea. It's Pratas and Ituaba, the Dongsha and Taiping, which are controlled by Taiwan right now. And because I think we just do not know how to deal with that. But I do think that international law is very important because we should maintain the so-called rule-based international order. And now we have a challenger for that. And yes, I think for Taiwan, which is isolated by China internationally, we should also know how to respond and to incorporate into this international law system. So it's a very urgent issue for Taiwanese government as well. And finally, we also mentioned that there are already some of the cooperative mechanisms there. We should, if we have more time, I would like to ask a question about, so how do this cooperation can expand? So for example, it's very difficult for Taiwan to establish official ties or official relationship with many institutions, because we will see a lot of pressures from China. So for example, Dr. Liu mentions some of the cooperation. Is that track 2 or track or Czech 1.5, something like that. So maybe it is also difficult, a lot of difficulty there. So yeah, so that is all of the key elements there. So now can we invite each speakers to have maybe 1 minute of, only one, sorry for that. So 1 minute of the response. Is Dr. Brandon still online?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm with you. So I will take this first time. I will not address international aspect. I think Dr. Renato De Castro would be much more versed in the topic, but I would like to make a contribution about the education on maritime issues. I've been in Asia for 3.5 years, and something that struck me is that different countries will have either low or almost no education to the maritime domain at all. And I think it's a very untapped domain and area. I've been in Vietnam, I've been in the Philippines, in Malaysia, and some countries have really beautiful maritime museums and different means of educating the public and the general public, such as YouTube content, articles, publications, dedicated websites. And in that regard, by the way, the Philippines has been quite active over the past years. You have this website called Not 1 Inch. You start to have comic books for the kids about maritime issues and so on. And if you go in other countries, there will be interesting initiative. Just very recently, I was in Japan and I visited the National Museum for National Fundamentals. And I felt that was a very interesting approach to the topic. But in general, I feel the governments that are faced with asymmetric warfare phenomena from the side of China would greatly benefit from educating the public and multiplying the sources of information for people to not just see the graphic images on TV for the ramming and water cannoning or the other incidents of that kind, but having a comprehensive understanding of the topics. And I mentioned in my initial statement that much too often media and think tank will only focus on the maritime engagement at sea between boats and so on. And they will consider the strategic aspect or the maritime security aspect to the dispute, but you also have economic, political, societal, sovereignty, and even environmental impact. And that in particular, in my mind at least, is not addressed enough. So I would very much encourage the government of the area, including Taiwan, to be much more active on the education and knowledge aspect.
Thank you very much. I think it's very, very early in your time zone, right? So thank you very much for joining us. Then Dr. Liu, please.
All right, thank you, Dr. Chen. Well, I would like to share my experience of some difficulties when it comes to collaboration between India and Taiwan. Is that usually people make a lot of splashes and, we like to talk about great things. However, when it comes to execution and continuity of the policy, actually, that will be another thing. And China is always there. So, well, you can see that recently Quad has been challenged, and Quad has having a headwind, especially when Donald Trump has his tariff scheme against his own allies. So I think it's important that especially between Taiwan and India to have a constant platform being established so that we can continue talking on different things. And what is important is that we have to make each and every party to feel that they are benefiting from this participation, and there are reasons for them to continue this collaboration. And science actually brings a very important reason of being for India to be there. If you check the examples of the US-India collaboration based on the 2023 two statements made by the former President Joe Biden and Narendra Modi, the Indian Prime Minister, you will see that they focus on the practical things, AI, semiconductor, collaborations in defense industries, and the setup of the bases in different countries. So that actually brings jobs, technology and all this tangible benefit that India can feel. So I think to keep India in the game, that's very important if we can collaborate with them in the scientific realm, and actually people can establish some kind of consensus, not only in the general public, but especially important among the scientific communities. I think that will be important because, and based on the duality of the modern technologies, actually we can create some kind of spillover to security issues, and we can make this kind of transition more naturally than announce something abruptly. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Professor Castro.
2 points I would like to raise. Number one is when you talk about Taiwan's dilemma after the July 12, 2016 arbitral ruling came out. Well, when during that time when we filed the case, Taiwan was under President Ma under the Kuomintang, so Taiwan was really put on the spot. But I think things have changed. So this has to do, of course, every time the Chinese would talk about the 9-dash line, they always go back to 1946, Kuomintang. So probably it's time for Taiwan to basically disown the Chinese claim that their 9-dash line claim is linked with what Taiwan came out with, when the Republic of China came out with in 1946. And probably right now, of course, is the fact that Taiwan doesn't claim the entire, South China Sea. It's more defined. It's time for us to talk. Of course, that is easier said than done. Second point I would like to raise is about China's goal and, of course, the notion of Lebensraum. China's goal for Taiwan is really straight-cut conquest, but the question is about Southeast Asia. This is where I basically would tell my other Southeast Asian colleagues, we cannot simply hedge, thinking that we could always sit on the fence, simply focusing on China's economic dynamism. We also have to look at the entire picture. China aims to transform Southeast Asia into its living space, a Lebensraum, the same way as what Germany tried to do with the, Central and Southern Europe and, of course, the Soviet Union. That is China's goal. For us, in the case of the Philippines, we have basically said, no, we don't want to be part of this Chinese-designed Lebensraum. For other Southeast Asian countries, that's for you to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Hu, please.
So on that note, I think not every country will adopt the transparency initiative, but we do it assertively in our own way. For example, Malaysia, even South Korea, we built an oil rig platform in area where China claimed and disputed. So, but yet we still able to continue our oil and gas exploration and related activities. So I think that requires a kind of understanding from the Prime Minister or Presidential Office, National Security Council, in the case of Taiwan, Ocean Affairs Council, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Defense, and also your academic and scientific community. Everyone needs to be in the know what is the general direction of the country. So that's why Ocean White Paper is very important, and that is the general policy guidance for you to implement maritime domain awareness. So you raised the first question about education. Of course, does Taiwanese experts and academics convey that idea to your students, to your people, and convey it to the public via media? So these are all very important works that we all need to do together. So of course, outreach by the relevant maritime agencies to the coastal communities is very, very important. Whether you are doing marine scientific research, whether you are trying to protect the marine environment. So all of this require cooperation from the local people. So I think that is very clear. Second is about sending up to cohesion. So not only we face different types of and different degree of aggression from China, we also have our own strategy to cope with it. For example, not often being reported in the news is that Malaysia actually strengthened our military capacity. So we come up with what we call concentric deterrence. So nowadays, deterrence is not only something taken care by the military or the armed forces, but also by the people. So we conduct seabed exploration. We lay our pipeline. So subsea cable becomes such an important topic for maritime domain as well, because this is where, to what extent the government would actually try to take responsibilities, because right now it is mostly done by the private corporation. And China Telecom is actually part of many of our joint subsea cables, including Taiwan and also Southeast Asia, Japan. So Japan Southeast Asia cable has experienced several disruptions as well. And for this, we actually try to convince the government to work together with the private sector to try to resolve this issue. So I think with that, we need to have heightened maritime domain awareness in this regard. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Yuan, please.
I would like to spend 1 minute to talk to any Chinese officer out there, or Chinese spy out there, or anyone who take Chinese government money directly or indirectly out there, because you know that this will be very important, and there should have been 2 Vietnamese scholars here, but one of my colleagues has to say she cannot come because of some sensitive issue at the last minute. So I would like to say that we know for sure your intention, okay? We know for sure what you want to do with Vietnamese government or Vietnamese people in the South China Sea or East China Sea. Chinese government, you want to dominate the sea, you want to own the fish, you want to take our oils and gas in the South China Sea. We know for sure, 100%. However, we're willing to work with you as long as you express your responsible manner as a major power, as a major brother. I will call yourself like this. So we're willing to work with you if you prove yourself like this. And last but not least, I would like to talk and express that we Vietnamese people, as Vietnamese scholar, we'd like to work with Taiwanese scholar, Taiwanese people. We welcome you to come to Vietnam to make more projects, more researches, more cultural exchange. We'd like to strengthen ties to Taiwan in any much as possible, particularly in search and rescue, particularly in research. Thank you.
Yeah. Dr. Hashmi, please.
Thank you. I think there's nothing gray about Chinese gray zone activities. It's as black and white as it could get. And I think what China wants a lot of countries to do is just to accommodate and don't resist. And when we talk about Taiwan, I just don't think that it is a geopolitical flashpoint anymore. It's also a lab for to China to test the extent of its maritime coercion. So I think this is something that we have to accept, and we have to keep talking about it. And also we have to remember, it's Taiwan today, tomorrow it will be other countries. That's former Foreign Minister Joseph Wu said that it's Taiwan today, but then China is not going to stop at Taiwan. And of course, countries such as Philippines, Vietnam, India, we need to really be very vigilant of Chinese actions. But then here I have a recommendation. I think what we need to do is we need to interact with each other more. And this is a very new development. This is just a decade-old development that Taiwan is being talked about more seriously, more carefully, and perhaps more sincerely. But then what we have done at Taiwan Asia Exchange Foundation for the very first time, we established 3 years ago track 1.5 dialogue between India and Taiwan. And we get policymakers, industry people, people from all walks of life, and also produce annual report. And we make domain experts write about India and Taiwan. Perhaps a suggestion for Ocean Affairs Council, they could also have a gray zone annual dialogue with countries from the region to just talk about what are the gray zone activities that have been targeted at the regional countries and what are the solutions. So regional problems demand regional solutions. And I think where we could start from is we should start talking to each other, and we should start having dialogues like these. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I think all of these inputs are very valuable for not only for Taiwan, but also for all of our neighboring and partnership countries. So now let's conclude this session, and thank you, everyone, for the participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chen, for moderating this dialogue, and thank you to all panelists for your participation. This is the end of the expert dialogue. So the next speech will begin at 1:30. Now is lunchtime. For the speakers, moderators, and panelists and ambassadors, please follow our staff to the restaurant on the first floor for lunch. For all the other guests and participants, please remain seated for further instructions. Thank you. 现在，请所有主持人、语坛人和讲者代表们跟随工作人员至1楼餐厅用餐，其余来宾请稍后，我们将会有工作人员带您用餐。谢谢。Moderators, panelists, and ambassadors, please move with our staff to the first floor to take your lunch. Thank you. For all the other guests, please remain seated for further instructions. Now we would like to invite the VIP guests with red badge straps to move outside. VIP guests with red badge straps to move outside. 如果是持红色吊牌识别证的 VIP 来宾，请至外面领取餐盒，谢谢。其余贵宾请稍作等候。All the guests remain in the venue. You may move outside to pick up the lunch boxes. Thank you for your patience. 在会场的其余来宾，请至外面领取您的午餐餐盒。感谢您的等候。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The next keynote speech will begin in 3 minutes. Thank you. 欢迎各位回到会场。下一场专题演讲将于3分钟后开始。谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, the next keynote speech will begin in 3 minutes. Thank you. 各位贵宾及与会朋友们，下一场讲座将于3分钟后开始，请尽速入座，谢谢。 Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. For our third keynote speech, let us welcome Executive Director Michel-André Del Rosario of the Center for Information Resilience and Integrity Studies. 欢迎各位回到会场。在今日第3场专题演讲中，我们非常荣幸邀请到资讯韧性与诚信研究中心 Michel-André Del Rosario 先生为我们分享，让我们掌声欢迎。
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Has everybody had lunch? It's a little bit low, so bear with me. Distinguished colleagues, esteemed guests, and fellow advocates for a secure and stable Indo-Pacific, good afternoon. I am Michel-André Del Rosario, Executive Director of the Center for Information Resilience and Integrity Studies in Manila, the Philippines. It is an honor to stand before this gathering of leaders, experts, and partners who share a common vision, a free, open, and resilient maritime domain anchored in the rule of law, mutual respect, and enduring cooperation. I am deeply grateful to the organizers of the Taiwan International Ocean Forum for convening this important dialogue at a time when the seas that connect us are increasingly tested, not only by visible challenges such as territorial incursions and illegal fishing, but by an insidious tide, the deliberate spread of disinformation, misinformation, and malign influence, or DMMI, that seeks to divide our nations, weaken our alliances, and erode the maritime security and cooperation frameworks we have built together over decades. Today, I want to speak to you about how the People's Republic of China's DMMI operations manifest in the Philippines and the wider Indo-Pacific, how they threaten the fragile trust and cooperation essential for harmonizing regional maritime security and cooperation, and what we, as like-minded countries and Indo-Pacific partners, must do to counter this corrosive force together. In the Philippines, as in many Indo-Pacific nations, the maritime domain is more than a matter of resources or transit lanes. It is existential. Our coastal communities, our fishermen, our entire archipelagic lifeline depend on a stable, predictable maritime environment. Yet, even as we contend with physical incursions in our exclusive economic zone, whether through gray zone tactics or aggressive paramilitary presence, we face an equally potent but less visible threat: the distortion of facts, the manufacture of narratives, and the manipulation of public sentiment. The People's Republic of China's approach to influence operations is neither new nor accidental. It is a calibrated, state-driven strategy that integrates cognitive warfare, a societal infiltration, and media and digital manipulation to shape perceptions, sow discord, and deter collective responses. In the Philippines, we see these manifest in multiple forms, particularly the use of state-linked media and social media sock puppet networks to push false narratives about the West Philippine Sea and the 2016 Arbitral Award, reframing illegal incursions as, quote, historic rights, or branding legitimate bilateral and multilateral maritime activities with like-minded partners as, quote, provocations. The harassment and vilification of our journalists, fisherfolk, civil society leaders, and government officials who speak out about foreign maritime aggression, and the amplification of fake local voices, paid influencers, troll farms, and pseudo-academic opinion makers to discredit government initiatives that seek stronger security partnerships with the United States, Japan, the United Kingdom, Australia, and other like-minded states. These tactics are not confined to my country alone. We have seen similar information operations across the Indo-Pacific, here in Taiwan, in Japan, Vietnam, and beyond, all designed to weaken trust in our institutions and leaders, fracture unity within our countries and our region, and hamper the evolution of a coherent regional and international responses. So why does this matter? Because at its core, maritime security and cooperation depends on shared understanding and collective will. When disinformation distorts facts, it erodes the public's grasp of international law, maritime rights, and our country's obligations to uphold the international rules-based order and deal with each other in good faith. When misinformation misleads, it saps political capital from leaders who must make difficult choices to strengthen alliances or expand security and defense partnerships. And when malign influence exploits local and regional grievances and discontent, It can pit segments of society against each other, or worse, against partners and allies, corroding the domestic consensus that needed to participate in joint maritime activities, coordinated capacity building, and integrated maritime domain awareness. This is how the PRC's DMMI operations become force multipliers for its gray zone maritime strategies. They do not fire a single shot, yet they can paralyze decision-making, stall multilateral agreements, and keep the region, and indeed the world, fragmented. The effect is to render our collective deterrence weaker than the sum of its parts, and to ensure that when harassment occurs at sea, the regional international response is hesitant and disjointed. So how do we, as like-minded countries and Indo-Pacific partners, respond? First, we must acknowledge that countering DMMI is not solely the work of information or communications agencies. It is an integral component of national security and maritime security strategy. It must be mainstreamed in how we plan, train, and operate. Second, we must invest in whole-of-society resilience. In the Philippines, we are learning, often the hard way, that a credible pushback against malign influence relies on a well-informed citizenry, robust local journalism, and trusted channels of truth. We must protect journalists, amplify credible voices in our communities, and disrupt the online echo chambers that enable foreign disinformation to metastasize. Third, we must strengthen information sharing mechanisms within our region. Just as we conduct coordinated maritime activities, we must pursue coordinated counter-disinformation efforts. Timely sharing of threat intelligence, exposure of coordinated inauthentic networks, and joint attribution of state-sponsored information attacks. Here, Taiwan's experiences and innovations are instructive. Taiwan has become one of the world's most targeted societies for foreign disinformation and interference. Yet, it has developed some of the most innovative and robust public-private mechanisms, from fact-checking networks to civic education, to inoculate its people against falsehoods. We in ASEAN, the Indo-Pacific, and across the globe must learn from this, adapt best practices, and together forge communities of trust. Fourth, we must recognize that countering the MMI requires harmonized messaging. Too often, when one country is targeted, others remain silent or neutral, fearing political or economic repercussions or reprisals. But silence emboldens malign actors, and neutrality only benefits the aggressor. A single coordinated regional voice rooted in shared principles of freedom of navigation, rule of law, and transparency sends a powerful signal that our maritime domain and our information domain are not open for coercion nor manipulation. Remember, today it is them, tomorrow it may be you or me. In our common maritime space, we stand not merely as individual states sharing in and enjoying the bounties of our waters, but as partners safeguarding the integrity of the information ecosystem that shapes how our peoples understand and defend what is rightfully theirs. Our adversaries know that the battle for the seas is fought not just by coast guards or navies, but also by narratives. It is fought in the minds of our citizens, the credibility of our institutions, and the bonds and shared values that hold our regional and international community together. Therefore, our response must be equally holistic, rooted in trust, transparency, and the conviction that our shared future depends on our shared vigilance. To my colleagues and friends here in Taiwan and across our Indo-Pacific neighborhood, we have weathered storms before. We have seen coercion and intimidation, and yet we continue to stand firm for a rules-based global order where might will never make right. By confronting disinformation, misinformation, and malign influence with facts, solidarity, and democratic resilience, we can ensure that our maritime security and cooperation frameworks do not falter, but grow stronger and more inclusive. I pray when we all leave this forum with a renewed commitment that our seas remain open, our voices remain clear and united, and our partnerships remain unyielding in the face of those who seek to divide and isolate us from each other. Continue to resist. Thank you, and may our collective vigilance and cooperation safeguard our maritime commons for generations to come.
Thank you, Mr. Del Rosario, for your speech. 感谢 Del Rosario 先生的分享。那紧接着，我们的第二场专题座谈即将开始。Panel 2 will now begin. The panel theme is Clearing the Clouds, Working Together for a Harmonious Future. This panel will be moderated by Dr. Yuzhen Kuo, Vice President of the Institute for National Policy Research, Taiwan. 接着，我们即将进入本日第二场专题座谈，主题为拨云见日，携手打造和谐未来。我们很荣幸邀请到国策研究院郭玉仁副院长担任主持人。This panel will last 50 minutes. 本场座谈共计50分钟。在座谈开始之前，我们希望邀请尚未领取餐盒的贵宾至场外领取餐盒。If you haven't received your lunch boxes, you may now exit by the far exit and retrieve your lunch boxes by the corridor. Thank you. "让我们掌声欢迎今天的主持人郭玉仁副院长。I would now like to introduce the panelists of today's panel, Mr. Huang Shenkai, Director General, Coast Guard Administration, Taiwan. Dr. Chen Kun Ma, Professor, Graduate Institute of China Military Affairs Studies, National Defense University, Taiwan. Oh, sorry. Mr. Jay Tariella, Philippine Maritime Security Expert. Mr. Katsuya Yamamoto, Senior Research Fellow. Mr. Abe Kumar Singh, Research Fellow. Ms. Annette Bradford, Research Fellow of Japan Foundation Indo-Pacific Partner Program. And Mr. Roy Trinidad, Maritime Expert, Philippines. 现在让我们把时间交给郭副院长。
Good afternoon. My name is Eugene. I believe I'm your chair for this panel. And it's with great privilege and honor to chair this panel. Before we get started, after reading all the responses from each one of the participants, I found this panel to be a perfect combination, including all the themes they are going to talk about later. Director General Huang, he's going to talk about U.S. leadership. And the next is going to talk about transparency, I believe. Mr. Yamamoto is going to talk about good seamanship, as well as the worst case scenario, wargaming. And Dr. Bradford, she is going to talk about capacity building. And then Mr. Singh, he's going to talk about rule-based international order. So I found, not just their nationality. We have experts and scholars from Taiwan, from the Philippines, from India, from the US, and from Japan. So I found that the combination is perfect, and the coordination of responding to this panel, the combination is perfect as well. And again, the theme about this panel is to clear the cloud, which our responses to the existing challenges. i.e., most of the wrongdoings from China, and our strategy and responses to these challenges in order to maintain prosperity and stability of this region. So I would like to ask first to Director General Huang, what's your take on the theme of this panel, please?
Thank you, Dr. Guo. And as we know, the Taiwan Coast Guard stand on the first line to counter the Great Long strategy from the mainland China. And we know Taiwan cannot comprehensively address alone to against the Great Long strategy. We look forward to establishing closer comprehensive relationship in intelligence sharing and the national maritime security experience exchange, and the Coast Guard personnel multi-base and the exchange. We need to work closer with like-minded countries such as Japan, Philippines, Australia, for mutual learning and cooperation. And we also hope to integrate more advanced technology, such as UAV or USV, long-range surveillance system, and more sensor to enhance our coordination for response capability, particularly for submarine cable protection. And in our cooperation with U.S. Coast Guard, since the signing for the Taiwan U.S. Coast Guard Work Group MOU in 2021, we have seen steady and deeply cooperation between both sides. And in this year, the U.S. Congress is currently reviewing Section 140 of the Coast Guard Authorization Act of 2025, which developed the Joint Together Maritime Training Plan between the U.S. Coast Guard and the Taiwan Coast Guard Administration. And the breakthrough aspect of legislation lies two aspects. First, the training course is customized training model. As we know, the Taiwan Coast Guard has many experience to face the China Coast Guard vessel. And we can combine our experience and the American technology to develop a new course. The second, we should, on the flag of America, to do more cooperation with the first chain nation, especially Japan, Philippines. We can do more drill or exercise in the nearby sea. This our common sea, and we should do it and cooperation more in the sea to protect our sea. Thank you.
Director General Huang is basically talking about this indispensable leadership of the United States, including institutional arrangement, empowerment, including capacity building as the cornerstone in order to maintain order in this region. And next, I'm going to ask Mr. Tariela about what you respond about transparency in responding to China's bullies and wrongdoings, please.
Thank you, Professor. A pleasant afternoon to everyone. You know, the Philippine government has been launching the Transparency Initiative in exposing Chinese aggression in the West Philippine Sea. Some of the maritime security scholars are asking, why is the Philippines now doing such a stand, and what is the benefit of the transparency efforts in calling out the Chinese aggression in the West Philippine Sea? You know, Southeast Asian countries have always been seen by maritime security scholars that we are always in the middle of great power competition, that we are actually has to make a strategic choice between the People's Republic of China or that of the United States. But in reality, that's not what we are always making choices every day as we deal with the Chinese aggression in the South China Sea. The options that are left to the Southeast Asian countries is whether they're going to ignore or they're going to respond against the Chinese aggression. For so many years, Southeast Asian countries have been dealing with the Chinese aggression, and they're only left with those options. It's not about choosing with US, it's not about choosing with Beijing, but they have to make a decision whether we're going to ignore the aggressive action or we're going to respond to it. And unfortunately, Southeast Asian countries are always choosing to ignore it. This is the reason why the People's Republic of China, for so long a time, has been very successful in doing gray zone activities in the entire South China Sea. They have been completely dominating the South China Sea without firing a single shot and hiding on the gray zone strategy. But for President Marcos, this should not be the only options that we're going to have. When he was elected in 2022, he made a promise to the Filipino people. He is not going to surrender a square inch of our territory to any foreign power. But for President Marcos, the question is how? Is he going to ignore or is he going to respond? And responding to the Chinese aggression is always interpreted to be escalatory, provocative, and sometimes failing to consider the national interest because understanding that the People's Republic of China can use economic coercion or they would use military might. So President Marcos has to come up with an innovative strategy to respond to Chinese aggression. And right now, that is the Transparency Initiative. We believe that exposing Chinese aggression is not doing to respond, is not responding or not just ignoring. But what we're doing is exposing to the international community what is happening. Now, why Transparency Initiative? The Transparency Initiative of the Philippine government actually has two main objectives. The first one is to make the Filipino people aware and understand what we're fighting for. It is important for us to highlight that President Marcos has inherited a nation wherein our information space is actually dominated by fake news and misinformation. Because under the former president, there's a very limited information that they have provided to the Filipino people. And at times when those limited incidents were publicized, they would choose to downplay it. So for President Marcos to get the support of the Filipino people, he has to make them understand what is really happening. He has to make them see the bullying activities and the aggression of the People's Republic of China against the Filipino fishermen. And then the second objective is for the international community to be aware that the People's Republic of China is ignoring the international law, that the People's Republic of China is using aggression against smaller countries like the Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, and even Indonesia. We want the world to know that It is China who is the one escalating the tension, and they do not hesitate to come up blatant violation of the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea. But the question is, for almost 2 years of the transparency efforts of the Philippine government, are we successful in changing the behavior of China? When we first launched the Transparency Initiative in 2023, we were very optimistic that the reputational damage, the cost of the reputation against the People's Republic of China would be effective to make them fall in line and adhere to the international law. Because they were showing some changes of behavior of China. At first, they are changing the distance as they shadow the Coast Guard vessel. Second, they always depart whenever we expose the swarming of the Chinese maritime militia in maritime feature. But the second year of the Transparency Initiative becomes different. In 2024, this is the first time we saw that the People's Republic of China never hesitate to use jet stream water cannon against a Philippine Coast Guard vessel, endangering the safety of the Filipino crew and the media personalities on board. Secondly, we also saw China Coast Guard directly ramming Coast Guard vessels while we were anchored in Sabina Shoal. So the question now is transparency actually aggressive enough to make China escalate its behavior? We came up with 4 explanations to understand why Xi Jinping remains to be bully despite of the transparency efforts. First, we argued that President Xi Jinping is actually testing the limits of the international community, particularly the like-minded states that supports the rules-based order. He would like to know how far can you go for Japan, the United States, the G7 countries. Each time we elevate the threshold of aggression. The second one is Xi Jinping knows that the domestic audience, the Chinese people themselves, are looking at him, whether he's going to back down his level of aggression because of the pressure from the international community, or he will just keep on pushing to show that he really was he is the strong man among the members of the Chinese Communist Party. And then the third one, he wants the Southeast Asian countries to be more afraid. He wants Malaysia, Vietnam, Indonesia not to assimilate the transparency efforts of the Philippine government. And the fourth one, he wants to break the spirit of the Filipino people. He wants us to stop in exposing the Chinese aggression. Whether he denies it or he confirms, we know for a fact that the exposure of the aggression of China is really damaging for the image of the Communist Party, of his leadership, and the People's Republic of China. As I end, I would like to highlight that our fight for the West Philippine Sea is not just a fight for the Filipino people for our sovereignty and sovereign rights. Our fight for the West Philippine Sea is a fight for everybody who supports the international law and the rules-based order. Thank you.
Dr. Taliera is basically believing transparency is the best strategy to deal with China's wrongdoing. Especially, he pointed out China's gray zone tactics of doing is not gray. It is clear violation of international law. And transparency is also the best strategy to wake up and call up domestic support and also support from international community. And my opinion, transparency is also the cornerstone and foundation for international and regional cooperation, and also the foundation for the so-called Indo-Pacific maritime domain awareness. So there's actually a lot all these like-minded countries could work together on this theme, transparency. Next, I will going to introduce Mr. Yamamoto from Japan, and he will talk about good seamanship and worst case scenario wargaming, please.
嗨，大家好，我是上本商业日本海上自卫队的退休少将。Thank you so much for inviting me as this conference forum. I'm Rear Admiral Yamamoto, retired from JMSDF. And now my position is the director of the strategy and deterrence of the Sasuga Peace Foundation in Japan. the agenda of this session is the harmony. My argument of this session is the good seamanship and global commons. So the very, very easy my agenda. So first, so as you know, and please remember, the ocean, maritime world, sea is the global commons. This is the common sense, right? Even in the territorial waters, as long as a certain as followed the international regulation and orders, everyone, including the foreigners, can navigate it freely. So this is the global commons, water is. And all, including me and you, all who live in the waters, sea, should be a good seamanship, good seaman. Excuse me, ma'am, good seaman, good person. All rules and regulations of the sea and maritime world, maritime community, are rooted in the human being history and the customs on the era of the discovery. So this is important. This is important. However, and I was a retired military guy. I was a sailor, but all of the sailors, before the sailor, we are the seaman, sea woman, sea person. So when I start the maritime military life, the first learn, first training, first education is not fighting, not using the arm. The first education, first training is the good seamanship is how do we protect the nature of the waters? How sea water is dangerous. This is a very important. This is a very important. So the not only sailor, not only Navy, Coast Guard, merchant shipping, and the fishermen, all of the sea person have a common values for protect the nature of the maritime sea. This is a very important. Unfortunately, the Chinese gray zone tactics, very heavy, seriously disregard for the noble tradition of good seamanship and international, the global commons of the waters. That sailors, fishers around the world have passed down since the age of the discovery, age of discovery. International community must strongly condemn, protest Chinese behavior in the sea, in the maritime, in the ocean, before the discussion how to battle, how to fight against China. This is a very important, I suggest. All who work at sea, whether in the Navy, Coast Guard, merchant vessels, fishermen, again, I say again, we must learn good seamanship. We must learn good seamanship. And so when I was the defense attaché to China, and also I learned to the PLA Defense University 2 decades ago. And I discussed a lot with the Chinese military guy and the Chinese Coast Guardian about these issues, the same issues. Unfortunately, Chinese authority, including the military, including the Coast Guard, including the merchant, Ministry of the Merchant Vessel, I forgot, and Ministry of the Foreign Fishermen's Affairs. They answered to me we learn, we educated to how to use the waters, how to use the sea, but they never, they educated to the international law, particularly the maritime law, to the seaman, sea woman, sea person. They do not understand the our common sense as a seaman, good seaman. They do not understand how important to protect of the nature of the waters. Of course, I'm the Navy guy. If happen to the warfare, we have to, the Navy guys and the Coast Guardians and all of the citizens have to fight against, prevent the invasion, to block and to attack to the enemies on the sea, under the sea, over the sea. But and this time is not wartime. This is the peacetime, including the gray zone period is the not wartime. It's a peacetime. We, our Navy guys, Coast Guardians, we of course the combatant. But before the combatant, we are the seamen, right? This is a very important. So in our Sasaka Peace Foundation, particularly our strategy group, so will hold do the war gaming and the strategic simulation as a lot of the kind of the simulation scenario. But the target of the game, the objective of the game, so how to prevent the conflict and how to understand the mindset of the Chinese. So because of that, they do not understand the international orders. They do not understand the common sense of the sea world, of the maritime orders. This is my comment. Thank you.
Yamamoto-san very kindly enlightened us the importance of value, custom, respect, value, custom, status quo, which is also another very important element to link all these like-minded countries together. And next, I would like to introduce...
no, not like-minded country. This is the common sense of all over the world.
Yeah, but China is not thinking like us. That's the problem. So the next, I will introduce Dr. Redford, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm feeling like a little bit of a fish out of water on this panel because I'm not an admiral, a commodore, or even a maritime security specialist. I'm actually an education specialist who, for the past few years, has been exploring how to improve maritime security capacity building activities. By this, I mean the education and training part of capacity building. And I strongly believe, as do all of the members of this panel, that capacity building is very important for creating a, what is it called, a harmonious future, as is the theme of this panel. So a few years ago, I led a team of researchers that observed about 12 capacity building activities in the Indo-Pacific region. The team observed what went well and what needed improvement in these training events, and we developed an implementation level best practices guide. In my current research project, I'm taking this to the next level, the policy level, and looking at how the Quad can improve its capacity building coordination. So I'm very excited to read what has come out of the Quad meeting that has been going on yesterday, today. I haven't got to my computer to look yet. So in the interest of time, I only have 2 very short key takeaways that I'd like to share with you today from this work. And the first takeaway is that good intentions and subject matter subject matter expertise are not enough to ensure the best outcomes in education training capacity building. Instructors need to be trained on how to train, and programs need to be designed with clear objectives and outcomes that meet those objectives. Then, ongoing evaluation of programs should also take place. With some of the capacity building training events that we saw, we noticed that trainers knew their content, but didn't really know why they were talking about that content, and didn't know who their audience was, did not know who they were training. And half the time, well, maybe not half the time, some of the time, the people who were receiving the training were not the best people to be receiving the training. So if we want to work together and cooperate effectively, we need to plan and look at our training from a bit of an educator's perspective. So the second takeaway that I have from my projects is that international effort to coordinate capacity building activities is very ambitious. There's a lot of ambition to create synergies through integrated capacity building. People talk about, well, how can the Quad combine efforts to deliver great capacity building programs? Policymakers get frustrated and implementers get frustrated because this integrated capacity building is a lot harder than it seems. And those on the ground get bogged down with how do we actually implement this? So when envisioning integrated capacity building, perhaps it's better to think about what is actually feasible. Pursue integration when it's feasible, but be comfortable with the fact that coordination or even just deconfliction of training events may be the best cooperative path which delivers the highest return on investment. Again, when my team and I were trying to take stock of some of the capacity building training events that were happening in the Indo-Pacific region, we found out that 1 week, one nation was delivering a training exercise on the law of the sea. 2 weeks later, another nation was delivering basically the same training event on the law of the sea to the same participants. We haven't even got to the stage of deconfliction with some of our training programs yet, let alone moving along the continuum to an integrated effort. So I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
Dr. Raffer, basically looking at capacity building is very important element from coordinated, integrated, and collective perspective to look at this very important element in maintaining harmonious order in this region. And she is also the only one in the response asking the question about Taiwan. She was asking how can Taiwan coordinate its capacity building activities given its unique, very unique diplomatic situation. So if we have time, I hope each one of the participants could answer a little bit on that. And the next, I will going to introduce Mr. Sin. He is going to talk about rule-based international order, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I thank organizers of Taiwan International Ocean Forum for inviting me to be here. And it's a pleasure to be amongst you and in this wonderful panel. What I'm going to speak has been briefly covered by Admiral Yamamoto, and my points will illustrate that fundamentally good seamanship is a cultural common among all maritime professionals. My presentation will cover briefly 4 points. Sea lanes of communication in the Indo-Pacific region are global public goods. Good order at sea is a key enabler of unhindered trade flow through our slocks. There is an urgent need to arrest waning confidence in the rule-based order. And our endeavor to shape harmonious future in the maritime arena can only be realized through collective emphasis on rule-based order. Now, I do not need to belabor a point about the sea lane of communication being global public goods, because fundamentally recent event has illustrated that disruption in sea lane of communication has effect across the globe, since majority of the trade, nearly about 80% by volume and about 70% by value flows through the maritime medium. Now, good order at sea is a key enabler of unhindered trade flow, and fundamentally it ensures safety and security of shipping and permits countries to pursue their maritime interest and develop their maritime resources in accordance with agreed principles of international law. And this is important because we have to comply with agreed principles of international law, what Admiral Yamamoto referred as good seamanship. Now, good order at sea, as we see, fundamentally has a typology of challenges in my view. Some of them are, I consider, as a tame challenges, and these are non-traditional threats like piracy, terrorism, maritime crime, HADR. Fundamentally, I call them tame challenges because there is a consensus on the collaborative effort towards this. So all countries, their maritime forces largely, irrespective of the differences between the countries concerned, they, on high seas, they collaborate to address those tame challenges. But then there are complex challenges. And complex challenges are where the one particular nation is beneficiary, other is a loser of a site, or group of countries are loser. And these are issues such as IUU fishing, and also that where fundamentally the divergent interest of states creates impediments in formulating common approach toward these issues. And then there are wicked challenges. And wicked challenges are those challenges which are complex, they are highly complex, and they are not amenable to appropriate policy solutions. Territorial disputes between the country in the maritime arena is one such of wicked challenges, but more such of illustrative wicked challenges are what we are seeing in South China Sea, where are complex overlapping challenges across multiple countries. But good order at sea is also under strains as a consequence of different and interlinked factors originating from wicked and tame challenges of the maritime security environment. While everyone seeks a stable rule-based order, our own approaches of nationalism and resources creates divergences. Now, we all need to work towards arresting waning confidence in rule-based order. And this is an area where we should work upon. Even though the legitimacy of the rules as such, which prevails through the international norms and primarily constitution of UNCLOS, these legitimacy are not being questioned. Rule-based order is being undermined by the selective and motivated interpretation of rules and norms, along with calling in the question authority of widely accepted consensual application and interpretation. China's behavior has been noted by the various speakers before me, and it is quite illustrative of is a major causative factor for this waning confidence in rule-based order. Now, how do we shape harmonious future? A stable rule-based order, while it is essentially, it requires a collaborative and comprehensive approach to preserve and protect. Maritime security cooperation has become a cornerstone, and countries across are collaborating together in order to preserve. Previous speakers, Mr. Tarela has spoken about the transparency initiative and its implication. In my view, it is one of the correct approach of the calling out bad behavior to arrest this waning confidence in the good or in the waning confidence in the rule-based order. Now, I will just cite one example of my country's example of its contribution towards rule-based order. 2016, there were two decisions on the territorial disputes. One, which has been referred here as a Philippines case against China, and other was International Arbitration Committee decision of the Bangladesh complaints about its own jurisdiction of EEZ. As we know that ICJ decision went in favor of Philippines, and also at the same time arbitration committee decision went in favor of Bangladesh. India, from its claim line, has to give to Bangladesh nearly about 26,000 square kilometers of the EEZ area. In compliance with the arbitration committee ruling, India decided to settle its EEZ boundary with Bangladesh. What happened in case of China? We know this. So thank you very much. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. I actually found this seat arrangement is quite funny because I basically cannot sit right facing to you because I have to look at my participants. But anyways, I have to like sit this way. Mr. Singh enlightened us all the wrongdoings of China. Actually, regardless of area, what you put down in the response is only East China Sea and South China Sea. But I want to remind everyone, China's wrongdoings, including, it's just like a buffet, all you can eat. It includes including every single type of wrongdoing that you can imagine. Sand dredging, illegal fishing, disrespect to status quo, everything you can think of. China has been doing that not for one day, but for decades. And covers, I mean, name a place that China had never been doing gray zone or wrongdoing. Name a place in the globe. Nowhere, everywhere you can think of. Indian Ocean, Malacca Strait, the Pacific. It's not just East China Sea and South China Sea. Look at Yellow Sea. China has been establishing all these gigantic size of steel structure, more than 20. Not to mention Taiwan Strait. Yeah. So that's what I want to remind everyone. You know, we cannot just ignore, keep ignoring what China has been doing. You know, everywhere in the world, and including all types of wrongdoing. And next, I would like to. I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Trinidad. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Eugene. First and foremost, I would like to thank the organizers of the Taiwan International Ocean Affairs Forum, the Ocean Affairs Council of Taiwan. Thank you for inviting me here. I am Roy Trinidad. I have been involved in maritime security for the past 30 years. I am here in my personal capacity. What I say here are my views, which I hope will be able to add to the discussions. Much has been said about sustainability and shared prosperity. I would like to focus more on security, considering that safety, shared prosperity, and sustainability should be able to operate under the freedom of security. And I will put forth 4 points. The first one is that there has to be a common threat strong enough that would push different countries to work together for a harmonious future under a collective security umbrella. The threats faced by Taiwan, Japan, Malaysia, Indonesia, Vietnam, the Philippines, are pushing us to come together to see where we could work together across law enforcement, across security, across legal and other dimensions towards a harmonious future. My second point, our harmonious future is anchored on our respect for international law. There have been instances in the past that the Philippines has been involved with Taiwan, the Taiwanese Coast Guard in 2012, that led to the death of a Taiwanese fisherman. Unfortunate event. We didn't like that, but we were able to iron out that issue. 2017 or 2018, this time, the Philippine Navy and the Taiwanese fishermen, which again led to the unfortunate death of 2 fishermen, we were able to iron out that issue. We have issues with Indonesia on the border. We iron that out with border crossing agreements. With Malaysia, while it hasn't been resolved yet, it is still tabled for discussion. It is still there. We acknowledge it, but it is not disrupting the normal relationship between the Philippines and Malaysia because we both subscribe to domestic and international law. We had a common issue in the tri-boundary of Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines on piracy. We were able to work together with a trilateral cooperative agreement. We were able to solve that problem. Our respect for international law will lead to our harmonious future. My third point, the Chinese Communist Party's disregard for international law is the threat that will disrupt our harmonious future. What we are facing in the West Philippine Sea is only a microcosm of what is happening in the bigger expanse of the maritime domain of the Asia-Pacific region. It's the same issue faced by Taiwan, the countries I mentioned earlier. And these actions of China to disregard international law will impact into our harmonious future. My last point, the Philippine government has been very strong in defense diplomacy. We have engaged a lot of countries, our maritime actors, the Coast Guard, Fisheries Bureau, the Navy, the Armed Forces, the Maritime Police, have engaged counterparts in the region. That's why I'm here. That's why Jay is here. Other Filipino delegates are here. We have engaged from Japan, Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, Vietnam, Malaysia. The Malaysian Navy chief was in the Philippines 2 weeks ago. Indonesia. Because we believe by talking together against a common threat, we could ensure our harmonious future, not only in this region, but even beyond. The Philippines has engaged a lot of European powers. We have our treaty ally, the United States. We are right now in talks with the UK, France, Canada, other European powers, Italy, if only to ensure that they will understand the issue here. And we thank them for sending their ships here. For 2023, we have conducted 3 joint patrols with foreign powers, foreign countries. 2024, we had 10. 2025, at the middle part of the year, we already had 10, with more coming up. We have a very strong British task force coming in. We had the Italian aircraft carrier. We have the Australians, the Japanese, etc. All of this points towards the international community coming together to preserve international law, because our harmonious future is gauged on that. In closing, I would like to cite those earlier panels when they mentioned that it's time to call the Chinese Communist Party bluff. It's time to call the bluff. I don't mention China. My grandmother is pure-blooded Chinese. There are a lot of Chinese who are oppressed by the Chinese Communist Party. Their freedom of expression and other basic liberties are being suppressed. It is the Chinese Communist Party that would like to continue their legitimacy and their hold of power. So, my good friend Jay Tarela and I, we don't mention China, we mention the Chinese Communist Party. And lastly, there is nothing gray anymore from the Philippine perspective. It's either black or white. We now call their presence illegal against the law, international law. their actions coercive and aggressive against the law, their messaging deceptive against the law, or we call them ICAD, illegal, coercive, aggressive, and deceptive. If only to show the world that this time there is nothing gray. It's either black or white. It's either within the bounds of international law or not. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Trinidad. Actually, last night when we had dinner together, I was proposing to Mr. Trinidad, but because this Sino-Filipino relation is gonna be worse anyways, keep worsening anyways. Why not thinking about to establish diplomatic tie with Taiwan as the first piece of domino? Yeah. He basically shared with us this common thread of China's wrongdoing to every single player in this region. And again, he shared a similar idea with Jay, which Chinese wrongdoing is not great. It's a very clear violation of international law. And I would like to add on your opinion. We together, I mean, China's wrongdoing basically unite us together. So we have to assure Beijing that their tactical success will definitely result in a strategic failure, which is our coordination and cooperation, which Beijing really doesn't like. So we still got like 15, 20 minutes. So I'm going to give you some hard time. I want each one of you, because during your presentation, you didn't talk about how to integrate China, how to integrate Taiwan into your ideas. So I want each one of you to use a minute or two to explain or to enlighten us how to integrate Taiwan in your picture of this harmonious regional order. I will start from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene, for starting with me. Yes, how do we integrate Taiwan into the picture? First and foremost, these are my perspectives. Secondly, our government observed the One China policy. How that is interpreted is subject to the individual concerned. I look at it as today is the time that we need to get down, sit down, identify the issues, bring in all the players. Because the security of one is not only unilateral or it doesn't stand alone. What is happening in the West Philippines today, and we said this years ago, is now happening in Luconia Shoals of Malaysia, of Natuna of Indonesia, of the paracels of India, Vietnam. For India, it's not maritime, but we have the line of actual control. It's happening in Taiwan and in Japan. These are common issues that will impact everybody, regardless whether we are a country or another entity. It is time for collaborative discussions that will include Taiwan, unofficial like what is happening here. Jay Tarela was very clear earlier in his plenary statement that he is here in his unofficial capacity, but we need to open the doors. We need to start the discussions already. Because the moment that international law will fail, what will happen in one country will impact all others. Thank you.
The speaker just correct me that we are actually running out of time. Yeah. I would like to spend like a minute to conclude this panel. There are some key words appealing in this panel, including transparency, rule-based, global public good, value, status quo, U.S. leadership, collectivity, and capacity building. And I think the conclusion bear from this panel is going to be the direction and approach for Taiwan's cooperation with all the nations in this region. And I also like to propose this Taiwan plus one strategy. As Dr. Bradford mentioned, you got this platform of multilateral institution like Quad, like US, Japan, South Korea. If each one of these multilateral could plus Taiwan, that will be very practical and feasible to maintain order and stability in our region. And I hope all of you learn as much as I do. And with your good mind, please join me to thank all the participants of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ko, for moderating this panel. This is the end of panel 2. 场次2到此结束，感谢郭副院长的主持以及各位来宾。在简单的换场过后，我们即将进入我们第4场的专题演讲。I would like to remind the panelists of the high-level dialogue, which will begin at 3 o'clock, to join me in the room back there for discussion. Thank you. For the 4th keynote speech today, let us welcome Mr. Kentaro Genma, Member of the House of Representatives, Japan. 紧接着是我们第4场专题演讲，我们很荣幸邀請日本原马千太郎众議員，讓我們掌聲歡迎。
ご紹介いただきました日本の衆議院議員の源馬健太郎と申します。本日は民主的な海洋秩序と日台戦略協力の国際的意義についてお話をする機会をいただいてありがとうございます。日本と台湾との関係は、非政府間の実務関係として維持されており、民間での交流が中心になっています。台湾に住んでおられる日本人は約2万1000人、日本に住んでおられる台湾の方は約6万7000人で、2024年の訪台日本人旅行客数は約132万人、訪日台湾人旅行者数は約604万人と、極めて多くの人々が日台間を往復しています。そして日本と台湾は共に環太平洋造山帯に位置する島国であって、地震や台風などによる自然災害が多く発生し、ユーラシア大陸に近いという地理的な条件が似ている上、自由や民主主義、基本的人権や法の支配といった基本的な価値観を共有して、緊密な経済関係、人的往来を有する重要なパートナーです。今年は先の戦争から80年という節目の年にあたります。日本と台湾の関係はこれまでも そしてこれからも引き続き友好的で、互いの繁栄に極めて重要な関係であると言えます。今回の講演でお話をいただいた際に、テーマとして民主的な海洋秩序と日台戦略協力の国際的意義という難しいお題をいただきました。加えて、このテーマに沿ったポイントをいくつかお示しいただきましたので、そのポイントに合わせてお話をしていきたいと思います。それではまず、ポイントの一つ目として、日本と台湾との友好と繁栄の基盤となる互いの CBM についてお話をしたいと思います。CBM とは、一般的にコンフィデンスビルディングメジャーズ、信頼醸成措置とされています。信頼醸成措置とは、偶発的な軍事衝突を防ぐとともに、国家間の信頼を醸成するとの見地から、軍事情報の公開や一定の軍事行動の規制、軍事交流などを進める努力を示します。日本と台湾の周辺は、中国による領海侵犯や演習など、地域の安全を脅かす行為がたびたび見られます。CBM としては、そうした危険な行為が偶発的な軍事衝突にならないように、お互いにホットラインの設置などの措置があります。ただ、これらの措置は、偶発的な軍事衝突回避のためのテクニカルな措置であります。今回の講演のポイントとしては、こうしたテクニカルな措置を講ずるための基盤となる互いの信頼醸成について話してほしいということでしたので、その視点で話を進めてまいります。先ほども申し上げたように、日本と台湾の間では非常に多くの方の往来があります。そして日本人として大変誇らしく、また喜ばしいニュースが今年の4月にありました。それは日本台湾交流協会が実施された第8回対日世論調査の結果に関するものであります。この調査の結果によると、最も好きな国や地域を日本と答えた台湾人が 76% に上り、過去最高になりました。2番目が韓国で 4%、3番目がアメリカと中国で 3% ということですので、76% の1位というのは、圧倒的な多数と言えると思います。また今後、台湾が最も親しくするべき国はという質問でも、日本は 70% で第1位です。こちらも2番目がアメリカ 13%、3番目が中国で 11% ですから、これらも圧倒的に日本が評価されるということだと思います。また、2023日に日本人の台湾への意識調査が行われましたが、これによると 76.6% の人が台湾に親しみを感じていて、65% の人が台湾は信頼できる国だというふうに答えています。日本と台湾とのお互いの高い好感度は、まさに相思相愛と呼べるものであると思います。こうした高い好感度の背景には、観光客の増加や災害が発生した際の助け合いなどがあるとされています。東日本大震災の時などの災害時における台湾の皆様からの心温まる支援は、今も日本人の心に刻み込まれております。このように災害時の助け合いですとか、観光などによる国民相互の交流をより一層深くしていくことが信頼醸成措置として大変有効ではないかと思います。次のポイントとして、民主的価値と海洋秩序の関連性についてお話しします。先ほども申し上げたように、台湾は日本にとって自由や民主主義、基本的人権や法の支配といった基本的価値観を共有する極東アジアにおける極めて重要なパートナーです。そして台湾周辺海域は日本にとって死活的に重要なシーレーンであり、この海域の平和は日本の安全保障に直結しています。シーレーン防衛の重要性は台湾においても同様であると思います。力ではなく法とルールが支配する海洋秩序に支えられた 開かれた海洋は、日本や台湾だけでなくて、国際社会全体の平和と繁栄に不可欠だと思います。先日、かねてから日本政府が撤去を要求していた日本の EEZ 内に中国が設置したブイ、これが中国によって撤去されたことが報じられました。日本政府はブイの設置について中国政府に抗議をして撤去を求めてきたとしていますが、自らブイを撤去しようとはしませんでした。一方、フィリピン政府は同じように中国が設置したブイを自らの判断で撤去したと聞いています。私は海洋法という国際的なルールは自ら守ることはもちろん大事ですが、相手国に対してもどのように守らせていくかということは極めて重要であると思います。力による一方的な現状変更は認めないという方針は言葉だけでなくて行動によって示すことも国として一貫した態度ではないかと思います。その意味でフィリピン政府の行動はルールにのっとった適切なものであったと評価しております。日本と台湾の近くには残念ながら力による現状変更の試みを企てているとされている国が存在し、実際にさまざまな試み、海洋法、国際法に対しての挑戦がなされています。法とルールが支配する海洋秩序に支えられた開かれた海洋をこの先も堅持するには、自由や民主主義、基本的人権や法の支配といった基本的な価値観を共有する国々が団結して断固たる措置を取らなくてはいけないと思います。私は政権交代を目指している野党第一党から参りました。こうした考え方は今の政府と基本的には変わりがありません。日本で政権交代が起こったとしても同じ態度で臨んでいきたいと思います。最後のポイントとして国際機関への台湾参加と民主国家の責任についてお話ししたいと思います。今年5月に開催された WHO、それから世界保健総会において台湾のオブザーバー参加が認められませんでした。日本はもちろん米国など多くの国々が台湾の参加を賛成した支持していたにもかかわらず、このような結果になったことは大変残念であります。2019年に中国から始まったコロナ禍、記憶に新しいところですが、世界的に人々が生き合う現代社会では、ある地域で発生した感染症が全世界に広まるまで時間を必要としません。公衆衛生対策は世界中で行われなくてはならず、本来 WHO はすべての国や地域が参加するべきものです。そして世界保健機関憲章では、すべての人々が可能な最高の健康水準に到達することを設立目標に掲げています。このすべての人々には当然約2300万人の台湾の皆様が含まれていると思います。台湾が排除される理由は全くありません。台湾のオブザーバー参加を認めない WHO 事務局の中国におもねる姿勢には理解に苦しみます。また、国際民間航空機関 ICAO 総会への台湾の参加も同様の課題があります。ICAO は国際民間航空が安全かつ整然と発達するように、そして国際航空運送業務が機械均等主義に基づいて健全かつ経済的に運営されるように各国の協力を求めることを目的として設立されました。世界の航空安全のために国際航空路線を持つすべての国や地域が参加するのが当然だと思います。今年2月に行われた日本の石破総理とアメリカのトランプ大統領の会談で表明された日米首脳共同声明には、両首脳は国際機関への台湾の意味ある参加の支持を表明したとあります。また台湾と国交を維持する国についても日本は支援を行っております。日本としては台湾承認国の経済成長を側面支援して、各地域で中国の影響力が強まりすぎないように、中南米のグアテマラやパラグアイを外交上の戦略的なパートナーと位置づけ、太平洋地域や アフリカの台湾承認国とも緊密に意思疎通することとしています。我々は引き続き台湾が国際社会においてその立場にふさわしい力を発揮できるように支援していく方針です。そしてこれは我々立憲民主党、野党の立憲民主党が政権交代した後も必ず継承したいと思います。繰り返しになりますが、台湾は日本にとって東アジアにおける自由や民主主義、基本的人権や法の支配という基本的な価値観を共有して緊密な経済関係、人的往来を有する重要なパートナーであります。そして共に島国であり、災害大国であり、海に囲まれている国であり、貿易立国であるという多くの共通点を有する国でもあります。今後も東アジアの平和と安定、法とルールが支配する海洋秩序に支えられた開かれた海洋の堅持のために、日本と台湾が協力をし、互いに平和と繁栄がもたらされることを心から願っております。以上です。ありがとうございました。
Thank you, Mr. Gemma, for your speech. 感谢源马众议员的分享。接下来，我们即将进入大家期待的高层对话。在换场的时候，让我先来介绍今天的主持人。The high-level dialogue will begin soon. This dialogue will be moderated by Mr. Thomas McDevitt, Chairman of the Washington Times. Let us now welcome our guest speakers for the high-level dialogue. This dialogue will be moderated by Mr. Thomas McDevitt, Chairman of the Washington Times. Let us welcome the panelists of this dialogue, Minister Bi-Ling Kwan of the Ocean Affairs Council, Deputy Secretary General Fei Fan Lin of National Security Council, Taiwan, Sir Gavin Williamson, MP, United Kingdom, Mr. Aoyama Yamato, Member of the House of Representatives, Japan. Mr. McDevitt, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me now? Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank our host, Minister Kwan, for organizing, and her team, her amazing team, for organizing an exceptional conference. And I want everyone to join me in giving her a warm round of applause for everything she's done. Thank you. And to begin our panel, I've asked the minister to feel free to make some comments, whatever she'd like to talk about. I'm so interested in how she sees the future of this incredible ministry. And so, Madam Minister, the floor is yours, and please feel free to share with us your wisdom.
OK， 谢谢。我想刚刚主持人特别说的，今天论坛的成功，所有的成功要归咎于所有出席的讲者，大家的卓越的贡献。那么我表达，我也是早上有在影片上看到大家的讨论，感觉到十分的印象深刻，也感觉到十分的感谢。那海委会作为中华民国台湾海洋政策治理上面的一个中央主管机关，今天早上有一位刘教授特别说了，我们的工作包含的就是3安4海，在海洋治理上面的国家的安全，海上犯罪查缉的治安，以及人民救援救生救难的平安，那么以及海洋的保育、海洋的废弃物的清理、海洋污染的防治、海洋产业的发展等等。所谓3安4海的工作，那这些工作非常的庞杂，那但是在我看来，这样的庞杂，它显示的是丰富，它意味着我们可以在众多的领域来发展跟世界各国的合作，这也就是今天有各位在参加我们这样的一个论坛，我们可以期待的一个未来，有太多的课题，只要是关于海洋的课题，海洋委员会都有足够的空间跟切面，我们可以来发展国际的合作。如同刘教授今天早上他所关心的，那我们跟印度可以有什么合作？我们可不可以透过科学来建立一个持久性的、不会受政治影响的合作？那我也可以说明，就是我们有一个国家海洋研究院，它是特别在台湾的海洋科学研究上面扮演重要角色的一个单位，而他们也刚好会跟印度的国家级的研究单位签合作的备忘录。换句话说，在这个部分，我们并不会因为是不是有外交的关系而受到的阻碍。所以就海洋事务在海洋的治理上，我仍然是一个概念，就是说我们只有一个海洋，大家共同对于守护这个海洋的安全、和平、永续跟发展都有相同的责任。而在这个部分，我们应该在一个海洋上像一个家人一样，要去发展各种的国际的合作。那尤其是今天我们最关心的这个主题是有关于海域的安全。那海域的安全对我来讲，我当然是非常重要的责任的一环。那大家所熟知的是，我今天早上也说了，我们是在 第一岛链，我们是在应对中国的军事演习、中国的灰色地带骚扰的第一线，我们就在这个角力战场的第一线。所以对我们来讲，这个是我们每天的日常。就在此时此刻，我必须说，我们的海巡的同仁也正在东沙的岛屿上面，陪着中国的海警船在驱离它。海警船也就在此时此刻，他们就在我们东沙的环礁、我们的限制水域上面骚扰我们，而我们就在那里严正的执法，予以广播驱离，也正在执行这样的任务。所以，对世界各国来讲，可能所谓灰色袭扰，就是大家熟悉的这个部分。中国灰色袭扰的手段，在日本的话，它是钓鱼台的骚扰；在菲律宾的话，刚刚大家分享了，它在菲律宾有猛烈的、强烈的骚扰的手段。那在台海，在台湾，它就是用共机共建，每日的在我们的领空，在我们的限制海域，不定期的或者是例行的，就在那边巡航。那我们特别会把中国这样的行动用2个层次来看待，一个层次当然是国防安全的层次。那这个层次的话，大家都知道，战争不是这样在进行的。灰色袭扰它所依恃的就是说，我们会坚持和平的价值，所以他用这样的方法在骚扰我们。因此，就这个部分，我们会比较积极的去处理成，当他想要来熟悉，可能他想要来熟悉他的战场的时候，我们也借着这个机会有所学习，对他们有所了解。好，那这个是在国防安全的层面。当我们也因此而更知道他们的战略、他们的战术、他们部署的逻辑的时候，那我想这个是我们所必须要因应的一部分。那当然，另外一部分是我们一定要掌握住我们执法的权利在手中，也就是说，我们必须要去突破他用这样的一个剧场想要去发展的叙事方式。中国就是善用历史叙事的手段，或者是它的叙事的手法来进行认知作战，想要去挑战既有的有秩序的这个海洋的秩序。我想我们今天 Gavin 前部长他在国防大臣的时代，他就已经发现也已经特别的要提醒大家，就是中国的历史叙事的操作是对印太地区的海洋秩序而言是一种挑战。好，我想中国的灰色地带的袭扰对他们而言，他们企图想要去创造的一个叙事的模组，那就是说他要告诉全世界的世人说，这是他在领海合法执法的合法维权的行动。那这个部分就是我们非常重要的工作之一了。我们必须很透明的非常积极的对国际去揭露执法权是在我们的手上，所以行动上我们必须执法。因此对于违法的抽沙，我们要扣押他们的船，我们要没收他们的船，我们要予以判刑。对于越界的捕鱼，我们要依法裁处，我们要可以依法必须要扣押，我们会扣押，我们会依法裁处。那对于违法的个别的偷渡也一样。那晚近我们也特别对于破坏海缆的船只，我们也予以扣押，予以逮捕，并且第一审的时候也已经判刑。好，我想在台湾的主权海域执法权是掌握在我们的手中的。那因此就这个部分而言，我们每日海巡在面对的是这样的一个情景。那当然灰色地带的袭扰它相当的多元，来的速度可能也很快。譬如我刚刚讲的偷渡，我们来自于不同方向而来的偷渡，我们都知道他们很可能是要来这里生存，要来这里工作，但是呢，我们会发现从中国来的偷渡有非常多，它是小目标的个人的求泳或者是橡皮艇这种小目标的偷渡。 而偷渡而来的时候，他们的说辞，以及他们完全没有做要在台湾落地的准备，好的这种形式，我们会认为说这是不是有计划的灰色袭扰的手段？那原来我们不见得认为这个是他对台湾灰色袭扰的手段，但是当我们发现有4次的军演都配套有这样的小目标的偷渡的时候，我们就必须因应这会不会是有计划的，我们就不排除这种可能性。所以台湾作为这样的应对中国权力扩张的第一线而言，在应对中国的灰色袭扰的这个部分，我们有很多的经验。我们也认为在这个部分国际之间有共同经验的国家，我们其实是可以有很多可以合作来发展的，也有很多我们的经验可以分享的。谢谢。
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. I do want to say, as chairman of the Washington Times, being in Washington for many decades, I think the American media needs to do a better job of letting the American public know of what actually is happening in Taiwan. Most people have no idea. Almost every day there are ships or planes coming from China. It would be shocking to most people. So you can count on the Washington Times to want to do a better job at that. So thank you, Minister. Thank you once again. We're delighted to have the Deputy Secretary General of the National Security Council. I'm sure his heavy weight for his job is only half as much as his boss, the minister. But I do have a question for Lin Fei Fan. Given the increasing complex gray zone area that we're been talking about at this conference, how do you see the best approach to strengthen resilience in Taiwan? What steps are you taking? How do you see that area?
Yes, thank you so much. I think I can first explain about how we see the current strategic environment around us. I can give you one example. So if you look at the news today, just happened this morning, and combining the situation we faced yesterday, we got 78 sorties of PLA aircraft coming across the median line and also our ADs. These 2 days is probably the number is one of the highest in recent months. They have 78 aircrafts. They got 8 vessels surrounding the waters around us. So that's actually the situation that we are facing every day. But as Thomas just mentioned, that not so many people in Washington or even around the world actually understand the situation. Many people, well, to be honest, well, in the past 10 decades, perhaps a lot of people still embrace the illusion that there could be a peaceful solution for this type of things. But if you look at their ambition, it's very clear that all this type of maneuver or operation, they're not just aiming to Taiwan. If you look at the whole mapping that they put out, especially those operations, they're not just coming to the median line of Taiwan Strait. They're not just crossing that line. If you look at their practices in the recent years, they're also practicing so-called A2AD on the east coast of Taiwan. So what they're really aiming for, I think, is very obvious that they have a bigger strategic ambition. This ambition is way beyond their possession on Taiwan. So let me be clear that the situation that we are facing is not just a situation that Taiwan is facing alone. If you look at the 2 different examples, starting from last year to this year, another example is that last December, they conducted one of the biggest maritime operations in December. That exercise, they didn't name it for the title like a joint sword exercise. They didn't name it. It's a very silent way that they turn on a military drill. And in that particular operation, they got over 100 vessels surrounding the whole waters. And if you look at the map, they're not just in Taiwan Strait, they're also in East China Sea and South Sea. So combining all together, more than 100 vessels are doing this type of maneuver around Taiwan. And what they're practicing is very clear as well. If you look at their aircraft carrier just recently, they have also conducted a very long patrol in the very far distance from Taiwan. They crossed the first island chain. They're approaching the second island chain, and also trying to exert their influence and their forces into the third island chain. So their ambition is rather clear than everyone's understanding, I think. So this is the environment we're in, and this May there's another exercise that also conducted by Chinese POA. Is also again over 70 vessels around Taiwan's water, again combining East China Sea, Taiwan Strait, and South Sea. So they have been doing this in a very often and frequent basis. That's what we're observing. I think combining all these facts, it's very important for us to really understand that Taiwan is not the only target. Their ambition is way beyond Taiwan. And the second thing I want to mention that how we deal with that, this type of threats or coercion on an everyday basis. One of our strategic vulnerabilities, or I can say that one of the biggest concerns we have, is actually if China wants to turn the military drill into the military invasion on day one, like how can we react on that? For the examples I gave you, that this operation that we already saw that they didn't name it in title, and they switch on when they announce it for we're going to have an operation on 7 a.m. and then later on, 1 minute later, they turn it on for the whole thing. So this type of thing is already, I mean, it's not actually. I would say it's actually it's already break a lot of international norms, even by this type of military drills. So one of the biggest challenges for us is how to deal with this type of thing. So the line administration that we have very clear goals that how to strengthen our defense capabilities and also our determination to strengthen our own defense. If you look at the past 1 year, President Lai has already announced at least 3 major policy priorities. The first one is increase our military spending. Increasing our military spending is not because of the reason of that is not because of like voices in Washington continue to urge Taiwan to spend more. It's not because of that. It's because that we understand so much about the importance to build up the capabilities and also our defense abilities. I think that understanding and that sense of urgency that brings us to the level that we need to strengthen our defense by spending more. But spending more is not just about the importance of that. It's not just about the number. It's about how we use those money to invest in the capabilities we need. So basically, current ideas we have, we know that the modern warfare nowadays, that we must invest more on asymmetrical capabilities. We also need to spend more on unmanned systems. Just a recent example is that we have a very big drone demonstration that we invite a lot of the foreign companies to come over, including the companies from the United States, that we invite them to come over and try to find some local partners, local companies can work with them to help us to strengthen that capabilities. That's the direction we are aiming for. So we're not just looking at the UAV or USV. We're also looking at different type of drone system that can help us to boost our defense capabilities. We're also looking at the defense, the air defense system, including the missile defense capabilities. So that's a reason why we are buying so much different type of weapon systems from the United States to help us to boost that capability as well. But the second policy priorities I would like to share is that President Lai is also very clear that in order to countering Chinese military aggression, I think it's very important for us to understand that how China are infiltrated into our society. So I think it's very important for us to understand that, well, people around the world in the past usually will neglect the fact that Taiwan is a society, is an open society that China used to infiltrate and penetrate into. So I think it's very important for us to also build a mechanism to strengthen that national security mechanism, to really examine the loopholes that we have. So President Lai, in this March, he announced that we're going to start a new strategies to counter the Chinese infiltration into not just our military, but also the public service and also the grassroots community. Combining all together is called the 17 strategies. That strategy, one very important point is that we are going to restore military court. The military court is actually, it will not entitle for any investigation to the private citizens. It will only entitle for the national security linked cases that involve our military active duty military soldiers and officers. So that's our efforts to doing that. I think a lot of countries in the region would also need to think about that. We already see that some of the cases that in Philippines as well, that Chinese ethnic, they perhaps penetrating into the area near the military base. This type of thing has already happened. Okay. So the third point of our efforts to strengthen our national defense or the defense capability, I think it's very important to look at our whole of society resilience approach. That's a new effort. President Lai also very, very clear that actually the whole program is actually started since 2022 after Russia's invasion to Ukraine. So we know that the key point that why Ukrainian people can be so resilient to deter or to defend themselves is because that they have a very strong society that really want to help themselves. So we are also in the process trying to combine all the efforts from the grassroots communities and also from the civil society to emphasize this more cohesion whole of society resilience approach. So we are looking at a lot of different reforms, including civil training. How can we boost more numbers of training? More people get trained as volunteers. That's the direction we are moving in. We're examining our medical services. We're looking at our air raid shelters. Just this morning, that we released a new instructions for people to follow the new instruction for the air raid defense. So this type of efforts actually all combined together is all our whole of society resilience program. So I think I already covered a lot. I will stop here first and to see that if you've got any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're also so happy to have Gavin Williamson, who's currently a member of Parliament in the UK, formerly served as the UK Defence Secretary and Education Secretary. And what's most interesting for our audience today is that when he was the Minister of Defence, he initiated the deployment of the UK Royal Navy's aircraft carrier to the Indo-Pacific to ensure free navigation and address maritime security. Fascinating background. And Gavin, you've had great experience internationally in Africa and, of course, in the UK Parliament. One area we'd like to know from you is how can the international community lend more support for Taiwan? What would you advise colleague countries and your friends in the Parliament about Taiwan? What should we all do on the international side?
So I'm going to be in danger of being rude to my hosts, which is never a good idea, is it? But the first thing I think we need to see is actually Taiwan is one of the most polite, beautiful, wonderful countries, but sometimes they're almost too polite. You're too courteous. And you've got such a latent opportunity here. And actually, everything that we want to see our partners to be is here in Taiwan. And what I think the first stage is, I think Taiwan needs to ask more of others, not in broad sweep, but in specifics. And sometimes small things can have disproportionate impact. And I think in return, I think Britain, I would say, is actually a good bridge for Taiwan into Europe, because I would say we're a bit more bold. We're a bit less taken in by the Chinese than the French, who want to sell their handbags and their wine, or the Germans, who want to sell their cars. We are out, the scales have fallen a little bit from our eyes. And I actually think we can all push a lot harder in actually standing up for a friend and a country that has that same shared values base. And I think Britain can do that more. But actually, all European countries, actually, China will push, it will coerce, it will use the levers at its disposal. But actually, if we start speaking louder and more assertively, China will be pushed back.
Very good. Thank you, Gavin. Thank you. What do you plan to do when you go back to the Parliament about this?
You see, he's so much more polite to everyone else. You can tell it's coming up to Independence Day. They want to assert their rights here.
Remind me, independence from where?
Well, every country makes mistakes. But what I want to do is I want to work with my Taiwanese friends to actually make sure that the voice is louder and actually the voice is more heard. Because when I first sent British ships through the Taiwan Strait, the United States had been doing it for ages. But actually Britain hadn't, Australia hadn't, France hadn't. And there was immediate pushback. The Chinese demanded the British ambassador in Beijing come in and get immediately dressed down. But actually, what else did they do? Their bark is worse than their bite. And actually, after we had done it, of course, the French felt obliged to follow in our footsteps. They eventually do. The Australians did it, and so many more. And this is where we have to continuously push back. We continuously have to actually, because Taiwan's freedoms are actually our freedoms as well, and we're protecting them together. But you cannot leave one country as just a pure and simple lone voice. So this is where we have to get better. So I will be pushy, I will be bolshy, I will be not quite as polite as my Taiwanese friends, and I will start to make sure that we make the point. And actually, we can learn a lot from Taiwan as well, because actually Taiwan has been operating in the grey zone, dealing with grey zone threats for an awful long time. Britain has had to do that, not just with China, but also with Russia as well. And there is also a common battle currently happening in Europe, which is Ukraine, because this is a battle about actually a democratic and free country standing up to tyranny. And the difficulty is, when one tyrant sees another tyrant get away with it, it encourages others. So actually, it is a common battle that we're having to fight, and actually making sure that we're a loud voice, we're an enthusiastic voice on behalf of Taiwan, I think will actually embolden others to be a little bit braver than maybe they have been in the past.
Well said. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Minister, we've been delighted to have such a great international audience, and I know the delegation that came from Japan is quite distinguished with active members of the Diet and the Congress there. And we're thrilled to have Congressman Aoyama Yamato, who has served 8 years, as I understand it, in the Congress, in the Diet. And one of the unique factors of this gentleman, he's very dedicated to strengthening Japan Taiwan relations. But it's not just in terms of his words. He actually created a program of sister cities between Chiura City and Tainan City. He's visited Taiwan many times, has a lot of experience connecting city in Japan with the city, Tainan City here. And through that, I think he's learned a lot about how the local collaboration can help build resilience for the whole society. So Congressman, I'd like to ask you to please share your wisdom. How does that work in terms of the local city-to-city connection of citizens to build that fabric nationwide? It's great to have you. Go right ahead.
はい。まずはいい質問ありがとうございます。日本の立憲民主党衆議院議員、青山大和です。ちょうど2年前、私の選挙区の茨城県土浦市、来総統が市長をしていた台南市と姉妹都市を結ぶことになりました。これ以外にも、ここ数年、私の周りでも、いろんな日本の市、町が台湾の市と姉妹都市を結んでおります。特に蔡英文総統が蔡英文さんが総統に就任されて以降、この傾向がとても強くなっていると思います。先ほど来、皆様から安全保障の面、さまざまなお話がありましたけれども、やはり日本は台湾と地理的にとても近いところでありますし、言うまでもなく民主主義、自由、人権、同じ価値観を共有をしております。今、外交安全保障はもちろん、こういった日本としては市町村レベルで人と人との交流、そういうことを進めながら、日本人一人一人が台湾をもっと身近に感じてもらい、日本の周りの海で起きていることを身近に感じてもらえるような、そんな交流を進めております。例えば先ほどの土浦市で言いますと、この子どもたちの修学旅行に学校の旅行で台南へ派遣するような、そんな交流の話も出ております。そういった草の根レベルの外交がこれからは特に重要だと私は思っております。
Great. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause then. I'd like to follow up, just coming back this way to the Congressman, with a follow-up question. I know there's an election coming up in Japan in a couple of weeks, and you have been on the opposition side, but tell us about the core value of Japan policy related to the Indo-Pacific region. No matter who's in charge in Japan, how do you approach that? How do you keep consistency in terms of policy in such important areas?
はい、まさに明日から日本の参議院選挙が始まります。なので私も今日この後終わったらすぐ日本に帰らなければいけません。ただし今回の選挙は、私たち衆議院ではなくて参議院の選挙でございます。そして今回このフォーラムに日本の国会議員3人招待していただきました。先ほどスピーカーで話した源馬議員と私は野党の立憲民主党、今日の一番最初のスピーチをした木川田議員は自由民主党 LDP の議員です。日本として台湾海峡のこの安定維持、平和、ここに関しては仮に日本で政権交代が起きようとも、私たち立憲民主党が政権を取ったとしても、この基本的な政策が変わることはありません。まずそこは、最初に伝えておきます。もちろん私たちが まずはアメリカとしっかり同盟国として連携をしながら、その抑止を高めていく。我々も防衛力の抜本的な改革を今行っているところですし、今日はフィリピンやインドネシア、マレーシアの皆様も参加してますが、日本は今まで ODA、オフィシャル・ディベロップメント・アシスメント、そういうので地域の貢献をしてきましたが、2年前から OSA、オフィシャル・セキュリティ・アシスタント、いわゆる防衛装備品を同志国に提供する、そういう枠組みを新しく作りました。自分たちの防衛力をしっかり改善していく。日本とアメリカの同盟をしっかり強固にしていく。そして、志を同じくする同志国と共にしながら、この、力による現状変更が起きないような、そういう政策に取り組むことは、立憲民主党も同じでございます。
Thank you very much. And I know he has to catch a plane soon, so we're going to finish up quickly. To that end, we're going to continue coming this way. So Gavin, you're next. I want you to take a minute and give us a final comment, especially in light of UK's relationship with Taiwan. How do you see that playing out? What can UK do more in the Indo-Pacific? You're so present as it already is with the Five Eyes and the work that UK does. 1 minute.
So I think there's an awful lot more in terms of both defence and security, whether that's British businesses working closer with Taiwanese businesses in terms of on the security and the defence side. I think there's an awful big area that can be developed in terms of wider commercial businesses, but also in terms of education and health. I mean, Taiwan is leading the world in terms of some of the health solutions. How can we work closer with Taiwan and really benefit from that world cutting edge? Because we have a very aging population in the UK as you do in Taiwan, the same on education, the same on research and development. But we shouldn't let sometimes Taiwan's troublesome neighbours put us off from being bigger and bolder. And I think that is so critical because there's a lot of opportunity for Taiwan in deeper relationships with the UK and a lot of opportunities for the UK as well.
Fantastic, thank you. And final comment from Li Fei Fan. In terms of the vision for the conference here, the OIC, how do you see it developing? Of course, come back 1 year from now. But what would you advise? How can we do things every week going on for the next year? How do we keep this alive to promote even a new level of dialogue and action coming from the brain trust you have in this room?
Yeah, so I would say the key point would be deterrence. Deterrence is the key for everything. And what we're looking at, the current situation that involving not just Taiwan, as I mentioned on the earlier stage, I think it's very important for us to notice that we, as the international community, we can all do more in deterring Chinese aggression to not just Taiwan, to Philippines, to Japan. I think that's a very important note that everyone should share. That type of understanding. And another thing is that in order to build up this deterrence, I think we must build up the mechanism for international cooperation on an everyday basis. We must strengthen, as I mentioned last night, I think, and also earlier this morning, I think just purely for Taiwan, it's very important for us to build up the ISR capabilities. But if it is just Taiwan, it would be very hard for us to acquire all these capabilities we need. So it would need the regional partners and allies to all come together to figure out the platform, to figure out the mechanism, to figure out the ways that we can move forward together. And maybe to think about how we can work together to complicate Chinese calculation, because the time is ticking. As many people suggest that, well, on behalf of National Security Council of Taiwan, that we don't have the timing, as many people suggest, like 2027, but we must to have the thinking of how to delay and deter that happen, and how to complicate their operation on the everyday basis. If everyone is joining, Philippines, Taiwan, Japan, India, United States, UK, are all come together working on a common strategy, I think that would be a better solution for all to deter the thing that we won't want to see to happen. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that could be a great outcome of this conference, is figure out new ways that we could keep this moving forward. Minister Kwan, I have a final question for you, and we did not talk about this earlier, but let's imagine that you have a chance tonight to talk on the phone with Donald Trump. And he says to you, I'm so impressed with the conference, I heard some news about your conference. Tell me, what is it that the U.S. can do? What would you say to him?
我本来需要很礼貌，因为刚刚被纠正，所以我不能太有礼貌。因此这一通电话，我会很不礼貌的要拿一件很大的事情来跟川普总统讨论。自由航行也好，我们非常的欢迎。我们也在维护台海成为自由航行的航道，一直很努力有贡献。去年有10个国家17艘次在台海自由航行，今年到现在也已经4个国家8艘次。那英国的外相也说，未来英国会有更多。那当然要很感谢 Sir Gavin， 他开启了英国的这个战略。这个部分我们可以国际合作，我们也有很多国际的合作，譬如说中国娴熟于它的历史叙事，晚近他最强烈的做法就是他用他的历史叙事的方法说2758决议文决定了台湾是中国的领土，是中国不可分割的一部分，联合国的2758决议文。但是这件事情我们透过国际之间的诸多的了解以后，有一个又一个国家的国会，包括英国的国会，他通过了决议，他们认为他们公开的倡议2758决议文并不涉及台湾的主权。这都是各个国家可以协助共同来抵挡中国灰色地带袭扰跟他的主权的这个霸权的方法。但是川普总统不一样，毕竟他是川普总统，所以我想提的当然就不止这些层次了。我想跟川普总统分享，台湾过去22年来，我们加入了4大国际组织：奥委会、亚银、APEC 跟 WTO。美国应该在这过程历任4位总统。台湾历任3位总统，中国历任2位领导人。这4大国际组织在处理台湾跟中国复杂的主权争议的时候，国际的领袖透过谈判发挥他们的创意，每一个国际组织都做了不同的安排，让台湾可以成为会员，而且和中国互不隶属。很多年了，不曾再有第5个有创意的谈判结果出现。台湾需要加入国际组织，我们会成为国际组织非常有贡献的一个成员。我们会有所贡献，我们有意愿，我们也有能力。下一个台湾可以正式成为国际组织会员的模式，川普总统是谈判专家，他如果能够主导国际的谈判，谈判出来，那是我打电话想要跟他讨论的课题。我的礼貌有更超越了吧？我仍然很有礼貌的来谈这个 我认为非常合理的课题。大家想一想，我们在奥委会里面，我们不可以唱国歌，不可以用国旗，但是我们就是一个成员，然后我们排队不会排在西字的系列里面，不会排在中国的后面。我们虽然叫做 Chinese Taipei， 但是我们不会跟香港、澳门一样站在中国的后面。我们在 APEC， 我们在 WTO 一样，有很多不一样的安排。我们在 APEC， 我们没办法，大家都是member economy， 台湾也是。虽然我们叫做 Chinese Taipei， 但是我们是 member of economy，OK？ 好，它是平等的。但是我们的总统没办法参加领袖会议，但是邀请还是有的，邀请函是给我们的总统的，但是我们总统会另外指派代表，这些都是非常细腻精致的安排，而这一些安排最后可以让台湾和中国在同一个国际组织里面互不隶属的，共同都是会员。我们有委屈，但是我们愿意接受，所以我想这是我最大的心愿。谢谢。
Great. I got a feeling that phone call went very well, and President Trump received what you said. I think the point that the minister raises is critical. In some sense, it's unthinkable. It's unthinkable in the 21st century that the people of Taiwan, the nation of Taiwan, is not recognized. And the fact that you can't be part of these organizations is crazy. For example, when we watched the Olympics in Paris and saw the boat with the Taiwan athletes, and it was China Taipei, that whole flag, it was, even I heard from friends in the media, it's an alternate reality. And it's got to change. And it'll change if enough people raise their voices. So a final point I'd like to make, Minister, is a project we're working on at the Washington Times that I invite everyone to participate in. It's in the early stages, called the Taiwan Freedom Project. And the goal is to create a global strategic communications effort that gets the message out, confronts the gray zone information ops and cognitive warfare of the PRC, pulls the best and brightest creative talent from think tanks to young generation YouTubers, you name it, to legacy media. But I think we're really in a civilization crisis, and we all have to work together like it's life and death. I get a feed, my final point, on my cell phone every day from open source intel, I highly recommended, by Don Sutherland, who lives in Thailand. He's a journalist. Every day I see how many planes and how many ships are coming from the PLA. Like at 4 o'clock in the morning, I get a feed from over here. It's just astounding. I couldn't imagine that happening in America. So I think the global community really must come together as a family of nations. We didn't have time for questions here, but I want to ask everyone to please give a warm round of applause for all of our panelists. And thank you again, Minister. It's been a great, great conference. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have the next good panel.
Yeah.
If you could first look at my camera, and then we'll keep my by the other. All right? All right. That's a great stance. Now, just like a bright smile from everyone.
Thank you. A special thanks to Mr. McDevitt for moderating this dialogue. Thank you to all the panelists for your participation. This is the end of the high-level dialogue. I would like to ask all panelists of panel 3 to gather in room 406. Thank you. Room 406.我们想邀请下个场次的语坛人至406室集合，谢谢。The next panel will begin at 4 o'clock. Refreshments will be served by the corridor outside the venue. Thank you. 欢迎至会场外侧走廊享用茶点。下个场次将于10分钟之后，在下午4点准时开始。谢谢大家。 Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will begin in 5 minutes. Please return to your seats soon. Thank you. 下一个议程将于5分钟内开始，请各位贵宾尽速回座，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, panel 3 will now begin. The panel theme is Key Dialogue, Ocean Governance. This panel will be moderated by Dr. Alan Yang, Executive Director of the Taiwan Asia Exchange Foundation. 现在我们将进入本日第3场专题座谈，主题为关键对话海洋治理。我们很荣幸邀请到台湾亚洲交流基金会杨浩执行长担任主持人。
Thank you. Distinguished guests, our panelists and experts and representatives from the like-minded institution and think tank. I'm Alan Yang. On behalf of Taiwan Asia Exchange Foundation, I took the pleasure to join today's forum and also to facilitate the dialogue and interaction in this specific panel on ocean governance. First, and I would like to express my gratitude to the kind invitation of the Ocean Affairs Council for organizing such a meaningful gathering of international leadership and experts on ocean governance and maritime affairs in Taiwan. And this session is addressing the importance of ocean governance. What is the goal for the ocean governance? I think we have 6 distinguished panelists who would shed light on this important issue and to address the action plan and also the recommendation for further cooperation among like-minded countries and also the stakeholders. Apparently, I believe the goal for the effective or resilient ocean governance is to safeguard the rule-based maritime order. As we, the country across the Indo-Pacific region, encountered a common challenge in terms of the traditional security threat, non-traditional security challenge, as well as the challenge of the human security issues. The regional country need to address this common challenge and also work together based on the common interest and shared practice. So I, as a facilitator of this meaningful dialogue session, my role is to ask my fellow panelists to concentrate on 3 S. The number 1 S is to strategize the partnership for the ocean governance. Number 2 S is to secure the common interest for a better and a resilient ocean governance. Number 3, it will be more meaningful for us gathering here to tentatively structure the potential framework for international collaboration through dialogue. And Taiwan will be delighted to serve as the interface for facilitating the multifaceted partnership among our neighbors and also the like-minded countries. So since we have only less than 1 hour, I would also like to open a few questions to the speakers and participants today. So I will ask every of our distinguished panelists to have to address your idea and recommendation within 7 minutes. Although this is the last session, we can extend to 70 minutes for each of the panelists. But I know most of you stay for a long day and will be very hungry later. So we will be very strict, gently strict to our fellow panelists that for 7 minutes each. And with that, I will first invite Dr. Ting-Hui Lin to share your ideas and your thoughts. Dr. Lin is the Commissioner of Ocean Affairs Council, Taiwan, who is also a very important leading scholar on maritime affairs in Taiwan. So, Ting-Hui, the floor is yours.
Thanks, moderator Aaron Yang. It's my
best friend in Taiwan. We cooperate and we fight Chinese Communist Party each other in the past. Today, because the time limits and I just have the 7 minutes, all right? And so I just share my observations for you about my thought about the ocean governance. Ocean governance, it means that the government or non-government actors should cooperate to do something for the ocean, right? But if your ocean dominated by other countries, what you can do? Just like right now, the Chinese Coast Guard or the Chinese Navy surrounded the Taiwan island, and if you want to do something for the oceans, what you can do? Just watch the navies, watch the Coast Guard ship every day, or to do something about the environmental protections in the ocean? I don't know. But the first thing is that right now, the Taiwanese government have something have to do. The first thing is I think the institutional building. What is the institutional building? Just like the Ocean Affairs Councils established since 2018. But the members of the Ocean Affairs Council exclude Navy. Okay? So the Navy activities, very important in the ocean activities. And you know, in our National Security Council, our Defense Department is the member of our National Security Council. So they can coordinate in the National Security Council, but cannot coordinate in the Ocean Affairs Council. So that's why we should the institutional building or re-evaluate our institutions. The first things. The second thing is the legal instrument. I'm very to our Philippines friends, okay? They passed the two legal bills. One is the Philippines Maritime Zones Act. The other is the Philippines Archipelago Sea Lands Act last year. And then the Chinese government declared the baseline of the Scarborough Shoal last year. And it means that you should have used the legal as the tool to protect your countries or protect your rights. The third is you have to use the modern technology, just like the artificial intelligence or UAV. It's not just for preparing for a war, but also to protect your ocean. The fourth is you have to educate the people's awareness. Let the people support the government or non-governmental organizations to support the government policies to do something about the ocean governance. The last one is the international corporations. Just like our Minister of the Ocean Affairs Council, Ms. Guan, said, we should join the join the international organizations, just like the International Maritime Organizations, IMO, or International Seabed Authority, ISA, or ITROS, even ITROS. But the first thing is Taiwan should become the contracting parties of the UNCLOS. But I think in the past, in some few years, and when the international society negotiated the BBNJ, but Taiwan cannot participate in the BBNJ's negotiation. It's Taiwan lose some opportunities to negotiate or share our experience to the international society. So the last item is Taiwan should join the international organizations to cooperate with the other parties. So that's my experience and observations for the ocean governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ting Hui, for your input, and also you mentioned a few important items, that cutting-edge technology, and also to curate the public awareness, and most importantly, Taiwan as one of the important stakeholders of the ocean governance across the Indo-Pacific region need to call upon more international support for being internationalized and to join the international regime or the grouping that jointly safeguard the rule-based maritime order in this region. I hope my summary would be okay. So thank you for your remark. And next, let me invite Dr. Susan Anna Ferenzi from V Region University, Brussels, and who Dr. Dr. Anna is currently a visiting professor in Taiwan, based in Taiwan, working on many important issues related to Taiwan's foreign policy. So the floor is yours, Anna.
Thank you, Dr. Yao, and good afternoon to everyone. It's really a great opportunity to be here to join this event. And I think 7 minutes will not be a lot of time for us, but I think if we're good, then we'll manage to really share some of the insights that we each bring. And in my case, this will be something that comes from a European background. So I'm happy to bring a little more Europe into the conversation. And this is something also, I say it because being based in Taiwan for the past 5 years, one of the objectives I've had is to really bring Europe closer. Europe, as the EU, is always far and complicated. At least this is so far has been the case, but I think at least we're seeing quite a lot of change in the bilateral relationship that brings the EU as the bloc of 27 sovereign countries and Taiwan closer together. So how does this fit into the ocean governance conversation? Because that's what we're discussing today. And I think the first point I would make is that there is a momentum. This is something I mentioned in our meeting with President Lai yesterday as well. And I think he agreed that there is a momentum in the bilateral relationship, but in my view, the challenge is to keep this momentum. And my easy answer to that is that we need to work with what we have, and we need to look for concrete areas of cooperation that allows us to consolidate what we have. And we also need to be creative about it. So we all know what the limitations are. We have to be realistic about our expectations. And I think someone in the earlier panel said that also Taiwan needs to ask, in its own way, maybe ask stronger, or perhaps both sides need to be more strategic about each other. But in this regard, we have concrete examples and initiatives that have been taken already on the European side that have anchored Taiwan in our approach to the Indo-Pacific. And that is the 2021 Indo-Pacific strategy. As you know, if you're familiar with it, then Taiwan is really mentioned explicitly, in particular also in the ocean governance area. So I think that is something very tangible. You can ask me later on, how has this Indo-Pacific strategy been implemented? And I think that's where things will get a bit tricky, because that's also my question, in the sense that we have good tools that we've put in place that allowed us to really establish this solid place for Taiwan on our agenda, in our approach to the Indo-Pacific. And so the Indo-Pacific strategy allows exactly that. It particularly mentions Taiwan as a country, or, well, it doesn't say that Taiwan is a country. I have to be, clarify this, just as we all know what the limitations are. But what the Indo-Pacific strategy also mentions is that we have a working group on IUU fishing. And this is something that is a result of the bilateral consultation between the European Union, in particular the European Commission, and Taiwan, for that consultations that lasted between 2015 to about 19, 3-4 years, which resulted in Taiwan under that pressure, that was clearly a constructive pressure to introduce effective tools that are in line with IUU fishing and to allow the European Union to give access to products coming from Taiwan that are in line with the standards. So this is a clear and a very concrete example of tangible cooperation, and I think this is something that needs to be further amplified. And I would like to bring in another layer of another institutional actor, which is the European Parliament, that has been a very strong advocate of EU-Taiwan relations. And I think if we want to continue this channel and working on this channel, we need to be creative about, okay, so if the European Parliament is a partner for Taiwan and has been vocal about doing more for and with Taiwan, what in particular can the European Parliament do in ocean governance? So I would say that we have a friendship group in the European Parliament. We have MEPs or members who regularly come and visit Taiwan. And I would say, why don't they, for example, set up a dialogue at the parliamentary level that focuses in particular on ocean governance? Because that is also maritime security, and that is a lot of different areas that are interlinked. And finally, because I think my time is coming to an end, I just want to mention another important legislative, it's not yet a piece of legislation, but the European Union also recently adopted a European Ocean Pact, which is to coordinate all our policies when it comes to ocean governance. And the idea is that we work between the different actors in the EU, different layers, and we are working on a European Ocean Act that's supposed to follow this pact or this consultation. And I think this is another window for Taiwan to tap into it, because it's very specific, also including ocean governance and ocean diplomacy, research, skills, innovation. So I know we did talk a lot about security this morning, and I think without security there is no sustainability. But I think we perhaps, I'm not sure what the rest of the panel will focus on, but I think it's also important to focus on other dimensions of ocean governance. So I'll stop here, and I'm happy to continue the conversation later.
And thank you, Anna, for your stimulating remark. I particularly heard that there are two keywords that of interest. Number one is the European Commission. I had a partnership working with a think tank based in London. We explored some possibility of how the non-traditional security challenging can be addressed between Taiwan and the European counterpart. And I pay attention to the European Commission. They have a strong interest in the undersea cable resilience, and that is of their strategic interest. And also Taiwan's case, the attack of the undersea cable around Taiwan's neighboring water can be an important references for this note. And number two keyword is the Indo-Pacific strategy. And we have a project working on the Indo-Pacific strategy comparative study. And currently there are 14 countries and international organizations already developed, announced, or operating their own Indo-Pacific strategy, including Lithuania, Czech Republic, European Union, and others are based in Indo-Pacific country. So the content of the Indo-Pacific strategy mostly touch upon the maritime issue, maritime affair. And that also lead to my suggestion that since our two panelists already focus on some tangible issue related to the ocean governance, I myself would like to propose the idea that maybe we can come up with more in-depth discussion on how to materialize the framework of this so-called ocean governance, or in terms of the maritime corridor. I think I would like to learn more about this idea from our panelists. And next, let me invite Dr. John Bradford, the Executive Director of the Yokosuka Council of Asia Pacific Study. And Dr. Bradford, the floor is yours.
Thank you. You know, it's so good to see so many friends here, make some new friends. It's great to be among maritime governance practitioners. And I really want to show my appreciation to the Taiwan Ocean Affairs Council for bringing us together here. This is a particularly important place for maritime governance. Taiwan is an essential maritime society. We've talked already, we've already heard speakers and keynote advisors, keynote address makers, to talk about how we're at the center of the first island chain, which is the critical geopolitical geography of the Indo-Pacific in the 21st century. We've also heard how important Taiwan ports are, which means that they have implications for the supply chains, which support everything we do in our daily lives. We just heard about fishing. Taiwan has one of the largest distant water fishing fleets, which means that Taiwan is essential to our diets. So you bring these things together, and it means that maritime governance, which is reliant on maritime security. So Taiwan's security is maritime security. And all of our security is maritime security. And so Taiwan's security is our security. These things all tie together. And they tie together at several important nexus points, and here is one of them. So taking on the challenge of thinking, what can we do that's very practical? I thought back to what I've been, an idea that really kind of congealed in my head during the Manila Dialogue on the South China Sea last year, and I talked about in the closing remarks for that event. And that is that in today's world, small organizations like tech startups, small nonprofits, and even individuals are having an outsized impact on maritime governance. And you look at two specific areas to exemplify that. First, maritime domain awareness. Small startups like Skylight or Sealight, these companies are producing and distributing as much maritime domain awareness as entire countries' intelligence communities were just 10 or 15 years ago. A topic which has come up a couple times in the last day or two has been China's relatively new structures in the East Sea, or the Yellow Sea, if someone might prefer. And while certainly countries knew about these, certainly it was not small companies that had the exclusive knowledge of them. It was Sealight that documented them, developed the analysis, pushed it to the mainstream media, and created Newsweek articles and CNN articles about it. This happened based on a small group sitting in a laboratory in Stanford University with a budget of $0 US. If I take a look at the research community, it's much the same. I mean, you're all maritime security practitioners. Many of you are PhDs or researchers. How many of us, when we want to explore an idea, the first place we go is the big academic presses or the major journals? I'm not saying they don't have a value, but that's not where we go. The first place we go is the think tanks. And if you think about it, the CSISs and the RUSIs and the RSISs of the world, they all do good work. But generally speaking, I'm finding that the most dynamic, the most interesting work, and the most groundbreaking work is being done by very small groups, like Australia's Blue Security or Zhujia's 9-Line. This is where you find the most interesting stuff. So that takes me to the practical side of it. What do I recommend? First of all, everyone in this room who has a choice about where they invest resources, I recommend you take a look at those small organizations. those small nonprofits, those tech startups, those hot individuals, those are the folks, those are the teams that with a very small amount of resources will create force multipliers for maritime governance. It's not to say that big organizations and governments don't have a role, but these are the places where your dollars or your yuan or your new Taiwan dollars or your rupiah will go the furthest. So the second is find and use the underutilized talent. Our community is full of very smart, very driven, very hardworking people that just need a framework, just need an outlet, just need a little bit of help. This is something that at YCAPS, the Yokosuka Council on Asia Pacific Studies, we spend a lot of energy on. We find individuals who are ready to do good work, who are currently underemployed, sometimes unemployed, generally underemployed, and we empower them. And it's a stepping stone. They do good for our mission, which is to improve maritime security and security in general communities in the region. And they build their resume and they make contacts and they develop experience. And then before too long, they can move on to one of those big organizations that can pay them more. That's great. We helped them. They helped the community. It was a win all around. We're not the only ones doing that, but I would suggest as an avenue to building a maritime corridor, we need to find those people and harness them. And then finally, the other third piece of advice is we need to stay alert. So the reason that these small organizations can be nimble is because in today's information age, based on the technology that is held and the organizational principles, that allows the good guys to do more with less. It also means the bad guys can do more with less. And when I talk about that, I'm thinking about the smuggler who can use modern GPS and their phone to find, and AI to find the route where the police are not. I'm talking about the pirate who can use AIS on their phone to see where the targets are, where they can easily use encrypted messaging apps instead of handheld radios to target the vessels. But I'm not just talking about those non-state actors. The reason a maritime militia small boat can be so effective today is because they're enabled by these technologies and these cultures. The reason why a lone vessel with an old school anchor can break a cable and know exactly where it is because of these technologies. So we have to stay abreast of them. We have to keep track, and the big organizations need to keep track. And the big organizations need to make sure they work with the little organizations so that we're all on the same page and we're keeping abreast of these very, very dynamic threats. And with that, I'll turn the microphone over to the next speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bradford, for your stimulating remark and also positively enlighten the tangible maritime corridor with the input of the cutting-edge technology. Yes, we need to stay alert because for those challenge and also those challenge-related stakeholders, they can utilize the cutting-edge technology to do things that beyond our imagination, and that also lead to a more intensive cooperation among the like-minded institutions. And next, I would like to invite Mr. Piero Tosi, the staff director of Congressional Executive Commission on China, United States. The floor is yours, Mr. Tosi.
Well, thank you, Alan. I just want to start with a disclaimer that I'm going to be speaking, giving my own views and not speaking for the Congressional Executive Commission on China or the U.S. government. Then that'll allow me to be a little more brash. You know, you talk about three keywords, and there are three keywords that I really haven't heard much, except maybe in passing, but I think are very important to what we're talking about. The rules-based international order, protecting the global commons, and indeed the very fact that we're able to have this conference in a free Taiwan, and those three key words. Anyone channeling what I'm thinking here? Bueller? Okay, it's United States Navy. There will be a hegemon and there will be rules. Okay, and the question is, who will be the hegemon and who will be setting the rules? And is it what we're talking about here, the rules-based international order that we're all familiar with and we all want to defend? Or is it going to be something like the shared common destiny of mankind? One needs to think of the challenge posed, as Dr. Trinidad said, by the Chinese Communist Party, not simply as a strategic one or an economic one, but rather a systemic one. In other words, they want to undo the entire rules-based international order and replace it of one of their own devising. Now, the People's Republic of China has entered into various agreements and treaties and has ratified them. These are promises that are made, but promises that are unkept. We've talked about the UN Law of the Sea, arbitral decision with regards to the Philippines. The United States is not a states party to the Convention on the Law of the Sea, and we can talk about that later in the Q&A if you want. But that's, I think, in part because we don't make promises that we don't intend to keep here. But the PRC repeatedly does so. The fact we've heard about tariffs. The fact that the PRC's in the World Trade Organization yet doesn't follow any of the rules. It's a mercantilist, predatory economy. I think also, as we talk about international law, something that impacts Taiwan and impacts the Philippines, the cutting of cables to Matsu, for example, the incursions, also the harassment with the Second Thomas Shoal or Sabina Shoal. I think this constitutes the crime of aggression under international law. And it's important to understand that aggression does not require kinetic military action, but it's that planning for war. That now this is most clearly set forth in the Rome Statute, where they define the crime of aggression, and again, a treaty that we haven't ratified, but it really goes to the UN Charter. This, and I guess it's Article 2 there. So what we see is this defiance of the most fundamental basic international norms. It also exists, I think, is Hughes Kogan's principles here. And this bad behavior, this disregard of that, we see other countries that do pick that up. For example, Turkey and their Blue Homeland Initiative, too, which disregards, which would extend their territory into these islands that are controlled by Greece, they draw a line from Turkey to Libya, too, and lay claim to all the resources there. So this notion of promises made and promises unkept is a very serious one. Mr. De Castro, I think, made a reference to the yin yang, and I guess he's a Taoist, and I'm something of a Confucian. There is a Confucian concept of zhenming, the rectification of names, calling things by their proper names. If you get the premise incorrect, your conclusion's going to be incorrect. And one way I think that we can start with rectifying names, why do we keep saying the South China Sea? And I've heard a number of our Filipino speakers flip back and forth, but yeah, the West Philippine Sea, and for Mr. Nguyen over here, East Vietnam Sea, okay? But at the very least, why don't we call it the South Sea? I mean, in Chinese, it's what, Nanhai? Yeah, that's anyway, I think that is important, though, because you accept certain premises, you then accept the conclusion, and we'll leave a discussion of the Gulf of America for later also. But anyway, I just kind of try to go full circles. You talk about corridors, to maritime corridors. Just as a practical issue here, I think Taiwan really needs to think about where you get, because what's important to Taiwan's security, energy is absolutely essential, and you're very, very vulnerable. Where do you get your LNG from? Do you get it from countries that are going to be susceptible to pressure from the PRC, or do you get it from places, for example, like Alaska, which is take a few years to come online, or Louisiana? Because I think ultimately there, what you do have as a guarantee is, again, to come full circle, is the United States Navy. And that, I think, is what, and it is, it's a basic question about power, because ultimately, all this that we're talking about, all this that, the rules-based international order and the contribution, and all this is important. But at the end of the day, it comes down to a power equation. And who do you trust, really? Is it us or is it them? And anyway, want to thank you, and hopefully we'll have some time for Q&A. That's always fun.
Thank you for raising the attention on Taiwan's power and electricity issue that is related to the potential blockade over Taiwan's logistic route. And next, I would like to invite Dr. Da Wu Xiong, the Research Fellow of Australian National Centre for Ocean Resource and Security, University of Wollongong, Australia. Dr. Zhong, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's my great pleasure to be here to this wonderful conference. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Ocean Affairs Council and the organizing committee who made this wonderful event very smoothly behind the scenes. There are so many interesting issues that I would like to talk relating to ocean governance, but today I want to talk about a few issues relating to offshore wind farms, and I'm very glad that Piero mentioned about the energy issues. Taiwan has been recognized as a front runner in the development of offshore wind farms in Asia. And considering its development in Taiwan, there is a significant opportunities to cooperate between Australia and Taiwan, such as knowledge sharing, technological transfer, and joint research initiatives. Taiwan also can provide valuable lessons to ASEAN countries where are developing the ASEAN offshore wind development roadmap. At present, there are no operating wind farms in Australia. However, ongoing plans with huge sizes, which can be one of the biggest offshore wind farms in the world, and the consideration of diverse ecosystems and engagement stakeholders can provide interesting and useful lessons to Taiwan as well. Moving to the safety and security issues, offshore wind farms are vulnerable to navigation incidents, including a vessel colliding with wind turbines or fishing anchor, or security threats such as piracy, the illegal migrant, drug smuggling, cyber attacks, and terrorism. There has been a lot of ongoing incidents relating to security and offshore wind farms across the world. For example, there was a cyber attack on the German wind turbines company in 2022, resulting in the shutdown of the 2,000 turbines out of 7,500 turbines for 2 days. And this is slightly different, but also relevant example that the attack against Nord Stream pipelines in 2022, which are natural gas pipelines that run under the Baltic Sea. The intentional attack by using the explosives to the pipelines has led to a surge in energy prices and supply shortages. And as a few panelists mentioned that attacks against the submarine telecommunications of the Taiwan can be also relevant example as the attacks against critical infrastructure. So especially Nord Stream pipelines, the incidents became a tipping point to talk about and consider the protection of the critical infrastructure, which can cover the offshore wind farm. My colleague at Anchors and I recently conducted research on securing the blue energy future, focusing on offshore wind farm in Australia and Southeast Asia. We found that despite the importance of the protection of the offshore wind farm infrastructure, international regulations and the national legislation are quite fragmented. It is mainly because UNCLOS use the different terms, installations, and submarine cables, and they provide different regulations separately. And one of the main problem was that submarine power cables are often excluded from the Telecommunication Act, which governs criminal offenses against the submarine cables. And considering the unique characteristics of the offshore wind farms consisting of the wind turbines, submarine power cables, and substation, there is a need to develop more regulations to consider these unique characteristics. So I would like to point out three points. First, it is important to develop a comprehensive regulation for offshore wind farms at the national level and to cooperate with different agencies involved in the development of offshore wind farms. And recently adopted EU directive on the critical infrastructure can be a good example, because with the ongoing intentional security threat against not only submarine communication cables, but also wind farms, we may need to think about the critical infrastructure as a whole. And the definition of the critical infrastructure is not clear yet, but I believe that at the national level, the states can consider their unique characteristics of their economic interest, and then they can define the scope of the critical infrastructure to protect further. And second, it is also important to strengthen regional cooperation between and among government, enterprises, and research institutes to foster collaborative efforts to address these challenges. And third, on operational aspect, joint surveillance and intelligence sharing to detect this potential threat can be an option to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jin, for your three valuable suggestions. And last but not least, we have Dr. Liya Khan from India, who's the head of Department of Civics and Politics and Associate Director of the Center for International Relations and Strategic Study, University of Mumbai. Dr. Khan, the floor is yours. You have 7 minutes.
Honorable dignitaries, panelists, ladies and gentlemen. At first, I would like to thank the Ocean Affairs Council, the organizing committee, for giving me an opportunity to come to Taiwan and talk from the heart. Because for the last one day, what I am hearing about China and Taiwan relation, it is not new for us to hear. India and China also has suffered the same problems. Almost 3,500 kilometers is the border area that we have. And all those borders are not plain borders, it is manned borders. Every inch of the border is manned. And that is the reason why India and China also has those basic problems which I could hear what problems are there with Taiwan and China. The second aspect is basically, like to me, the topic was given was to address onto ocean governance. Now, when you look at the key aspects of ocean governance, like in India, for the last 20 years, 15, 20 years, we have began on thinking on the waterways, the oceans. It is only 20 years back that we began with a program called Sagar Manthan. And then we began after 15 years, after prior 15 years, we began with Blue Economy. Because prior to those 20 years, there was no such wider program on ocean. And last week, I just, on the news, I heard that Taiwan National Security Advisor has visited India for a free trade agreement. Now, free trade agreement, if it happens, would be much better. Because India would like to see a lot of avenues in the oceanic areas. And thereby, because again, what I see personally is nations can only develop if they have their own policies. Like Taiwan has already been an upper level elevated to the policy. But India still, we still are nurturing with the initial policy framework itself. And thereby, like the issues of territorial water, the issue of EEZ, the issue of high seas, is still in between students also. It is not very popular. And that's a reason why I say that it is very important that the education should go on with respect to the oceanic areas. Now, there are also some challenges which I see in governance of oceans. Now, oceans are like, as in the morning, somebody said that oceans are the commons. Everybody can move. But then there are conditions. We also have to see that the pollution doesn't happen. The miscreants shouldn't happen. There should be a control, and thereby there should be a balance. But who will put the balance? Balance has to be there. Now, apart from balance, you also require to have what we call as marine spatial planning. Now, when I say marine spatial planning, it is not only for one state, it is for the number of states, unless until they plan. And it is not away from India also. India also has to plan with respect to oceans. And thereby, you have marine protected areas. How can we leave away those areas? Although we don't go there, but those protected areas have to be also managed. And if we are not going to manage those things, the ocean health will be disturbed. And if we don't look at the ocean health, tomorrow there will be a grievous hurt to all the states. Like we had seen tsunami, and after tsunami, we are trying to prepare ourselves how to carry our activities. In this, what I see is like what Taiwan has began, like Marine Affairs Council. It's a big program, and I would congratulate you for this program, because this program has to be elevated for the other states which has. Like India also has 7,200 nautical miles, 7,200 kilometers as maritime boundaries. So we have that water space, and thereby we also need to build our capacity. We are still, the capacity building is supposed to be taking place. And from where it will happen? If we have India-Taiwan relation, if it prospers, and it will give a broader area. And thereby, what we are being said, that marine gray zone tracking should be done. When I say gray zone tracking, that's a common area where everybody should move. It's an area where everybody has a responsibility to see that it is not being taken away. Now, there are a lot of collaborative initiatives like SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. Sustainable Development Goals. Now, when we say Sustainable Development Goals are also with respect to water, life below water is also there. It is not only life above water, life below water is also there. And so everybody should contribute to those particular situations. And to sum up, what I say is there has to be local participation of all. Unless until there is a local participation of all, the governance will not happen. It is everybody should agree to that particular participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Khan, for your inspiring words. As a moderator, I officially declare that we have passed the time. We have run out of time. I think it's my bad. I had a bad time management. However, we can continue our conversation starting from now for another 2 hours. So I would like to invite a few questions from the floor before I make the concluding remark and wrap up. So please identify yourself and also the question or comment that you want to address to which distinguished panelists. And it will be grateful if you can keep brief. Yes. Yes, please.
Professor Jakubczak from National Taiwan University, Taiwan, and Fire University, Warsaw, Poland. I have a question for the lady from Australia, because I found your research extremely interesting. And critical infrastructure is something that every country needs for the society and government to survive. And I was just wondering whether or not you were taking under consideration in your research the aspects related to vulnerabilities created by the Internet of Things or Internet of Everything. I think this aspect is not very popular, not yet very popular, and I think it's going to be exploited not only on a physical and software, like hardware and software aspects, but also when it comes to cognitive warfare. So I would like to learn whether you were also including it in your research, or maybe other panelists have something to add to the growing importance of the Internet of Things, Internet of Everything, with respect to critical infrastructure protection. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Thank you for a question from the National Taiwan University. And could we collect one more or a few more? Yes, please.
Thank you for giving me this great opportunity to ask. I think my question will be a little bit broad. I'm from Taiwan Ocean University. I'm also a graduate of ANCOS, Australia. And my question is about what kind of role Taiwan can play, or any island but developed country can play in ocean and climate change dialogue. Since climate change is a common issue to the whole universe, and it's also very there is a highly connection with ocean issues. So I'm very curious about your perspectives, how Taiwan can play, or what kind of key points or key strategies you will recommend Taiwan can do in the international climate change and ocean dialogue. Thank you.
Is there any more questions? Or yes, please.
Good afternoon. And I would like to ask Mr. Piero Tosi, and I'm from Suzhou University, and my name is Vicky. And I would like to ask that on July 13, 2020, U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo is issued a statement declaring that China's claim over most of the South China Sea's maritime resources are completely unlawful, and he criticized China for attempting to dominate the South China Sea through coercion. And I'm wondering why does the United States attach great importance to the South China Sea? Is it has something to do with the first island chain? Thank you.
I believe this might be the final question to address to our panelists. So please, I will ask Dr. Jun for responding your feedback to the audience first.
For the first question, thank you so much for such an interesting question. I have not thought about this kind of software or data as part of the critical infrastructure. As for my research, we just focus on the wind farms as an example of the critical infrastructure. But there is an ongoing research on the critical infrastructure after the Nord Stream pipelines incidents for sure. And that's why EU has been moving forward to protection of the critical infrastructure. I do not recall the definition of the critical infrastructure in the EU directive, but as far as I recall, it is more physical infrastructure and very broad, like port, and the wind farms and oil and gas platforms or etc. But I think your point will be very valuable, and then we may need to think about it further. And as for the second question, that because I think renewable energy can play an important role in tackling the climate change, and as I told you, that Taiwan has been a front runner in the development of offshore wind farms in Asia. So I believe that Taiwan can share their own experiences to other countries, especially ASEAN countries or Australia, where have a significant potential but not has developed much. And climate change is such a big issue, so I don't think one sector can be just cannot solve the issue properly. So I think, for example, shipping sector, Taiwan also should think about, even though Taiwan is not a member of the IMO, but I believe I would say that Taiwan should consider the recent revised guidelines at the IMO about the CO2 emission, and then a number of technologies relating to reduce the CO2 from the shipping sector. And I think those guidelines can be good best practices that Taiwan government or Taiwanese industry can consider further. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Xiong. Yes, Mr. Tosi.
So just maybe quickly on the Internet of Things, because I think it's a very important critical vulnerability that we have, especially cellular modules and how you find it in everything from cell phones to cars to critical infrastructure. If you want to read something scary, the work that Charlie Parton in the UK, I think it's the Center for Geostrategic Studies, has done on this subject, it should keep all of us awake at night. So thank you for that question. For Vicky, thank you for your question as well. I think it goes to the point that I was trying to make. The fact is you're going to have a hegemon that is a guarantor of the rules-based international order, but also of the maritime space. In the past, it was the United Kingdom that did that, Great Britain. It was Great Britain, for example, the British Navy, that ended slavery, if you read the history of Wilberforce, and they enforced that. Much of our international law concepts come from Roman law, the jus gentium and that, and the idea of the Mediterranean, middle of the earth, Zhongguo, too. It's the same root as that, but it was a Roman hegemony, and that sort of laid forth the fundamental principles, and it was the Roman Empire that secured the Mediterranean. And since the end of the Second World War, it has been the United States that's played that role. So even though you could say that, well, doesn't concern the first island chain, well, I mean, I think it's all interconnected, but it's the broader issue of protecting that global common. And when you don't have a hegemon, or when a hegemon is challenged, then you have disorder. In some ways, we have this concept of piracy. What is it in Latin? Hostia contra dentes, or the idea of those that are outlaws, essentially, there. And what is interesting is how the PRC has, in many ways, played that very disruptive role. And then just because I have opinions about everything, just that question, not so much to address the climate change issue, but ocean sustainability. I think, Susa, you referred to IUU fishing, and that's something where China has been really a rogue operator in despoiling that. Taiwan's past record in fishing has not been that good, but there's been a lot of progress that is made. I think it's very important. Taiwan's great strength, it's not necessarily its military strength, but it is its moral strength. The fact that it shows that a democracy, constitutionalism, respect for human rights can exist within a Chinese tradition. And actually, I was going to talk a little bit about that on Friday in another talk that we're given with Gavin Williamson, who you heard earlier. So it is important that Taiwan be better. I mean, there are things that Taiwan can do with its fishing fleets, like having internet access for the fishing crews and things like that, and it can ensure that its fishing practices do comply with sustainability and also in its treatment of labor. It has been making, I think, great strides towards that, but it really has to set the example and set the contrast with the fishing fleets operated by the PRC, which, really they despoil the environment, but they also utilize forced labor, and it really is terrible. So thank you for that question.
Thank you. As a moderator, I think I will be very brief to summarize and to wrap up this very meaningful session. That we, during the past 1 hour, we navigated through the intellectual brainstorming and with the very candid communication and dialogue on different matter, different issue. And we also agree that, I think our distinguished panelists also agree that the ocean governance or the maritime affairs is a cross-sectoral issue and should be operated through a cross-sectoral partnership, including government sector, the state actor, and the non-government stakeholder. Some small group of people and all experts or the local community as well. And we also witness the cross-regional references between Taiwan and European country on several important common challenges like IUU fishing, like maritime security, like the undersea cables resilience, and the reminder of our panelists on the technology issue and also curating the public awareness issue are also very important. And I will finalize by answering my question or my own proposal on the maritime corridor. I would suggest probably my contribution to today's discussion will be it will has at least 2 important trends for the maritime corridor. Number 1 is the transparency. Just as our friend mentioned, the regulation and other code of conduct. So if we can publicize that, make it transparent, and the country's stakeholder will adhere, and at least know what we can follow, what we can adhere. And the second trend is transnational network, including the information sharing, including those mechanisms that can gather the expert and also the like-minded institution to do brainstorming, to do the candid discussion and also the dialogue. I just received a gentle reminder from the secretary and organizer that I will stop here. And I think today's forum is not the end. And the effort done by the Taiwan's Ocean Affairs Council is a kickoff of the series of follow-up discussion and follow-up partnership. Today's forum and this session and the previous session is the venue to curate the friendship of the like-minded partner and institution. And we do look forward to tomorrow's exciting discussion, debate, and also brainstorming of a feasible and doable future roadmap of this maritime cooperation or the ocean governance framework of the Indo-Pacific country. With that, I should stop here. And please join me to thank all the distinguished panelists and also the organizer and secretary for today's International Ocean Forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yang. Let us take a group photo for our brilliant panel. Thank you very much. And for our guests today, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of day 1 of the 2025 Taiwan International Ocean Forum. Please make sure to return your headphones when you leave. Thank you.
感谢各位贵宾及与会朋友的参与，今日的论坛场次到此圆满结束。离开前，请记得归还您的口译机至柜台，谢谢配合。
For the guests invited to the dinner party, the reception will be held in the adjacent room 402 in 30 minutes. Room 402 in 30 minutes. Thank you.
提醒受邀晚宴之贵宾，晚宴将在半小时后于隔壁会场402举行。402，谢谢。